And we've got
It's a showcase. I can't. Is that Bossk blue?
Bossk blue. Yep, it's Bossk blue.
All right, George, you're in your element. It's Bossk. Yeah, Bossk blue and Quinlan blue.
Oh yeah, I got this. I am hearing of feedback.
Oh wait, yeah.
Oh, I see. Yep.
Okay,
and we're
like
live.
we are
Sweet.
live.
Okay. Awesome.
Welcome everyone to round 1 of the Duluth, Georgia PQ. We have got Quinlan blue against Bossk blue up here for round 1, and I'm here with George Hudson. How you doing this morning, George?
Well, everyone doing fantastic. George the Hulk here.
So what do you think about this matchup? We haven't seen a ton of Quinlan blue. But what do you think we're gonna see here in this matchup, round 1?
Quinlan blue, I expect some more of the leaning more into the force energies, maybe lightsabers, maybe some discard stuff. You have the top end of Luke, obviously, so a little bit more value than your red variants, which are more focused on like discard and more aggression. We've seen like the heavy control versus like the against the red and green versions a lot in our testing, and like those come down to how well they navigate the death marks and the discard and all that sort of stuff. Blue has a little more flexibility, so we'll see how they navigate the boss flip turn and whether they still run the disruption, because the yellow-white offers not only Spark, it also offers Cura, which lines up nicely into the flip turn. So we will look forward to seeing that.
Now, for me, what I've seen, especially against the discard decks like Quinlan, it feels like Bossk is really reliant on trying to get a double death mark. How important do you think that is for Bossk in this matchup?
I think it's huge. I think the ability to not only brick a large portion of your opponent's hand, because this is more of a red discussion, but to the yellow white to a degree, their discard is more targeted. Where red is more like if your opponent Bossk has 6-7 cards in hand, doing pillage doesn't do anything. You just spent 4 resources to do basically nothing, to discard cards they couldn't play anyway.
That's a good point. How much do you think Quinlan blue? Do you think Quinlan blue is like going to have Spark's main deck, for example, when you don't have the force throws and the pillages that you get with the Quinlan red?
It would really. I mean, Spark is just an incredible card. Being a Thoughtseize for 2 in this game, I think the ability to know exactly what your opponent can do, and what your opponent is prioritizing is massive. Like when you see a card that's like super high end in the early game off of a Spark, oh, your opponent's probably sandbagging that for a while. If you see certain reactive cards in their deck, maybe it's a piece of removal, you can play a resource in a way that bricks that card, even though they're trying to insulate themselves. For example, you see Perilous Position, hey, see you guys too. Love you. A lot of people are getting excited about that. But yeah, if you see like a Perilous Position, you're going to resource that TIE Fighter, or the TIE Phantom. So, a lot of power gained from just hand knowledge.
They're getting out their own tiny dice, even though they have giant dice directly next to the map.
Yeah.
And is initiative very important in this matchup? I feel like it's kind of not, because both of these decks are kind of okay with passing on turn 1, giving the opponent initiative. Like it doesn't seem as important in this match as it is in a lot of more aggressive matchups. What are your thoughts?
I want to say it's initiative and not in the traditional way, because I think Bossk Blues in game, unless this is a really off the wall Quinlan deck, is just better. They've got Avengers that power dark side of the stick. They have Crate Dragon. They have Snoke, whatever, which counters the yellow white stuff really well. Usually is blue white yellow hero. You're talking Luke Skywalker. You're talking maybe Zillo Beast to go up that high. Han unit Infinite Nest are options, but that would surprise me. So like I think if Quinlan wants to play the pass, I'm going to try and get a ping. That would surprise me. On the flip side, Bossk does want the, initiative going specifically in turn 2. Because if you have initiative, if you start with initiative and start the removal train, removing units before they can attack you.
Yeah. That makes a lot of sense.
You can just...
Quinlan passing here would be very risky because, Bossk is unlikely to play a unit unless it's going to be something like a Pershing, and pinging him and losing initiative doesn't do that much for you anyway.
Yep. Bossk claims 100% of the time. And at that point, so one interesting thing about removal in this game is all the removal at 2 resources is really iffy at best. Usually comes at the cost of giving your opponent cards, things like Force Choke, things like No Good to Me Dead,
which we don't have in this matchup.
Sure. You have like the Daring Raid, you have Grenade Strike, you have Ping plus Tarkin Town, which is a Quinlan special. But yeah, a lot of the turn 1 removal is a little iffy. When you get to the turn 3 removal, starts getting you have Merciless, you have Power Dark Side, you have Open Fire, tons of great options. So Bossk is extremely happy if the first turn is just pass claim.
Yeah, and so I think the public opinion about Bossk Blue is that it's miserable to play against. A lot of people don't enjoy watching the play patterns. I think it's got really interesting play lines that are kind of cool to see when they're not being done to me. As more of a control specialist, what are your thoughts just on Bossk Blue in general, in terms of how it is to play, how it is to play against, and things like that?
So I do enjoy playing against it, but that's primarily because I think the deck is in set 3 with all the tools we have. I think it's very vulnerable to hand disruption. I think especially looking at a yellow-white deck across table. If you start discarding the Super Laser Blast, if you start blocking their Avengers, whatever it might be, they don't have a lot of smuggle. They don't have a lot of their card advantage is really reliant on Deathmark. I think trying to set up these super late game pivots like we did in set 1. I think if Bossk was a set 1 leader, would have been playing nothing but that for the first 5 months of the game. But yeah. I think with how the card pool is expanded, I think the stall, wait for Super Laser Blast, wait for Avenger. I think there's some fundamental vulnerabilities in that playstyle. But the deck is super consistent. To me, I always describe it as you must be this tall to ride. There's certain decks, certain mid-range piles that you will just get a free win on, and it's you entrench their leader, you throw down some removal, and then Super Laser Blast, and the script writes itself. So take your free wins, fight for the hard matchups. I think as far as it being fun to play against, obviously it depends on the experience of the Bossk player, how fast they're playing, but it's a lot of whack-a-mole to be frank.
Yeah.
See killing in it and just playing about knowing what the most likely threats are. I'm sorry, I thought I saw a regional governor.
I did. There's definitely a regional governor.
That is in fact a regional. Let's go. That's some spice. I like this guy. I like this guy already.
It seems like regional governor has been really climbing the lists in terms of every blue deck trying to fit it in. Even in a lot of Anakin blue main decks are starting to see regional governor. What are your thoughts on regional governor in the meta right now?
I think as the meta gets refined, it's an amazing card. It'll be fun to see if he utilizes it in this Quinlan blue kind of roguish deck. But the ability to block cards is, I think, as you become more familiar with your opponents and your opponent's play styles and decks. Mm-hmm. I say it's about Thrawn, the set 1 Thrawn, where you look at the top card of the deck. It's if you read your opponent's body language, know what their deck's doing, you can kind of guess what's in their hand, the vast majority of the time. If you're picking up the signals, if you're thinking about what actions they're taking and why they're taking them, what that could lead to, Like it's pretty easy to predict what's in your opponent's hand, and that's where regional governor really shines.
Yeah, one of the reasons that I like it a lot is, especially with a larger card pool now that we have in set 3, it feels like there are a lot of times where, okay, I can play around 2 different cards, and you play around them in opposite ways. But with regional governor, you can name one of the cards and then just play around the other one. So you can do something like, oh, Kira really messes me up to get this double death mark. So I'm going to regional governor name Kira and be able to get my double death mark off on any other unit, just as an example.
For the odds, we had a restored arc from the Quinlan blue and then a death mark. Yep, death mark being opener.
So yeah, it seems like Bossk getting what they want at the start, which is to get a death mark on a unit that you assume is not going to get bounced. Kira could, or Quinlan could be playing something like Waylay's main deck to deny the bounty. We'll have to see where we go from here.
Yeah, that's a possibility. That's one of the things I love about the Bossk leader is that death mark becomes a removal. It becomes an open fire. Oh no, he's just gonna. All right, he's he's not being patient for it. All right.
Well, I think that's fair because we saw a second death mark in hand. So I think he just says, I want to make sure to get my cards now and not worry about any shenanigans.
Yeah, it depends on the removal suite in his hand. If he had an open fire, there was the ping and then wait to see. But if you don't have open fire, you don't have the targeted removal. Which I don't think he did. So,
and we do see. Wow, I think I just see Quinlan looking at resourcing a Waylay, which is kind of surprising. That feels like a good card against Bossk Blue.
He probably was thinking he has to be more proactive because like if he just waylays his own unit, that feels bad, and he can't sandbag it to, if you're waylaying an Avenger or a Palpatine, they're just gonna get there on hit again.
Charlton coming down after the death mark claim, so 5 cards in hand, at least 4 of them blue. So yeah, Bossk doing Bossk things so far. Really seems like they're getting everything they want.
Yep. Yeah, Charlton's a great card. Let's see if he has the lightsaber to punish it. I know this is a one of the big reasons to run Quinlan blue, rocking that Jedi lightsaber early.
Yeah, I love
4 resources.
Oh, there's the Kira. I think.
All right, so it's a restock. So
that's a restock. I can't tell what that.
It was a restock. Yeah. He had double vigilance. You showed that. He already had that information.
Named vigilance with Kira, which I think is fine. It's the card they have 2 of in their hand. I don't expect this Kira to last that long anyway. But there's not like there's anything better you might want to name.
I mean, there's an argument for like naming cards that aren't in his hand. But
you could name Deathmark as an example because we're coming to
that was my first thought. Yeah, stopping the bounty.
Yeah.
But like, what are the odds on that? Right, 2 in 40 that he draws his second Deathmark.
Resourced a Deathmark because I definitely saw a second one in hand. So it's interesting. I think Bossk Blue resourced a Deathmark, which I would not have expected.
Yeah. But like, really interesting signals here as well. If he's resourcing a death mark over vigilance, he's prepared. He's definitely hedging his bets for a middle game.
Yeah,
keeping both vigilances in hand and keeping a restock in hand. That means he's resourcing very specifically to keep his mill tools. So he's expecting to buckle up and fatigue some Jedi.
Do you think Quinlan Blue is a deck that wants to take it that late? Because obviously Red goes a lot more aggressive. Like Quinlan Red is a deck where you disrupt their hand and then you turn the corner and try to kill them pretty quickly. But with Blue, you get things like Lukes and lightsabers. So like, how late do you think this Quinlan Blue deck wants to take the game?
You get so much restore. You get so much card draw with things like I assume Queel is in here. Maybe not. I could go either way on that one.
Vanquish on the Childson, so immediately getting that down, but still has the Bossk to deal with without a turn. Unless he just throws every unit in it and flips Quinlan.
And this is one thing, like how safe you are with your Bossk says a lot. Like he flipped it immediately on 5. So like in some matchups, especially like Quinlan Red, like I'm not flipping Bossk until I can get a double bounty, right?
Yeah.
Because you have life to play with. You have 30 life in that matchup. You're gonna heal a bunch. you need that value. Okay.
And it might just be because he's already claimed a death mark, and now we see that he has a Pershing as well. He's kind of okay saying, if you want to kill Bossk, that's fine. I can heal it back with vigilance and start milling you.
Yeah, go for the board.
Mm-hmm.
Oof. Yeah, that Kira. Oh, I guess Kira didn't actually block it because it was 2/6 cost. But
Yeah, it was only on 5 anyway. So next turn, Kira is basically doing something. Now Bossk cannot play the 2 vigilances in hand.
Yeah. Which in this scenario, Bossk was probably thinking shield mill 6, but it'll be a fun little insight to see when he plays it. Because like there's so one thing about vigilance, if you're going for mill, it's actually worse the earlier you play it. Because you want to be developing stats to get board control, yada yada. So where mill really comes in is when you're a decent way through this deck, and then you just say, "Cool, vigilance."
Yeah. You have 14 cards left. I'll mill 12 of them.
Yep.
Or 10 of them.
Especially because you're fairly certain this Quinlan's not going to be on the restock game plan. Like you could hedge around it, but I would be surprised. So the counter argument is you can save your vigilance until after they restock, so that way you mill that whole pile. So for example, they have 2 cards left in deck. They restock, and then you vigilance all 6.
Yeah,
that's a in-game sequence in these mill matchups.
Now Bossk has started attacking into Kira, but still 1 health left on it. And now any 5 cost from Quinlan, and they can kill. So if there's like a Plo Koon here, that would be amazing for Quinlan, because you can kill Bossk with the ping and ambush into Pershing and kill him.
For sure.
That's indeed a Plo Koon. Looks like they ambushed into the Bossk, which is
a little bit of a miss there. Yeah.
And you could be someone that's not as new or not as used to the Quinlan deck in general. But yeah, they could have, with Quinlan deployed, used the ping to kill the Bossk and then ambushed into and killed the Pershing.
Or he's tunnel visioning on like his big game plan because Bossk is such a different deck, right? No, they could be used to that kind of line in like a sort of tempo matchup, but now he's probably staring at certain end game pieces in his deck in his hand. And he's like, all right, I gotta set this up for the following turn.
Yeah,
that'd be my guess. Like,
and then Bossk wanting to keep initiative, not using their Pershing, which is also interesting.
I mean, initiative in these kind of decks usually represents 3 to 4 health every time you get initiative.
Yeah,
because you pretty much always have the option to remove something. So, would you pay 3 to 4 health to draw a card? Probably not.
And what are your thoughts on the Ruthless Raider killing? Oh, sorry, no. Yeah, so the Ruthless Raider took out the Kira, so Vigilance is live to finish off the Plo Koon. So that makes sense.
Is he going mill or heal? Oh, he would heal. Okay. I was curious. So,
well, would you have gone for the mill or the heal there?
I think the heal is correct. I think you can pretty comfortably. You can count on like even Blue Hero. They're usually not on more of like. Well, okay. I was going to say they're usually not on more than like 4 like Vanquish type style effects, whether it's Rivals Fall or Fell the Dragon for your in-game pieces. But we've already seen a Vanquish. Yeah. We saw Vanquish come out, and it wasn't the Rivals Fall or a Fell the Dragon. It was a literal Vanquish. So that signals to me that this player has a affinity for that style of effect. So and you no longer have a boss to get a double heal. So like, I probably would mill just to get more information on my opponent's deck. But healing makes sense for this general game plan.
All right, the Dragon of Han Solo has been felled.
Did it.
Spark in the main deck because this is a Force Choke, doesn't do much right now. Nope, another Vigilance and a Super Laser Blast. So they take the second Vigilance. So they
he is
Super Laser Blast.
He is holding on to that restock.
Yeah,
that is respect right there.
Well, why do you think he's holding on to the restock?
I think because he's playing another blue deck. I think there's always that chance that they have the vigilance, and you don't want to be you don't want the free loss, right?
Yeah, it's like an opportunity cost thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like if you have something else that you're not terrible about discarding, then
this would be a beautiful game for tech. I don't know if the boss player is on it, but having that freedom to like resource the restock and then being able to tech and then restock, getting you closer to your restock pile, has it because you double smuggle in that scenario. Extremely useful, but
Quinlan pings, they're coming in hot now. So we see double Falcon to take the shield off the client and then to ping him down. I mean, killing the Ruthless Raider instead of going face. So Quinlan Blue this Quinlan deck does not feel like they are, pressured to get a bunch of damage on base right now.
I mean, especially given the hand, right? He saw Snoke and some utility pieces.
Vigilance.
Yeah. I mean, like if he force chokes, I think force choke would be a big trap to play at this stage of the game, but we'll see what.
We could see it with the client bounty as well, potentially. So yeah, force choke gets a lot better once you've milled your opponent out. 5 to a unit and 3 to base is much more palatable for 2.
Yeah, we're very far from that point. We're on turn
8 resources.
8, yeah.
So we could see no reason to do it now, but Super Laser Blast is live. Snoke is live.
We're 18 cards in the deck.
For Quinlan is the Quinlan leader, so Snoke does not work on leaders. It feels like it'd be kind of risky to just run out the Snoke right now.
For sure.
But maybe that's what the boss player is deciding is, do I want to run the Snoke out to play around another Spark or Kira? Takedown on Quinlan. So go on the safer route. Just basically is clearing the path for the Snoke to be more effective. And not wanting to take the time to do the client bounty first, just to get Quinlan out of the way.
Well, he'll have plenty of opportunities too, right? Oh, maybe not. Now Spark has anything to say about it.
Now the Spark gets so that was the risk, right? Is you leave the Snoke in hand and you might get sparked.
It's not a real risk though, right? If your opponent's sparking and not developing a threat, we'll see. Well, he obviously hasn't developed a threat yet, but he's firing it off. Okay.
So now the question is,
I love this in decks that can shuffle. I love this in decks with like bounty posting or search of feelings, the early restock play,
and restocking the restock as well.
So there's double vigilance, restock, and power,
and Ruthless Raider.
Ruthless Raider, yeah.
Yeah, so they're double checking that the restock is random. Is interesting that he got the Ruthless Raider instead of the Snoke.
Oh, I think that's correct. There's the Snoke. It's easy enough to remove, especially it especially looks bad against the Luke. As far as -2/-2, it doesn't do a whole lot in this kind of matchup. You're looking to like stop. Really, Snoke is best when your opponent plays 2 health units like Django. That's when you're feeling great. Sure. That's when you're just like, yeah, goodbye, 7-fleet defender.
Yeah,
you're done. You can't even play that card anymore. So that's when Snoke is the best.
Really heads up play there. So client bounty into Bossk King into force choke to kill the Obi-Wan.
Super clean.
You're giving the Quinlan player a card draw, but you get to heal 5 and you get to kill a unit without getting any benefit from the Obi when defeated.
This is similar to like Vader. You could do Vader for choke plus ping. Getting the is not a lot of removal, especially the removal that cheap that gets to 6 damage. But
yeah,
you'll see we're in kind of a top deck situation for a Bossk player, where you know the Quinlan player knows every single button he can push, and Bossk just gave his opponent a card draw to fuel him.
Yeah.
So we'll see if that comes back to bite him.
Yeah, we see another Han unit here, but always risky to play your big units into an empty board against blue villain. Checking for smuggles. We see third small falcon in the row, so that's Quinlan knows that their reach is a little bit more limited. There.
Yeah.
Smuggling out a big falcon. Not as big of a cost if this gets powered because you didn't use a card from hand for it, but still kind of annoying to get your 5/5 space unit killed with if that's what Bossk has.
Well, and if it isn't power, you're also forcing Bossk to do a little bit of a dance with the client top target.
It's like a top target, so they're thinking this falcon is not long for this world.
Yeah.
And interesting to play the top target when they have the client out and they're only at 7 on base. Because you could also just client bounty and that heals for 1 less.
My guess it functions as sort of soft pass. We'll see what the Bossk uses the rest of his resources for. Nothing. Okay, so no, he just didn't have anything. Unfortunately, that's the power to.
Yeah, I guess he wanted to use the top target to just make sure to get 2 damage in on base.
Well, he had no removal for. He had no. The Quinlan knows what's in his hand. Like I said, he could push all the buttons the right way. He had no single target removal. He just had the perilous. So.
And so now we'll see if Quinlan wants to play around the perilous by attacking first, or play around power of the dark side by playing a unit first. My first thought is to play around the perilous because if they had a power last turn, they would have played it.
And Merciless Contest is kind of dead right here. You wouldn't want to kill your own client. But spoiler alert, audience knows that we got an Avenger about to hit the field. Do. Pew.
Yeah.
There it goes.
Down, healing up all the damage that Falcon just did. And I like
unlike a lot of decks, this Quinlan deck is not completely cold to Avenger. They have options. I think I see one of them. Is that a Vanquish? It is a Vanquish. Yep. So I say we see one of those
main deck.
We see one of those options in his hand. Yep.
Yeah, the Quinlan deck is kind of prepared for these bigger units with multiple Vanquishes main deck, and then you've got the Kira to see what they've got again. Perilous and Super Laser Blast. So naming the Super Laser.
No,
Blast.
that's power. That's power dark side.
Oh, it's power. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you're good.
I don't play blue villain. They're all the same.
Don't worry, I got you. that's why you're here with the commentary, George. I played enough for both of us.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Crate Dragon.
Slam it down. Didn't even hesitate. I love that.
So what
that's confidence.
Game 2. No, I'm just kidding.
Draw third Vanquish?
Yeah, it could be third Vanquish. Fell the Dragon. Looks like a Fell the Dragon.
Fell the Dragon. There it is. Actually killing a dragon.
On a dragon. So lore accurate. Fell the Dragon.
You saw it here first, folks.
Yeah. Going forward to the Kira, which is nice because now you can just client bounty and Bossk ping to kill the Kira. I wonder if Kira just slams into the client before they can claim the bounty. I
think it's probably more value than attacking base at this stage.
Looks like. Oh, yeah. Obviously, it was the.
This is a bounty.
Turn,
yeah.
So yeah, it was Bossk action, so they get the client bounty anyway.
Yeah, there's no stopping that. It's just a question of, do they spend? They send the 3 damage to client, or they send the 3 damage to base?
Yeah. Might as well send it to the client, I think, because then any 3-drop can kill him. Because the difference between 1 damage on base and 4 damage on base is not that large.
especially when you're staring down a client. Yep.
Oh,
I think
interesting.
aggro decks are very familiar with this.
Interesting to on the ordering there to not.
Yeah, that was ambitious. Yep.
Yeah, because the boss player is completely tapped out, so they shouldn't have any way to interact. So the client could be dead here if you just attacked in the Kira first.
We'll see how that snowballs.
Yeah.
Alrighty, Ezra, what's on the top? We're gonna go into the casino.
Yeah, I mean, this is where you want to be in the casino when you've got 12 resources up.
A million resources.
Anything you see.
Yep. Is it a buff? Is it a lightsaber? Is it a Luke Skywalker?
We haven't seen any lightsabers yet. I would assume that's one of the reasons to play Quinlan Blue. But I haven't seen any Quinlan Blue lists, so I'm not sure if it's standard or not. We've seen a lot of vanquishes, so maybe they just want to be more controlling. They see Han into the client. Rather than getting the Ezra attack in, they want to make sure there's not another client bounty this turn.
Yeah.
That one is Super Laser Blast.
That's Super Laser Blast. Yeah, the giant green glow.
Yeah.
That's the Death Star coming in, saying nope. Which that's the ideal spot when your opponent taps, plays a big threat, and then you can play Super Laser Blast. That's when you're just feeling great as a blue-black
play a big
player.
Threat that removes your unit anyway.
Yep, you're like, thanks. I was going to do that. He was disposable. Boom.
Client didn't need to heal 5 because there wasn't any damage on base anyway. Looks like Bossk is at 9 resources. What are your thoughts on the on continue basically auto resourcing every turn because I have a bunch of cards in hand and a bunch of high cost stuff versus saying I want to keep options in my hand? I think we saw Bossk not resource this turn.
Yeah, so in general, I'm very much on the pro resource every turn side, because decks that don't have enough card advantage, you could just choke them out just very naturally by playing cards. But I think Bossk having to lean on Pershing and Deathmark as its really only card advantage tool, so it doesn't have Smuggle, it doesn't have Win Defeated Draw or whatever, like Yoda, or discard effects to get card advantage. So it doesn't have a whole lot of tools, so it's not as comfortable just resourcing every turn. I think in traditional blue-black, especially like blue-black-green, you're very happy going to 12 because then you can do Star Destroyer plus a Lightning Rod for Power Dark Side. You can play a cheap unit plus Star Destroyer, or you can play Star Destroyer plus Removal, Relentless plus Power Dark Side, whatever.
Yeah, and especially
that breakpoint's really nice.
Yeah. The reason out. No, I don't think we have a way to know what this is going to be naming. It looks like he's looking through discard to see what he might need to play around.
All right, players, don't let us down. Flash the card for us.
Well, because it's not Akira, so he doesn't see anything.
So he stared at Falcon for a second. He pulled the Falcons apart and was like, "Let me think about this." So that's my only read.
We know that the third Falcon is currently resourced for Kira. Obviously, the boss player does not know that. So we are not sure what this regional governor is named. What would you name with this regional governor?
My gut would be either Fell or Rivals Fall. That way you can land a threat.
Because we've seen I think it's one Rivals Fall and one Fell. So we've also seen a variety of removal options already.
I also think Han Unit is a really good call here because Han Unit just eats the regional governor for free. So that's nice, and you can just protect the regional governor. But I think we've also already seen 2 Hans. So
we've seen 2 Han units. So that was my thought: is all the things that we would want to name, we've already seen multiples of. So how much do you want to play around? The third one.
The only one we haven't seen is Luke, right? But I don't know if. But I don't know if Bossk is wanting to play because I think we've seen one Snoke in the discard. He's probably resourced one because he doesn't correctly, I think, value it in this matchup.
Yeah.
So.
But right now, if Bossk kills the Ezra, now Luke would be live if it wasn't what was named.
Mm-hmm.
But it easily could have been what was named. Plo Koon only dealing 3, so Plo Koon not killing the regional governor. And yeah, a lot of people in chat suggesting that Quinlan should just move on to game 2. I feel like it's hard. Like, I agree, but I think it's a hard read for Quinlan to make because they play blue to try to go late, and they don't have much damage on their base. But I feel like these are the kind of games that Bossk wants to be in, where he's gonna win this game, and it'll probably take him 10 to 20 more minutes to win it. And then what are the odds that you can win 2 in the remaining time? And they're pretty low. But what are your thoughts, George, on if Quinlan should scoop it up here versus keep playing to try to eke out a narrowing window for a win?
I think it's entirely possible as Quinlan is setting up for a mill, but like I don't see it. Like it's possible that there's a couple of vigilances sitting at the bottom of the deck and he's just gonna blow them out.
Well, the other thing is if you're going for mill, Bossk, Bossk it's unlikely they're on more than one restock main. And that their restock is in the last 4 cards because they restocked it and haven't searched yet. So if you are on the mill plan, you can just wait until they have that many cards left, and then
exactly. When they have 6 cards in deck, the game is over. You just mill them, and this deck has a lot of restore. I would be shocked if this Quinlan blue deck had the tools to go through the rest of the game, but maybe. I don't know the players list, but like I don't think it's I don't think it's completely correct. Based off what we've seen, I think it's a good call to just surrender, but I think it's entirely possible this player has to check up their sleeve.
Yeah. And they're clearly not worried about the regional governor because they wanted to get 3 into base instead of killing it with Plo Koon. So the regional governor is not holding their hand hostage right now. There is a Snoke, which reduces their power on board to 1. And now it makes you wonder if regional governor maybe named Fell the Dragon or some one of the removal spells that would get rid of Snoke. Kiadi Mundi.
Yeah, that's the point where you surrender. Yep.
Yeah.
When your response to Snoke is Kiadi Mundi, that is not it. I can tell you that much.
Like
playing a 3/5
position that can come out now.
Yeah. Because that Snoke's just going to beat you over the head for 2 turns.
Yeah, lightsaber on Kiadi. So now Kiadi can take out Snoke.
So, okay, yeah. Doesn't have initiative, so he's still going to take a ton of damage here. But
and I feel like you need to answer this Kiadi with your first card because you don't want to give them 2 cards and you don't want to lose your Snoke for basically free.
I think they're very comfortable just going face. If I'm the Bossk player,
they're at 19, so it takes them.
They're at 19. You attack with Snoke, take them down to 25.
Takes them to 29. So yeah, that's a good point too. And then Quinlan needs to find some healing somewhere, or deal with this Ruthless Raider.
I mean, they got 2 heal on board with Yoda, but like they're so close to check.
Yeah, interesting that the meta breakdown just got posted. The most popular deck at the event is Han Solo. Not sure if they're all mono Han or if we've got a mixture of other bases. And then Sabine is 1 below that. Django is right below that. And then Bossk, Cad, Rey, Palpatine. So a decent variety, I would say, of 14, 13, and 12 for Han, Sabine, Django's.
Does it say how many Palpatines?
8. So
that's awesome. Number. That is a lot. I respect it.
Yeah.
Oh, Jonathan's on Palpatine. He's with
2 Obi-Wans. Two Obi-Wans is interesting. I would expect there to be exactly 1 Obi-Wan at this event.
Yeah.
Because our teammate Phil is at this event.
Yep, for sure. No, I mean, I think it's
and a Leia. So there's some fun ones out here.
Mm-hmm.
There's one.
Oh, for sure. So all right, that's my champ. That's my champion right there. That's me in spirit.
Yeah. All right, I was looking at the meta breakdown and wasn't looking at what actually happened. Looks like Yoda attacked into regional governor, so wanted that to be live, and Snoke attacked into base.
Yeah.
So now Quinlan is a bit
I
up against the
think they forgot that Yoda doesn't get -2/-2. Or
That is
Snoke is
true.
-2/-2.
Yoda should not have killed the regional governor when it attacked him.
And Yoda has a damage on it, so
Yeah.
doing Palpatine things. So yeah, I think they just completely forgot that Snoke does a thing.
Yeah, and we do not have a way to interact with the players at SCG Atlanta. When we were in person, we could be able to call a judge and get them to fix the game state. We cannot do that here. We do not have any way to interact with anyone. So unfortunately, this isn't a mistake that we can get corrected. But yeah, it looks like Yoda killed regional governor and should not have been able to do so. Now Luke can come down and pick its poison. I mean, it seems like you would just kill the Snoke here because then you can Kiadi to kill the Palpatine. But,
well, he's in check now, right? Because he's gonna Ruthless Raider, put him at 27, so he has to claim an attack with Luke. That's the only.
Yeah,
that's
true. That's true. So yeah, now he has to claim and use Luke to kill the Palpatine.
Yep.
Unless there's a removal spell here for the Ruthless Raider. Which
over the Quinlan player.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it can't be takedown and it can't be Felder Dragon. So going for the attack. So makes me think the Quinlan thinks they have something for this Raider.
No fear.
They have 6 up, so it could be another Rival's Fall. Could be a Waylay. And looks like a perilous position. So now they're not
all right.
the attack.
That's a perilous position, all right.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
I don't believe this Kiadi has drawn any cards yet, but it is obviously a big body that Bossk has to deal with.
And this is the part where all the Sabine players are like, imagine that was a K2, you could just blow up your own Lucius Vader with
Yeah. Super Laser Blast. So 2 to base. So now back to 29 and remove all the restore.
Okay.
I mean, it makes sense because if you just attack first, Luke heals 3. So you're 1 damage ahead by playing this now as opposed to getting in the attack first.
Yeah. And I think if I'm the boss player, I think we're comfortably in the Quinlan sideboard has to be amazing to come back from this position.
Yeah, Bossk is in the position where he's massively ahead on damage and probably still has another Vigilance in hand, and there's only 1 HP left on this Quinlan's base, so.
And this is going to get the power of the dark side that we can see. He's just going to play a Pershing.
Notably, it does not deal 1 damage. Yeah, JK in chat bringing up a point that the governor might have named Luke. We're not sure what the governor named. So yeah, we don't know on that front.
I mean, it should have been alive, but whatever.
See it. I mean,
because Snoke is a very unique effect. There's not a lot of effects that impact the entire board constantly. In this game, it's not. Something the designers have done. So,
and Luke killing the Pershing. So now Restore is back online.
Yeah, we're seeing the Quinlan deck do what it wants to do. This is, do a little value, do a little 2-unit action. This is the usual formula against these sort of control decks. Is you don't need 2 big bombs. You just need 2 medium-sized units, and just keep throwing them out there. Because the the control decks excel whenever they have initiative, remove your biggest threat, boom, I just healed a bunch of life. Like, it doesn't matter what arena you're in, it's answered.
Yeah, and when we saw it just there with the Luke as well. Bossk had initiative, so kill the Luke, no restore.
Yeah, if you can keep throwing out two units, maybe a little smuggle here. You can't tell I'm a fan of smuggle. That's what you want to do.
What died to make it -6/-6? I thought that was the same turn there was the super laser blast, where it was Bossk super laser blasted, and then it was Falcon into Luke on the same turn. So it was super laser blast pershing for Bossk, and then Falcon into Luke for Quinlan. So it was the Kiadi and all that. I think it was the same turn where those died to the super laser blast.
There's a little chink in the armor. He only had one unit out. It was a 5/7, and we're seeing a position. It's possibly saving resources for a threat, or he just doesn't have Will's Palpatine.
Yeah, everything else we're seeing is an answer, not something to deal 1 damage. Healing 5 and milling with the vigilance, so we can't see exactly how many cards are left in deck, but it can't be many.
No.
It definitely looks like a smaller pile than the discard pile.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
I think that is Bossk's way to deal 1 damage. Is mill him out and take 3 from that. Oh, well, that would be game then.
Game. Yep, there's one card.
Only 1 card left, and then they take 3. So that's game 1 down. It looked like Quinlan was trying to get some tools with some restore to try to get back in there, but ultimately did lose 20 minutes after we were discussing if they should concede. It always feels that it's always an interesting discussion when you think, all right, I have a 40% chance to win, and if I do, it's going to take 30 minutes, and if I lose, it's going to take 20. So at what point is the percentage low enough where you say, okay, let's go to game 2 because I need time to win the next 2 games? But yeah, if I was Quinlan, I would be rapidly sideboarding right now. You got 2 games to win here.
Like, it's a tough one. I don't know. Like, because he had his hand disruption, he had those tools in the early game, he had like the answers to the big units. So, like, my intuition is he's probably mainboarded for control as much as he wants to, right? Like, I don't think this is a matchup he wants to see.
A lot of removal spells. We saw double vanquish, rivals fall, fell. Like, we saw a lot of things to kill Bossk's big units.
Look, I think the Quinlan player navigated the flip turn fairly well, preventing a double bounty.
Yeah, I think we only saw 2 bounties go off that whole game, or 3 with 2 bounties from hand with 1 death mark and 1 top target, and then a couple of client heals.
Yeah.
So they did well at not getting. They never got double death marked, but they did get super laser blasted at opportune inopportune times. So
yeah.
I mean, I'm not sure exactly how much time we have left in the round either.
Let's look at the stream. We're probably
pretty close.
Oh, this is probably the end of the round. Yeah.
So we got 15 minutes left in round. So Bossk is now taking a lot of time to decide their sideboard plan. And I would be kind of shocked if Quinlan can close this out in 15 minutes for another game, much less 2. So. So what is Quinlan's plan to aggro here? I would imagine it's got to be try to stick a lightsaber and hope Bossk doesn't have removal for it. Just looking
Yeah,
for
so like if you can force him to a trench early, turning off some of his removal, I think the flip turn is going to be really important. How both players navigate that. I think specifically a lightsaber on Quinlan gets them past a lot of breakpoints, but you do need enough power dark side fodder to be able to chain that. Things like Yoda that not only restore not only your bodies but also draw you a card, giving you more options are going to be really good to see early. Even the Ezra being able to action cheat, get some damage in, and hopefully find a body off the top. Those are going to be some really good openers. I think
the big thing is you want to open on a 2-drop unit, because your 3-drop units are the good ones, and you need to be power of the dark side isolated. Because like you said, the Ezra and the Yoda are going to be big.
If he has Leia's in the sideboard, like I think it's a great meta call, and I think it'd be perfect in the situation. Being able to double unit, even as early as turn 2.
Yeah.
It's possible we see L3s like a smuggle option. They also have shields. They're very meta relevant, being able to prevent pings. So.
And there is a 2-drop unit,
and
you see an Ezra in hand, so no discard with the R2.
He keeps his hand on turn 1. All right. That's one interesting thing about Star Wars. I know R2D2 is getting a lot of fanfare when it got released.
Yeah.
And this play pattern of play R2, discard nothing happens a lot. Because you're making resources and decisions based on what you have in your hand.
And also you're discarding a card for the best of the top 3. So you already made your mulligan decision, right, on what hand you want. And it's pretty risky to mulligan and say, well, now in my top 5 cards I better have a 3-drop. So I was really high on R2 when it was spoiled, and I have become a lot lower on it through the actual play patterns. But I think if you can utilize the discard, then it's incredible. So if you're playing like the biggest one we've seen is Han Green, where you R2, discard a Marauder, and then play a second Marauder and use it to ramp. I think if you can actually use the discard to your advantage. So if you're in Chancellor Palpatine and playing Palpatine's Return as an example, and you R2 discard something and then Palpatine's Return it on 6 resources. But if you can't use the discard, then it feels a lot worse.
Or Razor Crest, that was another one.
Razor Crest, another good one too, for sure. Yeah, Razor Crest discard and R2 discard and upgrade Razor Crest, bring it back. But anything that can actually use the discard, I think, is super critical for R2 being good.
So unfortunately, we are seeing the exact same movie we saw before. So I think we know how this one ends. This is the same opener.
At this point, we're just waiting for time in the round. It seems pretty difficult. Like Bossk is doing the same Bossk things, where you have 5 health childs, and now that they have to get through to get any damage on base. We're going into a flip turn with both bases damage free. So
we have to hope for a vanquish, and then Ezra's going to die to the flip. Yeah, we'll watch it play out. But
and I know some people in chat.
Bossk was this time.
Slow play. I haven't seen any slow play. I made a small joke when sideboarding, but realistically, I think Bossk took a normal amount of time to sideboard. So like I agree that in general the game needs to be better about punishing slow play, but that is not a statement about this match. I think both players in this match have played fine. It's just sometimes it's a tough rule to enforce.
Because of like the ebb and flow of the match, right? Like, are you saying like the people's openers are taking too long? Are you saying people's resourcing decision takes too long? Like, I think it's easy to say like action in between action and action, it should be pretty fast. But like decisions like resourcing, those impacts you. The rest of the impacts you.
Exactly. Me personally, I usually play really fast. And then I get to a point where sometimes it'll be a resourcing decision, sometimes it'll be something else. But I'll say, okay, I need a minute here, and I'm basically banking up the stored time from when I played quickly before to make the tough choices. And I think a lot of players are like that. Where
That's unfortunate thing about
take a while.
That's unfortunate thing about the Bossk Blue deck is it is so consistent. Like so many of your cards do the same thing, so it's kind of forgiving on that front. Like you can kind of dial it up as far as like let me spend a bunch of time here to decide whether I want to resource this or this. But like when it comes to board management, it's all the same.
Yeah, and I think that after this round, we're gonna see the score sheet say Bossk Blue wins 1-0, but there are a lot of ways that can happen. And when you look at when Quinlan could have conceded game one and things like that, I think that there are a lot of other ways that both players could have made to make this happen. If they don't finish this game, Kyle is asking in chat, if they don't finish this game, it is a win for Bossk because Bossk won game one and this is game two. So if they don't finish game two before time is called, then it will be Bossk wins 1-0. Quinlan has to win this game for there to be a double loss.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this is such a great example of thinking about your deck as 50 cards instead of like playing hand to hand. These players, especially the Bossk player, you could tell was thinking like this because he was sandbagging that restock. He was sandbagging those vigilances from the beginning of the game. Yeah. He was thinking about how I have these answers to these threats. He probably has these threats, like we predicted, and he probably did as well. The Han Solos and Luke units were coming out. Yeah. He's counting, okay, I need to have this for Luke, this for Han. And then when he develops this much, I can Super Laser Blast. And so these are the kinds of things sort of later game control decks are looking at the game as opposed to like, oh, here's the 6 cards I got. How do I get the most out of the 6 cards?
Did I Lightsaber on Ezra? A few turns later than we would have liked, but it's still not nothing. I think I see a Power of the Dark Side, so it's gonna.
Yep, he's got hoops and dreams. It's not gonna happen. But we are way past that point in the game. I always say eight.
You gotta do what you gotta do, right?
Yeah, 8 resources is where it doesn't matter anymore. Like at 8 resources, you have access to 2 premium removal a turn. Whether it's takedown, whether it's fell, whether it's whatever variant you want to play. Like there's a lot of the 4 resource removal just answers so much. That when you get to 8 resources, you can just draw 2, remove 2, draw 2, remove 2.
Yeah,
that's kind of
power in hand as well. So that's
And then, not to mention, 8 resources is also an extremely important number because Super Laser Blast. So, so we've seen this movie before.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on Kiadi in general? I have been fairly unimpressed with it because it's just it can be so hard to get him out, stuck, and coordinate. So he's basically just a 5/7 Force Jedi body, which is not the end of the world, but hasn't been that good for me. What are your thoughts on him as a unit?
I think he's terrible, but like situationally active, he's basically vanilla stats. Your opponent can play around them a million different ways. He's a force unit, so like if you want to do cool force things like force lightning people with Kiadi, like cool, thumbs up, have fun. Like he has good tags. It's Republic, it's Force, it's Jedi, so like the tags are where his power is. For
sure.
I'm super spoiled being a Hondo player for all of set 2. I think of a card like Lompike.
Yeah.
I'm like I get a 5/7 with an extremely relevant ability that takes over part of the board, and I get card advantage the second I play it, not hoping my opponent plays into it. If I have 3 units on the board, which coordinate in general has suffered because it's kind of been a win war in the game, just because like if you have 3 units, you're probably just going face and putting your opponent in check.
I
for Kiadi Moody.
Yeah, I feel like coordinate is a tough mechanic to balance because big coordinate units, what do they do when coordinate's off? And small coordinate units are just easy to kill and easy to most decks can deal with the go wide strategies. I think the biggest one is Plo Koon that has been good. because you only need 2 units on the board. He does something. He's the only coordinate unit that I can think of that does. Well, there are a couple, but he does.
It's not win more.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
yep.
There's
I think exactly. To me, that's the breaker. Is like he's a card that gets you back in the game, answers leaders. Like you could say heavy is kind of that because he gets raid 2 and he's on 4 resources, so it's kind of the same math if you squint real hard. But like I think
heavy doesn't do anything when played, right? So you play.
But it's 4 resources, right?
Yeah. But if you play heavy as your 3rd unit and they say, okay, I'm going to kill your turn 1 play now, and then he doesn't have raid anymore.
Yeah. That's what you have to have things like the Republic guy, the Republic Lieutenant, because you play them and then turn on coordinate and attack in the same action. That's why he's really important for those decks. But
3 vigilances in hand for Bossk, so those are taking the Avenger, leaving all 3 vigilance because why not?
Yeah.
So 0 damage on Bossk space, 3 vigilances in hand, and Quinlan has about 7 minutes to win this game to force a double loss.
Yep. And we see 15 healing and 18 mil.
Yeah.
Potential.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
So back to coordinate.
Like yeah, exactly. This is why we're filling with other discussion because there's only so much going on in this game right now.
Yeah.
So
do you think as? Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say Palpatine shocked Obi-Wan, so that was super clean. I say as the card pool expands and we have more quality 1-drops, we have more ways to swarm the board, more token generators. Like we know there's gonna be tokens in set 4, and like Admiral Akbar's whole gimmick is like getting tokens out for 1 resource or exhausting your opponent's stuff. So like, we're gonna
and set 4.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I can see that.
I think one of my favorites was with Krennic. You can do an early Chimera into another Chimera, and that gets you 6 TIE fighters. Where you're just like, let's go.
Yeah.
So that's a fun line. There's gonna be lots of token generation, lots of ways to get bodies on the board that are more and more efficient as time goes on.
Yeah. That leads kind of into the next thing I wanted to ask you about, which is we've all like the 2 main mechanics from this set, right, are coordinate and exploit. We haven't seen any of them make a big splash in the competitive scene, but it's been interesting. It seems like all of the big mechanics have been a set behind. Like we see Smuggle, especially with Han, really taking over in this set more than it did last set. And you just talked about the token generator. So do you think it's possible that we see the exploit cards make a resurgence in set 4 and become more competitively viable, where you have things like generate your TIE fighter tokens and then exploit out a malevolence or something like that?
I mean that's the exact line I'm talking about. Is that in Thrawn you can do Uchi Chimera into Chimera. You have 1 resource remaining because of Krennic, and then you sack 4 of them to play malevolence, developing a crazy amount of stats on. I definitely think there's. I don't think there will be an exploit deck where it's just like, this is my deck. What it does is exploit. I think that's kind of come and gone.
Leader and exploiting everything, like I think that's.
I'm not gonna say Dooku is a dead leader. I think there's. I think the invisible hand 6-drop it reads insane.
Yeah.
Like you read that card and you're like, oh, I can with Dooku play this on 4 resources and then get a 2-resource unit and then maybe another 2-resource unit every turn, and it's more stats than like a fire spray 2 turns earlier. Like it's it depends on what 2-cost droids we get, but no, I don't think the right way to look at exploit is like my deck generates a bunch of tokens and then all I do for until the end of the game is just sacrifice and exploit a bunch of stuff. I think there will be little exploit pieces that people put in, like the heavy persuader tank is a perfect example where it's like that's not an exploit deck, but like having that utility is nice. Having Genos Patrol Fighter as like a little utility piece, a little tempo piece. It's nice.
And I think even in this set, we've seen the patrol fighter come in. Side note for the game, looks like Quinlan did concede, or time in the round was called. Either way, Bossk won. Like we kind of saw the writing on the wall, which is why we started talking about set 4 things.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that tidied up round 1. Bossk Blue got it 1-0. And then yeah, so going back to the exploit things, I think we've seen a little bit of that now, because I think Django has even started running the Geonosis patrol fighter. And we've seen it run I've seen Django's running things like on the doorstep as ways to both generate tokens and make unit tappers. So we've seen a couple of the exploit cards come in. But I'm really curious if we start seeing more of them next set. Like we didn't see set 2, we didn't see a ton of L3 as an example, and now we see a lot of it here. I mean, we saw it in Quinlan just now. We see it in Monohan sometimes. So I'm really curious if we're going to see a wider array of the exploit cards. Like, I just want to see a deck that wants Gore. Gore is cool.
That's fair. That's really fair. He is cool. It's very funny because people are so when you play Gore, I played Gore for a bit in the beginning, and people are so used to like, oh, it's a approximately 7 cost, like 7 damage ambush thing. All right, cool, whatever. I go face, and then you're like, no, it also has Sentinel, also has Overwhelm. So, exactly. So yeah, that's fun.
guys, have to be on stream. You love to see that.
Yeah. Show it off as Matt. Let's go.
Yeah. Oh, that is a cool Matt. I like that.
Yeah, they're having
a good time. What that's from. It looks like it is a reference to some TV show that I have not seen or something, but it does look really cool. I like the art.
Mm-hmm.
So for everyone in chat, I don't believe we have round 2 pairings yet. Our match here is done. Bossk Blue won 1-0. I don't know. We have the ability to do interviews, and I know we're gonna try to get the store owner for this store in, or the TO, along with a couple of other people that we're going to try to get to have interviews at some point. I don't know what the time frame is on that. So right now we're just waiting for round 2.
Yeah, we're getting round 2. Mm-hmm.
I would imagine round 2 is coming soon.
Oh.
But yeah, so sorry, go ahead.
I do like the premise that like the mechanics are kind of a set behind, right? Where it's like, I think another great example of that is like Smuggle is like a card advantage piece, but like there weren't a lot of decks that wanted to play like super low cost units, vomit out their hand. Kylo was kind of like that idea of like a deck that like plays out its whole hand by turn 3 and then smuggles to like to save itself. But it wasn't really. Oh, it's Courtney.
Hey, got Phil here.
What's going on?
Oh, hey, Phil. Hey, Phil.
What's up, Phil? How'd your round 1 go?
I think.
Want to introduce yourself? Okay.
I think I'm getting stream audio through this too.
Oh, are you? Oh, yeah. That's sorry. There we go. There we go.
All right, I hear you now.
Excellent. So we have Bothan teammate Philaffle here with us today. What deck are you on today, Phil?
I am on Obi-ECL.
Obi-ECL, nice. How'd your round 1 go?
I got it 2-1. I played against Django Tarkentown, which is something I'm looking for. So I was very happy to sit down in front of that. I got game 1 pretty handedly. Just did all the perfect curve stuff. And then game 2, it was a grinder. He ended up getting me game 2. I mean, I was vigilance after redemption. And he just had Ruthless Raider after Ruthless Raider into Tank, into Cad Bane, and I just couldn't stabilize. And we went into game 3, and I was able to just suppress the Space Arena well enough with Republic Arc, Bright Hopes, and Aether Sprites that he is never able to really dominate the space. So I was able to claim that and just was able to win with a nice turn. I guess it was turn 8. Regional Governor naming Fire Spray, into Ewing reinforcement. So.
Nice.
And now I have been defeated many times by your Obi-Wan deck, but for the viewers at home that may be a little curious, what makes you lean towards Obi-Wan as a leader, and what kind of advantages do you think he gives you into this meta?
Well, the first thing that originally leaned me towards him was he's my favorite Star Wars character, so so I have a little bias, so I have to represent, right? Nobody else is, except for Nick from CardsHQ. He's playing that today as well.
I was gonna say, yeah, we saw the stats, and Courtney showed that there were 2 Obi-Wans, and I expected there to be exactly one.
I gotta run, guys. Round 2's up.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Good luck in round 2.
Good luck.
You, Phil. Good luck.
Back with y'all in a minute.
Yep.
All right. So for those,
I think
round 2 just got paired, so now everybody's gonna sit down. We'll have round 2 up in a minute. Go ahead, George.
Oh, I think it's really easy to underestimate the Obi-Wan deck until you see a just right 4/4 on your opponent, and then you're like, oh,
yeah.
That healing does a lot.
Oh yeah, like it was interesting for me because there's a lot of ping Tarkin Town decks, right? Whether it's Django or whatever, and Obi's ability to heal off the ping is really good. I was shocked at how bad the matchup was for me when I was playing Emperor Palpatine. Because Palpatine usually just feasts on blue hero. It says, you can't play your Luke, I'll steal it, and all kind. And Obi just says, you can't steal any of my units, and I'm going to have this massive leader that I can put a lightsaber on that you can't deal with. Yeah, I was shocked when I was playing Palp Yellow specifically, just how bad the matchup was into this Obi-Wan deck.
Yeah, in the Sentinel on Obi-Wan is huge. Like, I don't know how Django, I think there's a lot of games where Obi-Wan just gets developed and, Django doesn't kill it. It's just a brick wall.
Yeah, it's really hard for Django to deal with big ground units, especially once Tarkin Town is down, and Tarkin Town can't be used on leaders anyway. I think that Django's only hope is to keep tapping your leader until they kill you in space. And if you have, enough restore or a big enough space presence where you can't let that happen, then it becomes a lot tougher for Django. And I think Obi-Wan in theory, sounds really good in a Django.
Oh yeah, with General's Blade and all the shenanigans there.
Oh yeah. We've got our leaders sitting up here. So we've got a Yoda Red, and what leader is that?
It's a Cad Bane Tarkin Town.
So we got a Cad Tarkin Town versus the Yoda Red. Both players have the showcase buff, so we don't know who's going to draw better this game.
Obviously, it's the Cad, because the Cad has better cards in her deck.
As a blue-red hero stan, how dare you, sir?
No, absolutely love Cad Bane. I think the consistency of getting 1 damage pings, if you can keep your opponent's board narrow, they don't have a lot of units. This is it's a really fun analogy between Django Tarkin.
Need to break down all the leaders.
Is that?
Let's get a round of applause for the one.
Oh,
that's the announcement over the speakers that we're hearing.
Okay, that's what's happening. Okay, gotcha. Okay, yeah. So it's a really fun dichotomy between Django Tarkin Town and Cad Tarkin Town, where Cad Bane Tarkin Town gets so much more value by removing your opponent's units and forcing pings onto units that you don't want them to be on. Where Django, it wants to exhaust your units, allowing you to build up a board, but it doesn't care because you lose so much value from the exhaust.
Yeah, it's interesting when Django first came around, a lot of people were trying to compare it to the Cad Tarkin Town, but even though they're the same colors, they are drastically different decks to me. Django is trying to use taps to win a race, and Cad is trying to say, I'm going to use efficiency and well-sequenced actions to make sure you never have a board.
Yep, he's going to have value. He's a value versus a tempo game plan. Yep. Because, Django it's actually just negative value, right? It doesn't actually, it doesn't actually further your win condition. It just stops your opponents.
It just helps you win races basically you slow them down enough to win the race. And really, it's going to be interesting though, because Yoda is one of the leaders that's kind of okay with you just killing their stuff every turn, because that lets them draw cards, filter, find the ones they want, play bigger things with You're My Only Hope. And all of this Cad's removal is going to be damage based. So if Yoda gets out an early Luke, it might be tough for Cad to deal with. I don't know. We'll have to see. Obviously, Cad can still deal a lot of damage. I mean, it attacks for 4 it attacks as a 4/8. So it should have ways to deal with that. But we'll have to see how tall this Yoda can go.
Yeah, it depends. He has staples like No Good to Me Dad and Waylay.
Mhm.
They're really clean answers. Like if your opponent cheats out of Luke,
Yeah.
you bounce it, they can't play it for another 2 turns. So, you're fine. But like a lot of greedy players will cut those from their decks, and it's like, well, you're playing a deck with no removal then. Good luck.
Yeah, exactly. So like I'm curious how much this CAD went down the road of I'm going to rely just on my leader ability more than the other cards that you might need for this situation.
I think a lot of players, especially as the card pool's expanded, have taken the camp of like, I just want units. Units that remove are better than just playing removal. But there's a balance, right? Because usually removal has a higher ceiling. You can power the dark side of 50-50, if there was that much stats, but you can't just run 50 stats with the units into a card. So
True.
So there's a balance.
Looks like both
Mulligan
players are going to
shipping
pick a mulligan
it back.
here. Yeah. I'm curious what the CAD's hand was, because it looks like they put a card down as a resource and then changed their mind and decided to mulligan. So it must have been something borderline. And it's always tough with this game's mulligan rule it's always tough to mulligan the borderline hands. My personal philosophy is I only mulligan borderline hands if I think I'm in a really bad matchup where I have to like spike the best hand, or if I'm in a deck like Han where you can just mulligan for free because you'll always have a turn 1 play.
Yep, it just depends on your deck. Like if you're a deck that wants a lot of mulligan freedom, you can build around that. If you're a deck that wants a lot heavier top end, you can build around that, and you're less mulligan flexible. But like, it's fine. Like I think back to Hondo, where it was like, okay, I only ran like 11 turn one plays, but like because of Smuggle basically being a card advantage engine, like you're fine taking a little bit of a risk on the early game to like get to this inevitable late game.
Yeah, you feel like you'll be able to catch back up even if you miss turn 1.
Yeah. Well, I mean, more like if you don't have mulligan freedom, right? It's not like
you just have any turn 1 play, and you're like, all right, I'll catch back up later because I kept any turn 1 play.
Yep,
that makes sense.
Or like Han, you can be like, all right, you're like free to be like, all right, I'm gonna hard mulligan for Millennium Falcon. And if I don't see Millennium Falcon, I'm pushing it back. Or what, Han Green, the heavy discussion right now is like what's the math behind resupply? Is it worth it? How much of an edge does it give you? Anyway, back to this game. Queel and Bazine.
So I'd imagine we're going to see Queel die here, Jedi Lightsaber get taken, and then we see, oh wow, so they're taking Jedi Lightsaber, but looks like we see a Yoda and a Razor Crest in hand. I think that was
signals. That was Razor Crest. Yeah. So like, I don't think this opponent's used to seeing Razor Crest.
Yeah.
So like, I agree with the philosophy of getting rid of the lightsaber, but not when they have a Razor Crest in hand.
I think a sign that Yoda liked their hand is they wanted initiative more than they wanted to do the Yoda action after their Queel was Tarkentowned.
Yeah, no, I think I'm extremely happy as the Yoda player.
Now Tarkentown is down. You're still dead to something like a McClunky. Like that, maybe that was why they Bazined the lightsaber. Is if we see like a McClunky into another Bazine. That is not the play. So yeah, looks like Yoda's going to be able to get this lightsaber back into hand.
Pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, even if you don't want to play,
not as good as Anakin though.
To resource it.
Anakin with a Jedi lightsaber is terrifying.
You're not wrong. That has been my favorite thing to do in this set is Anakin with a Jedi lightsaber. So good. Just Jedi lightsaber plus Overwhelm is an insane combination. And
it's the only combination. I mean, unless you want to play out of aspect, like Grievous's wheel bike or something crazy.
Yeah.
Still going to get it.
Doesn't have to be out of aspect in Chancellor Palpatine.
Oh.
Now we're cooking. I don't know what we're cooking with.
Don't get me down the Chancellor Palpatine route again. I've already my heart's already broken.
No, I spent so much time trying to make him work.
Ton of fun, but oof.
Yeah,
trying to make it through 7 rounds. That deck is a little oof.
I mean, the most fun I've had this set, even more fun than hitting people for multiple teens of damage with Anakin, is when you steal into finding U-Wing and then U-Wing into a wing leader. Oh, that's the dream right there. Things that Chancellor Palpatine can do. Now we see here getting in the Yoda attack first. I like this. You're dead to any ping, but you get the card back anyway if you do that. So I like getting the just getting the Bozine off the board so that it can't be McClunkied and you get another card lost from hand. I think that's like a CAD specific thing. Usually you don't care as much about killing the Bozine, but when you know they're on 3 McClunkies, like getting it out of there, I think is really critical.
There wasn't a good McClunky target though.
There wasn't.
Like,
but
if you're McClunky, you're killing Yoda.
But if I'm CAD there, I want a McClunky just so I can Bozine again. You know, like I just want the win played from Bozine more than I want to deal with anything else. And just to see Kanan versus Razor Crest, I think I like the Kanan to fight for ground. But at the same time, getting that lightsaber back feels juicy, but you can't play it this turn anyway. So you might as well wait. Like if you're on 7, you're on a Yoda flip turn. That's when you could say, okay, I'm gonna Razor Crest and then lightsaber Yoda.
Yeah, he's in the rush to make that line happen. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the cat underdeveloped here.
Saying go Joel. I did not. Oh, it did not. This is Joel. I did not realize this is Joel on the Yoda Red.
Oh snap! Let's go.
Yeah, so I don't have the player names up on my screen because I'm watching a different feed. But yeah, so we have Yoda Red on our teammate SirBostwick. So this is Joel's Yoda Red. So yeah, I expect clean play lines now that I know it's Joel. And yeah, he's wearing his gold jersey, which I should have noticed.
Oh goodness! I
was so hyper focused on the leaders in the matchup, I didn't realize that it was Joel over there. So nice. But yeah, this is who do you think is winning right now? Because I can't tell. I don't see anyone as super far ahead right now. But who do you think is more comfortable with this current game state?
That's a great.
Well, now that we've seen Surprise Strike, it might be a little more to CAD.
My gut is Yoda is totally fine with this. I think Yoda's a stronger leader flip. You know, they're a leader movie unit and have better stats. Well, not having to worry about raid. But and also having 0 damage on their base, being a blue-red deck, like also feels great. So I think there's a lot of signs pointing in Yoda's favor. We also had 1 turn of under development last turn where the cat only spent 2 resources to play a crafty smuggler, and now it looks like we're going into a 2+3 cost turn where Yoda's gonna have like a million cards in his hand. Another turn of under development. Oh goodness!
Yeah, wow.
Right.
Only so in the past 2 turns, CAD has spent 4 resources total out of 9 available. So 4 out of 9. So it's leaving 5 resources on the table for CAD. Now to be fair, Yoda only spent 3 out of 5 that turn as well. But it feels like you're more okay with this as Yoda because of the late game that you can have with this Yoda red deck, where you can get into your leader flip killing things and restore on there, and then crates and Lukes and all those things that can overpower the CAD units. That
CAD unit's great, but it doesn't. This was like our back in the day. I was a huge CAD enjoyer. I'm still CAD enjoyer, but like with set 3, the CAD unit be introduced is so perfect as like a nice top end. And in set 2 it was kind of lacking that. It had like some fair options, the Palpatine unit, Ruthless Raider, whatever. If you want to go down that route, but like CAD unit just does everything this deck wants to do.
And for me, I
addition.
really like the introduction of cards that make your opponent have a choice. I feel like in most games, those cards are not ideal because you expect your opponent to always be able to make the correct choice. So you always get the worst of two options in theory with those kinds of cards. But with something like CAD, where the option is, I draw cards, you get a unit back. Like I really like that kind of choice where there's not usually a clear, this is the one I need to do. Lightsaber on Yoda, which means that CAD ping doesn't kill it anymore. But yeah, anyway, what are your thoughts on the choice cards?
Into CAD's full resources. That's bold.
It is bold.
Yeah, there were so many punishes there. Oh goodness, like, yeah, that was
So basically, he's playing around Yoda being dead to any card and saying you have to have specific cards, right? Because otherwise, Yoda was dead.
Yoda's defeated, right?
No, Yoda is left play.
Okay, excellent.
I'm like 87% certain that Yoda is left play.
The only time I played Yoda was when I was trying to play Endless Legion off the top of the deck.
Yeah.
That was fun.
Yeah, just verified. Yoda is left play, not defeated. So
okay. Good.
And when a unit is captured,
yeah, that
was play. So
no, and he had nothing to follow up.
Else. Wow,
that's so greedy. What on earth? Okay.
I'm really curious what all is in his hand. We see a Crate Dragon in there, and this is the Yoda flip turn now. So he must have resourced the Razor Crest that we knew he had at some point. But yeah, really awkward turn. Honestly, really awkward turns for both players. Obviously, that was a really good turn for CAD, able to spend all his resources, get the Yoda, get the lightsaber out there, and now has a massive board advantage.
I mean, we do know the Boba Fett's dying this turn in one way or the other, and then he's going to get his unit back.
Second CAD. Well, oh, sorry. It's for some reason, I thought the Boba was a CAD. It is not a CAD. It's a Boba that used the event to capture. There's a You're My Only Hope. But this is so I would expect something to get put back that can kill this Boba and get your Yoda back. But if you have a big thing, you might just want to kill the CAD unit instead. Depending on what's in your hand. We know there was a Crate Dragon. So we may see a Crate Dragon get milled here and CAD killed, which would have you with Yoda and Obi-Wan in play, which is a much better state that you're okay with.
For sure.
And that is what we see. Crate milled, CAD down.
Yeah, it preserves 6 health this turn, plus more in the future. Yeah, it's definitely the right way.
Yeah.
And it also gives his opponent the chance to misplay, because if he doesn't...
Oh, it's not leader, other CAD.
Yeah, no, that's not how that works.
Yeah, Yoda does say non-leader, but even if it didn't say non-leader, I would still much rather kill CAD unit here than CAD leader. Yeah, because now you have no good attacks unless you want to give Yoda 2 XP and a card, which you don't. So, and we can't see the dial that well, but I believe CAD still has 0 damage on his base, so it is 12-0 right now in terms of damage on base numbers. Looks like he is going to go for clearing the Obi. Interesting here, you could also kill the Crafty so that he can't cleanly kill the Obi next turn either.
Yep.
Force throw, interesting. I think I like this more because anything more than 1, you can kill the Crafty if it's a 1 or 2, and anything bigger than that, you might be able to kill the CAD or pop the shield on Boba to get your other Yoda back. So I like this force play now.
And Yoda's absolutely on the value game plan. Like he's wanting to take this game long. He's wanting to draw cards. He's wanting to throw numbers down. Like force throw plays right into that, forcing CAD to top deck. Or play down with 1 card in hand.
Yeah.
Play with 1 card in hand. Yeah. But you're also getting to the phase of the deck game where I think CAD is very happy not resourcing.
Yeah, for sure.
Like I think.
Well, something bigger than 4. What card is that?
Looks like a Change of Heart, if I had to guess.
Oh,
really?
I thought it was a way. I can't
It's a
tell what
Waylay.
it is. It's a Waylay. Okay, because I was going
Yeah,
to
it's
say
a
Cad had
Waylay.
8 health. He was acting like Cad was dying to that card he was discarding.
Okay,
Very
yeah.
confused.
You said it was more than 4, and I was like, I think it's a Waylay. That's definitely a Waylay.
Well, because
Yeah.
he like picked up his Cad leader like it was going to die, but he doesn't die to 3 damage. So I was like really confused about what was happening.
Gotcha.
Okay, and then Yoda gets to attack and kill. Yoda gets to restore. So yeah, now it feels like Yoda's in a pretty decent spot. Cad has died, which the 2 damage pings are done now. This Boba does still have a shield, so kind of get. I would assume that you're looking
Blue.
for a takedown.
Don't listen to the non-blue player. Shields don't matter. Shields are a myth.
Well,
we just
Shields
take down
need
those.
a card. Yeah, so we haven't seen a takedown in hand yet.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
And obviously, as the first actions, we can kill the Yoda if he wants.
Oh, are you still in Streamlabs?
Everything crashed on my end. Oh, we're back. I'm back
Okay.
anyway.
Yeah, welcome back.
All right. So yeah, it looks like he runs the shield into the Obi-Wan. So now Yoda is bigger. Also gets to draw a card. Tarkentown has been used as the question that got asked in chat by Carlos. Tarkentown was used turn 1 to kill the Queel.
Cool. Yep. Now we're in Luke territory.
Yeah. Luke territory, Obi-Wan has died, and Obi seems really good in this matchup and in this deck, as we've seen. Even though it got captured, it still came back and saved a ton of health.
Pew.
Yeah.
Respecting damage on base. Very nice. And also stopping any weirdness with like killing Yoda because it has XP on it and getting an untap and
Yeah, true.
that burst damage. So very responsible there.
Yeah. I would assume he's going to be even more responsible and hit Yoda into this Boba. But we'll see. I see a Zuckuss in hand, so he may want to save damage.
That's 6.
Yoda.
Yeah, that's 6 damage. Oof. That's a lot of damage you could be throwing at.
Yeah.
Oof.
Neek attacking the Zuckuss. This is interesting. So Zuckuss can't kill Yoda at the moment, but he can kill Yoda if he swings into Boba. So I'm curious now if Joel is just going to swing this Yoda into base and say you can't kill my Yoda leader, or play something else. We see a redemption in hand that could come down next turn. Because 6 to base when your leader has restore 3 is not the end of the world. He's also on a 30-point base.
Yeah, I think this is a desperation attack base from Cad. I don't. Oh, it's sneak attacking this early. Like you want stats on the board that stay on the board.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised.
Like
I would rather just play Zuckuss. I think just play him out
most of the time. Yeah, because we're 17 damage from getting there.
Yeah, and
with Boba
3 every attack. So yeah, he does.
Yeah,
go to base. I love this decision to go to base here.
Yep.
I think with no sneak Zuckuss, or with no Zuckuss at all, you kill the Boba there. But when now Zuckuss can't kill Boba, or Zuckuss can't kill Yoda. He dies after this turn anyway. Oh, Yoda has restore too? I thought he had restore. Either way. Restore a couple. A few plus minus 1, you know. And now the CAD player realizing that, I mean, I guess if he has another, he also didn't activate CAD ping, which would have let Zuckuss kill Yoda. It could have been intentional. Maybe he's going to attack into Yoda now that he's gone to base, or gonna CAD ping now. Because with the ping, one extra damage, Yoda does die to the Zuckuss. Whatever.
Yoda has 9 health.
Oh,
it's 11 health.
I thought he was.
Yeah, no. We're still in the range of like we need. Yeah. We need. You're in the headspace. You just thought that he was going to attack into Boba. You thought that was going to happen.
Exactly.
That never did.
Exactly. Yeah. So Yoda has Yoda has 8 damage on him and now has 3 health left. So but if you McClunky the Boba, that's not ideal. Force choke. Okay, interesting. So really wanted to get Yoda off the board. Make sure Joel draws his card. Yeah, there we go. Last week we saw a lot of force chokes not draw cards. So, all right, now that I have...
Yeah, force choke's an amazing card when your opponent doesn't draw.
Yeah, exactly.
So good.
All right, now that I've gotten every stat on Yoda wrong once this cast, we're good. I got there.
all right. When does it deploy again, Jeff?
7.
I think it's a 5 deploy, maybe.
Yeah, Yoda deploys for 4 as a 5, 6, or 8. We got it. We know.
Perfect.
We know all the cards here.
Well, that's the advantage of playing rogue decks, right? Like,
yeah.
I mean, I think everyone should respect blue, white, red just as a card pool.
Definitely.
I think you could.
Read Yoda at the start of the game just to make sure.
Yep.
And then, the feels worse when your opponent has 6 cards in hand.
Yeah, no joke. This is the value game. Mm-hmm. He's just getting more out of his cards
before it can get McClunkied. Again, I love that. I think you really have to respect Bozine in this matchup just because you don't want him to play it like 5 times. And yeah, we've already seen one CAD unit as well. I would imagine they're on the full play set, but you would think that Yoda's top game has him. Yoda's late game and top deck ability has him in the driver's seat from here. But we'll have to see. CAD obviously still has tools to do good things, but with the amount of churn you get with this Yoda leader as well, you would think he's
super consistent. Yep. And now he's putting cards on top of the deck, which means he's not digging. He's happy with what he sees. Like, that's terrifying if you're a CAD.
Yeah. Mercenary gunship getting stolen.
He's a value gamer. He's getting the most out of his cards, and it's great when you can get the most out of your opponent's cards.
So yeah.
Yeah. Mm.
Oh, interesting. So yeah, like I can't do anything about my camera being off. There was a quick Streamlabs restart on our end, so I think that may have messed up the camera. So we'll probably be able to get that fixed in between rounds. But there was a weird restart of the Streamlabs that seems to have messed up my camera. As you don't want to see my face anyway, it's fine.
Yeah. People want to see a glorious beard though. Yeah, I'm not Jonathan. I don't have the glorious beard.
Yeah.
The duo. And hopefully we don't see Jonathan because Jonathan's playing today. So
yeah,
hopefully
Jonathan is one of the Emperor Palpatine players that are out there. I believe it was a few.
One of the eight.
Yeah, there's a decent number of Palpatines there, which is kind of surprising because I think everyone expected there to be a lot of Sabine, and there is. So it's kind of interesting that there's 8 Palpatines.
Let's run the matchup roulette.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, I have a Palpatine yellow deck built right now, and its name in SWODB is Sabine Dodger. So. Alex Jones asking in chat, how did the Yoda player steal the space unit? It was a mercenary gunship, so he paid 4 to steal it.
Yep.
And at that point, CAD decided it was time to go to game 2, which I definitely agree with that decision. At that point, you're so far behind on board, and you know these are going to be long, grindy matchups. So you try to get, just try to make sure you have enough time for the next 2 games.
Yeah, Yoda flipped defeating the CAD unit.
Oh yeah, Yoda flip CAD was so that was the turning point in the game. I think Joel having the crate to discard off his deck.
And the interesting study right there is he had the Razor Crest line and never needed it, never played it, just played to the ground arena. So.
I mean, we saw the one time he played a lightsaber. It went really poorly for him.
Yeah, true. That was
also like the for both players, the 4 through 6 resource turns were incredibly awkward. Right? We saw Joel on the 6 resource turn play only a lightsaber and that's it, and have his unit immediately get captured. We saw CAD on 2 only play a crafty smuggler, on 4 only play a crafty smuggler, and then on 5 only play a surprise strike. So there was a lot of awkward resource through the middle turns there, which I think drastically favors Yoda, who just wants to take it late.
Yep, for sure. Oh, the invisible hand coming into view.
Nice.
Getting that promo was passed
It's
out.
not lore accurate. It's not the visible.
You can see it. It's right there. It's the visible hand. Is that a Jolly Roger? Is the Jolly Roger happy? No. It's about marketing.
And yeah, Kel's in chat pointing out that great call to scoop here versus what we saw in round one, where Quinlan played it out super late and didn't finish game two. I think both these players are giving themselves the chance to get through 3 games if they need to. Because nobody wants a double loss. A lot of times you're sitting there as the control deck just saying, please concede. I don't want you to spike a game 2. We both get a double loss.
Yeah, I think one of the things I find really fun is the Bazine out of hand versus Bazine out of resource kind of discussion. Is like a lot of players love playing Bazine out of hand, and to me, it's kind of like card disadvantage, right? You get some information, of course.
Yeah,
but
I get it. Because 4 is like, it feels like you're paying double the cost. 4 feels like a lot, but I agree. Like the ability to just say I'm not using a card from hand and getting your best card out of hand is really nice.
Mm-hmm. Yep, sideboards are done. Drawing back up. I gotta get real close to the camera to see what we're playing. Looks like Joel is keeping a Kanan from what I can see. Okay. All right, resourcing decisions are done. I think that's now there are 2 of them on the CAD player side, so we'll see if we get one of those fun starts. Sabine unit takedown Kanan, and looks like the Yoda. He chose Sabine unit scamming the turn 1. All right. Joel has to claim. There's a hot shot blaster. We got some smuggle in here. Very nice.
Yeah.
Love my smuggle.
What are your thoughts there in this matchup of scamming the turn 1 versus taking the unit you care more about not seeing later, just in general? Because
I don't think Bazine develops enough stats. Right? It's only 1 attack. So like as far as your offensive pressure, you still have to get 30 damage on the base, and it's oftentimes gonna be a lot more than that because of Yoda and Kanan and everything else. So like I think trying to snowball this 1 damage, I think is ultimately going to lead to a lot of losing lines, but we'll see.
I think the one thing is that we see a McClunky, and that is what we see because with them, I think the Sabine take makes a lot of sense with the McClunky because Sabine was just going to smash in and kill the Bazine anyway. So now with the McClunky, you can say, all right, now I can replay the Bazine and take the card that I'm more worried about.
Yeah.
But nothing feels worse than you Bazine the Sabine and then you just play another one.
Yeah, exactly. You know, like trying to go for that, and then their Sabine just kills your unit, and you're just like feeling bad.
Now we see the Obi get taken, which we saw Obi put in a lot of work last game. So now the CAD player is saying, I'm gonna respect the later game card that messed me up a lot in game 1.
Yep, I like it. What was that cannon? Throwing it down. Fortunately, against Cad Bane, that 5 health isn't as great. You got things like
Yeah.
Forlom. But like if they're playing Forlom and then trade their unit, you're super happy with that as the Yoda player. So
yeah, and we do still have Tarkentown up. So it could be just like play an underworld card, attack Bazine into it for 1, and then Tarkentown. But yeah, I mean we've seen the 5 health is obviously a good break point for the against Tarkentown.
Tarkentowns for sure.
Daring Raid. So I would imagine we're just going to see a Daring Raid Tarkentown here then. A much cleaner.
Yep.
We can spend the other 3 resources. CAD.
Yeah, Daring Raid's super meta relevant, killing a lot of the 2 health ships in Django.
Yeah, definitely.
Getting you to kill Han's turn 1 plays with Tarkentown. Yeah, very good. What's he going to develop? Can't pass on 3 resources. You got a hot shot blast if you can't do anything else.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what's happening. What's happening right now is Joel is debating if I think he is debating if he passes or claims here because he's trying to get Yoda value. Yep.
Yeah. That's
what's happening.
I like that, especially, and now you know the Bazine's coming back down, so whatever your best card is, you can just hide on top of your deck.
Yep.
So this is where Yoda activation is really good against the Bazine.
Mm-hmm.
What do we see?
Yeah, we're sitting here.
Cassian Yoda. He just takes the K2. A single most powerful card that I could see there. It looked like there was a blue removal spell, but I couldn't tell which one. But obviously not one he was very concerned about.
Yep.
So we've seen 3 Bazines this game, and the other thing is we really see this game why Bazine lets you draw a card after discards 1 instead of just straight discard. That would be very oppressive if you didn't get the card replaced.
For sure. Had to be way more expensive of a card for sure.
Yeah, Bossk coming down. Clean answer to Yoda here.
Yep.
But again, we're not seeing the damage go on base, and we're seeing Yoda's ability able to really keep the right cards in hand for Joel here.
Mm-hmm. So that 1 damage is not worth it. Yeah, you just claim. Yep. Looking at a smuggle row. I know there's a hotshot blaster down there.
Yeah.
Didn't see another Bazine or anything. Could have missed it though. He's thinking he is in the tank. It's an interesting one because he wants to protect his Bossk, so he's valuing. So Forlom came in and took out the Ketsuo. Okay, it's taking the value trade.
I think it's nice too because you're getting close to the Yoda flip turn, and now he has to think about the Zuckuss because the Forlom's still out there.
Oh, one thing about Yoda is he kills something when he flips. So
sure, but now you're not killing the Bossk if you kill the Forlom. So just having multiple threats to try to threaten the Yoda a little bit more than he was able to in game 1.
And this is the Cad Bane textbook. This is, value trade, get good numbers with pings, build up a board, pop off.
Yeah. We see him going really wide here. It looks like there's going to be a takedown on something. So I think he wants to take down the Forlom, but you also want to save the Bossk damage. So I like taking down the Bossk here, because also, like you said, Yoda flip can most likely kill the Forlom anyway. So I like that move a lot.
Yeah.
Now you get the Queel, so we'll have to see if he has another Underworld card to play. Interesting attack here. This attack makes me think he can kill the Queel. Because I don't like losing initiative. Okay, so yeah, he's going to ping Tarkentown. But he could have just... What are your thoughts there on using Tarkentown versus just attacking Bazine into Queel and then playing an Underworld card?
No, wouldn't get it. That's only 2 damage.
Well, with CAD deployed, it's 2. So Bazine attacks for 1, and then CAD...
No, CAD... Okay, you're right. Yeah, you're right. He might have just missed that line. It's probably better to attack with Bazine. Yeah. Use the stats efficiently.
Yeah, and then you still have your Tarkentown up for an Obi-Wan or Luke or whatever big thing might come down later. But, yeah, and interesting.
Yeah, we're talking about 2 health on. We're talking about saving 2 health on Bazine versus using Tarkentown. Yeah, Tarkentown is way more utility.
Yeah. Looks like we're going to see Luke come in here, probably to kill the Forlom. So now Zuckuss can't ambush. He couldn't Yoda activate before then. But now he can Yoda activate, and especially if this CAD goes to base, you're feeling a little bit better about your Luke staying out. Because you know the CAD player's remembering last game Yoda flip killed a CAD, so he probably doesn't want to just like CAD the Luke right away, even if he has it.
Do that again. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Just some minor actions, get your opponent, get more resources out of your opponent. Yep.
Yeah. Symbiote hopping in chat, showing George some love.
No, let me see some of you. What's happening? Yeah.
Oh no, I just realized my camera's back up. I gotta
You're back on.
Stop picking my nose and act normal and all that stuff, you know? See, we see an Obi in hand. I think right now Joel's probably deciding
Joel's in the tank.
what he wants to do with the...
So I think we're doing the dance of like, does he pass here versus does he Yoda ability, right? Those are his 2 options. And I think he just slammed that on top. Okay. Okay, what is the signal?
Interesting putting a damage on Luke with Bazine. What does that signify?
That's a great question. Is it Forlom? No.
Because CAD could have captured him anyway.
Yeah. Is it now there are 2 of them?
It is just CAD capture Luke. So that's an interesting to put the Bazine damage on him first.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's way too late for now there are 2 of them. That doesn't make sense. Weird. But he learned from the last game. Don't give him a free kill on CAD.
Until after flip.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe he attacked to make Joel think he didn't have the CAD. Maybe that might have been the point of the attack, to say, oh, flip now, I don't have the CAD, you'll be fine.
Mm-hmm. Oh, maybe it was like a bluff, why he attacked into the Luke? Quite possibly.
Here, this is... Oh, okay, Obi-Wan.
We won, all right.
You see a perilous position as well, so that may be something that could come in next turn.
Interesting. Yeah, because now he's got 2 resources remaining.
It's also interesting, is it's tough to attack with this CAD now, because you don't want to give him back a Luke, even if you get 2 cards for it, unless you have another way to answer the Luke. Oh, Blaster's really good here.
Mm-hmm.
Kill the Obi for free. And is Blaster an Underworld card or no?
No, it's an item.
I don't think so. Okay, so no ping from that. So Yoda still with 9 HP left. CAD can't kill it now, but could with 1 Underworld card played. Force throw. Looks like there's some cheap cards in hand, but you probably want to play the No Good to Me Dead, but now you have to discard it. It does keep all your units alive. And there's that 1 resource left, so if there's another force throw, which I think I see in hand. It's hard to tell. There's a Kanan. There's a red card that may be a force throw in Joel's hand still. Because the second force throw I think would be really good here. But I like the 2 damage on CAD unit because now Yoda can attack and kill him if you get there. So now CAD could kill Yoda
coming in for
or 9 to base. I feel like you probably just go 9 to base here.
Yeah. Yoda's gonna kill. Yoda's gonna.
Looks like he's reading that it's an on attack trigger, so we would get the Luke back on attack if he is going into base. But the 2 damage got moved away, so does that mean... Okay, they were just reading the card.
Yeah.
So yeah, CAD does go into base here.
Mm-hmm.
Which makes sense. And the other thing...
he's not rescuing Luke.
Not rescuing Luke.
He does not want his opponent to have 2 cards.
Yeah. So he's throwing away his Yoda to kill the CAD and get his Luke back.
Alright. That is the sign of a value gamer right there. Respects 2 cards over his leader. Alright. Wow, I think it's a totally reasonable decision.
Yeah, for sure. But I think if you're both in top deck mode, you're going to be okay. You got the Restore 3 on Luke coming in. Luke can kill CAD leader. And also now you got your My Only Hope value engine back online with the Yoda ability to draw and manipulate the top of your deck.
Yep.
But yeah, we saw both blasters come in really clutch for CAD, really changing the math, letting him kill Obi in one action and then letting him get a bunch of damage on base and kill the Yoda leader back.
Yep. I think he has initiative this turn because of that double blaster.
Looks like it's on Joel's side, but I thought he did. Okay, they just didn't move the token.
Yeah,
CAD has initiative. $18 damage on base, so the 30-point base really coming in big here, where it makes it a tough decision. Do you get the 6 in with CAD to let Luke clean him up for free? Or do you try to do something else to this Luke first? Because if you don't play an Underworld card first and Luke kills CAD, you can't kill him this turn with the ping. You're giving Joel a chance to play another unit to absorb the pings. So... if he has any ambush unit, that makes a decision much simpler. Ruthless Raider does not kill the Luke still. So now 2 damage or two resources left for CAD. I don't think you're worried about anything else this turn that can kill the Luke. So I think you can kind of take your time with you either use the Yoda activation or so Yoda activation first. I'm gonna put a card down. And D-House asking why CAD attacked first. We're pretty sure CAD should have had initiative in that round. I think they just didn't move the token over. Yeah, so Yoda activation. He has You're My Only Hope in hand. He also has some other goodies. So he is going to play something for cheaper here. Oh, did he Yoda a card to the bottom? He must have Yoda a card to the bottom.
That was
the YOLO. YOLO hit something. I'm thinking that might have been just because he knew he already had the cannon, so he could already spend his resources, and he has enough to play anything off the top. So he's like, I might as well just spend this card to see if I hit something.
That's because he's in check, assuming that CAD can kill Luke, which should be very achievable for the CAD deck.
Well, they can't kill it with a ping or a McClunky because there's no underworld units out right now, and there's a backup for the ping, and Kanan also heals. So I think it's...
I mean, any ambusher does it.
Yeah, it has to be an ambush unit, but
yeah.
we've already seen one Bossk and one Forlom. So it would need to be... And one Ruthless Raider. So most of his ways to kill Luke, he has less than 3 of in his deck.
Yeah.
But yeah, now you get the Luke attack, and then presumably you'll get the Kanan attack after this. So... Yeah, you're my only hope into a Fel, the dragon, which had no legal targets. So that was a... He Yoda activated it. He must have put a card on bottom, and then got the Fel off the top. Wait, so he did have the Forlom.
Okay, so he's triggering the CAD unit first. Okay.
Yeah, I like this play because if he puts it on the Kanan, you can just kill the Kanan. But he puts it on the Luke. Interesting then to not play the Forlom before attacking with the Raider.
No, he did attack with Raider already.
No, I'm saying... Oh, sorry. Interesting to attack with the Raider first because he let the Luke get the Restore 3 off.
Oh, yeah. We got the second Luke coming down. We'll see which one he goes after, whether it's Zuckuss or Ruthless Raider.
Yeah. He's at 23 on base, so you're a little bit worried about this damage, but killing the Raider means that your Kanan dies, and you take 2 to base, and then you're dead to the Zuckuss. So I think you have to Luke and kill the...
Oh, yeah, so it's always Zuckuss. Yeah.
And then just work on your Restore to...
The CAD player pointing to his watch. So what time do you have in round? He's asking for a time check.
Yeah, interesting play because I think...
Yeah, we're probably at 40-ish minutes into the round, so probably 15 minutes left. From what I can see.
7 minutes left, it looked like.
7 minutes? Okay.
And yeah, interesting. So Joel basically milled the Fel with You're My Only Hope, but if he played it, I think he has to defeat his Luke there. So it either needed to stay on top of the deck or kill his Luke. Because You're My Only Hope is revealed
your
deck.
Yeah. That's a tough one. I don't usually YOLO. You're my only hope with Yoda.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's look at the top card of your deck, you may play it. So yeah, if he did, and he put it into his discard pile, signifying he played it. So, but yeah, I don't know. It would be better if he had kept it. If he had just kept it on top. So it certainly wasn't an unfair advantage that he got from doing that, but it was technically not the legal play. Because yeah, again, with multiple Zuckasses down, he would love to have a Fel back.
So Cat is tapped out, no cards in hand. Ruthless Raider
down, but this Luke is just
out healing it.
Yeah, Luke plus Yoda out heals the damage that the Raider does.
Yep.
And they've got about 6 minutes left. So Joel is basically just trying to hang on in this game too.
I'm guessing right now he's weighing Surprise Strike would be my intuition.
Yeah, because the damage on base doesn't matter. So it's, do you want to play the Yoda or do you want to guarantee the 3 restore? I think guaranteeing the 3 restore versus getting maybe 5 restore is probably where you want to be. Because now you can just do that. He's going to attack, and you can next action play the Yoda out to have more restore.
Yeah, I can't see the damage unless I get really.
I think it was 12, so I think it I think it was 12. It's really hard to read the dial.
Yeah.
Not 100% sure.
Yeah, I have to get really close to see anything.
There's Jabba. Let's see. What does Jabba hit here?
But yeah, having 3 attacks from Luke, that adds up. That's probably all the damage that's on the base.
Jabba whiffs because Surprise Strike is not a trick to hit. It's a tactic. And then, Cad scoops it up to that.
Let's see.
So we see Joel take it 2-0. But yeah, I think well played by Joel. He realized there his lines when he needed to claim, what to do with the Luke unit. Cad played. I think Cad played around the Yoda flip a lot better in game 2. We saw the Cad unit be a little bit more effective in that game. Joel had to spend a lot of resources to kill it.
Yeah, for sure. That's the power dirtling, or we call it power dirtling. But yeah, that's another interesting thing about the tokens. Token strategies, token decks that are coming, and are here. Like, going into flip turns, dirtling allows you to answer leaders a lot cleaner. Whether it's like ambush tactics, whether it's removal, whatever it might be. So it's a fun little strategy they can play with. But
yeah, it's really interesting to me how big a lot of decks need to have initiative to have the first action, and how big a lot of turns you need to be able to have the last action.
Yes, that's one of the cool things of Star Wars Unlimited. Very much so. Like, I think the Han Sabine matchup is like a perfect example of where if you're just going face as the Han player, you're allowing your opponent a bunch of actions going onto the Han flip turn.
Yeah.
And they can more easily just Poe your Han. If you can do a little bit of cleanup, kill 1 or maybe 2 units, whatever, and then start applying pressure, like, you're going into your flip turn, and they're gonna have to start passing, which you're just like sick.
Yeah. And really, I think it's a big advantage to be able to dirtle without actually passing, because passing signifies I've got something that I'm waiting for, versus I have these 3 1/1s that are ready, so I'm just going to start attacking you with them, and you don't know if they just don't care about initiative, or are they holding this removal spell. So it hides what you're doing a lot better too.
Yep, passing, because it also at a high level of play, like, why your opponent's passing. If your opponent has 5 resources, they're trying to ambush Poe, or if they're trying to, take down your Sabine.
For your Sabine or whatever. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. These are all very easily readable situations, and when your opponent passes, you're basically just putting up a giant billboard and saying, like, this is what I'm gonna do.
Hey guys.
So.
Hello. Hey, we're here with Carter, who is the tournament organizer. And
how's it going?
Yeah.
Hey,
Carter,
how are you
doing
doing
a little bit today? It's going great.
Yeah, it's going really good. We've got a pretty good showing. Had over 100 players, so it's been super busy, super exciting. So.
Yeah. So, as a TO, how do you feel about the PQ system in general? Like, how do you like the system that the FFG has been putting in place for competitive play?
I gotta come clean. Unfortunately, I am the sales director.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Oh, gotcha.
The person that sets up all the events is at a con, so I'm just kind of stepping in helping.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, no worries.
I will say, like, I got in set 1 when I saw the roadmap at Gamma before it was released. I was excited. I come from a Magic background, so it reminds me of kind of like the old Star City Games IQ system and open system. So I like it a lot. There's a clear, defined path of how to, go to the next level with the game. So I like the bit I've seen. We've gotten awesome responses from the community. So
going deeper and back into the old Magic systems, I think a lot of Magic players were kind of put off because there used to be a Magic system, for those that didn't play it, where if you played enough of these large tournaments that you would travel to these Grand Prix, you would get buys. You would accumulate points and be able to get buys in the rounds, so you could avoid the first couple of rounds eventually. Pro players could play, and it would be a little bit easier for them to make day 2. So I think that, to me, it's really cool to get that kind of system in where, okay, you do well in certain tournaments, you get buys or you get advantages in other tournaments. So I really like that aspect that they're bringing that to Star Wars for sure.
Sleeping in is always nice.
Right.
Yeah. So so you said you're the sales director for this store. What all does that entail? Like what duties does that entail on like a day-to-day basis?
Yeah, so I'm in charge of all the front of house stuff. So I know there's not a camera in here, but our flagship store is 12,000 square feet. So we're safety rated for like 500-600 people at a time in the store. So I mean, it's a lot of merchandising, pricing, in charge of customer relations. So if there's any weird transactions, I gotta take care of that. For better, for worse, employee relations. So playing HR, but anything that in a typical retail store that's front of house, in person, that's kind of my duty.
Nice. That's cool. So you told us a little bit about how big the store is. So tell us a little bit more about Level Up Games in general. It sounds like you have a huge store, big following in the Duluth area. So tell us a bit about the store.
Yeah, so we started about 6 years ago. I'm friends with the owner. He was kind of looking to get back into the owning a store scene because he was tired of hosting people at his house so far away. And he's like, not throwing rocks at other stores, but he's like, there's no other store I want to hang out at. I don't want to play at or spend my free time at. So we took over an old comic store and then just revamped it like crazy, just put in a lot of time. Mostly, I come from a mall retail background, so it's no secret. The retail side is what pays the bills and keeps things going. Playing games is fun, but retail is important, so we put a big emphasis on that. The customer experience, the shopping experience, and people will come hang out and play. And that's kind of been our mantra, is creating a good shopping or retail experience. And then our community is kind of built around that, where people that share our same view of like a clean store, super nice fixtures, clean bathrooms.
Right, exactly.
Very important.
Just the basics, and it's just like but
no, it's fantastic when you walk in the beginning, like when you first walk into the doors, there's a little vending Pokemon machines that really get your attention.
Oh, yeah.
And then all of the merchandise is kind of set in, like, I guess an L or V kind of. So you've got the walls of merchandise on both sides, and then you kind of walk through, and then there's like tons of tables for well over 130 players. I'm sure you know the exact number. And then on the other side, it's all miniature tables.
Yeah, we got about 30 miniature tables for 40K. So.
Oh, that's cool. I think a lot of stores have had problems with the PQs trying to be up to 100 plus players, where that's hard for a lot of stores to do. But it sounds like you guys are really set up for that kind of event.
Yeah, we are, because we went to our Asmodee rep and we're like, hey, Atlanta's big. Why didn't we get one? There's some stores in the Southeast that can't hold it, and they go, how much can you hold? And we're like, this is our floor plan, and they're like, oh my god, we missed it. We should have done that the first round.
Right.
But and then the last thing about us, the one thing we take pride in is how well versed we are in each part of the gaming sector. So I'm sure everyone's been to stores. They do a lot of singles, card games. I mean, we go just as deep in board games, miniatures, RPGs, Gundam. And I think, especially Atlanta, but I'm sure most places, there's a void where there's stores that are just so into one thing, where we do it all. And it helps our portfolio. Miniatures will be down, so TCGs are hot. So it's like our cash flow is always good. There's always something keeping the other departments up while it's down. So,
that's awesome. And it's a great location.
Thank you.
Yeah, tons of restaurants and hotels.
Yeah, Duluth's got a cool area. I actually grew up in Georgia, so when I was a kid, I played the Lord of the Rings TCG at a game store in Duluth.
Oh, okay, yeah. We're right across from Gwinnett Place Mall, where they filmed Stranger Things. So
nice.
During the filming, we got a huge influx of people coming in. So And then we've expanded to 4 stores, so things are going good.
Congratulations, that's awesome.
Thank you. Yeah, looking to get a 5th one. We made a soft announcement on personal pages looking at doing a Level Up Games Con too.
Oh, nice.
So we rented out half a convention center for that, so that'll be in October. So things are looking great for us, so we're excited. Yeah.
That is fantastic.
Do you guys have a big online presence, like a TCG Play or anything like that, where people can find you?
Right now, we're building out our website. It's just levelupgamesatl.com. We don't do singles. We got rid of singles a year and a half ago. Which, the way Magic is trending, kind of the right decision.
Yeah,
because there's
Magic
20
singles are
versions of
really
everything.
rough right now, for sure.
Yeah, it's a nightmare. So, but yeah, just levelupgamesatl.com. We just hired a marketing director a couple weeks ago, full time. So we're trying to build that out. So it's functional. It looks decent, but we're trying to make it more pretty and flow a little better.
It looks fantastic.
Yeah, it's really cool to me to see these really big game stores doing well, because I think a lot of people want the really big tournaments, but it's hard to need a convention hall or to tag on to an SCG con or to have your own convention or whatever. So when you just have a store that can hold hundreds of people, I think it's really awesome that the scene's getting more of those.
Yeah, it's exciting, and it's fun going to all the industry exclusive cons and talking to other people that have big stores too, or even small stores. But it's a lot to learn, a lot of cool networking. So the industry's in a cool place. No better time to be involved in tabletop gaming in general.
Sure. Awesome. Well, thank you, Carter. Appreciate it.
Hey, no problem. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. Thanks for talking to us.
Make sure I heard it right, but we're going to start round 3 at 3. Is that what they said?
I think they said 1:15. I think they're doing a little lunch break.
My bad.
Oh, okay, so about 20 minutes from now then?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Just a quick little lunch break. Let everybody grab a snack. Yep. Which your store has plenty of. It's fantastic. Tons of snacks and drinks.
Oh, yeah.
All right, appreciate you, Carter.
All
We'll be
right,
back with you later.
thanks so much. Sounds good.
Thank you. All right, guys. Well, we're going to take a short break. I'm sure you guys need a quick break too. So.
I'm gonna say that'll be it for me. I should probably sign off. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, George. We appreciate you.
No, you're welcome. Ton of fun.
Absolutely.
All
right, Jeff.
Excited to hear what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll keep you in the loop. All right, Jeff.
Sounds good.
Be back with you at 1:15.
All right, sounds good.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Yo, what's going on?
Yo, I'm not sure where Frank and Courtney are because they need to be the ones to like put you actually in the.
Got it. I wonder.
But we are back live, so.
Oh right, is my audio on? Hello.
I believe it is. Say something again. We're doing a live sound check here.
Yeah, I'm here. Check 1, 2, 3. Muting the stream is a good idea, so I don't double hear myself.
Yeah, alright, so your audio's in. So you're good there. Welcome back, everyone, to Round 4 coverage. I am Jeff Creasy. I'm here with my teammate, Co Dameron.
Hi, everyone. I'm Colby. I am Code Dameron. I am your Boca Raton Bothan spy.
And looks like here we have Quinlan Tarkentown against Sabine ECL coming in for round 4.
This is round 4 of the Duluth PQ. I'm excited. I've been playing a lot of Quinlan myself. That's what I chose to bring to. I brought a Quinlan Green to my PQ, but I'm really excited to see. I have a lot of locals who play the Quinlan list, and I've seen a lot of variation in the Sabine lists. I know that it's very good to play 2, 3, 4 Poe Wrecker, but I think there's a lot of different ways that they can go.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that a lot of Sabines are... there's been a little bit of innovation kind of late in the set cycle for Sabine, which is pretty interesting. Some Sabines are going to General's Blade. Some Sabines are going to Timely Reinforcements. So kind of interested to see if we see any of that tech out of this Sabine, or if it'll be more of the like beginning of the set kind of Sabine.
Is there anything spicy or anything that you're excited to see out of this Sabine list? Any choices that would excite you? You know, the little things.
Well, I really like the General's Blade type stuff because Quinlan is a deck that's all about having the math line up correctly, right? Like you want to Plo Koon ambush into whatever plus pings, and I think that the General's Blade can really help change that math a bit. Where either the units trade back, or they kill Quinlan a little bit easier, or they're harder to deal with. So I'm kind of interested to see if Sabine is on that and how that works out versus, you know, if Quinlan brings in bamboozles, for instance, or something like that, if we could get blowouts one way or the other. Yeah,
the Quinlan, whether or not the Quinlan is playing Enhancement Hate is going to matter. It often does. The bamboozles and the Fang Fighters can even come in. And I think that a big part of this matchup is the turn 2 play from Sabine. If Sabine is playing ships and the Quinlan finds a Falcon, that's really bad for the Sabine. If the Sabine plays Fighters for Freedom or another 4 health unit on turn 2, Quinlan can get that with the Tarkentown. So there's a lot of safe lines that the Quinlan player can play, killing off the turn 1 units and such. But I think that how much value the Quinlan player gets off of the Tarkentown is really important in this matchup.
For sure. And I feel like in general, Sabines have 2 options for their ECL. It's either ECL as early as possible to take early board control, or save it for Poe or Wrecker. As the Quinlan player, what would you rather see what would you rather see? Would you rather Sabine use their ECL early and you have to catch back up on board, or would you rather see them wait for the Poe or Wrecker?
Yeah, if the Sabine has to ECL early, if the Sabine player ECLs in the first couple turns, that is huge for the Quinlan player. Tarkentown, like in set 1, was kind of the main tool against ECL, because ECL would come in, hit something, take damage, and then Quinlan would the Tarkentown would be able to kill that unit. So if Sabine can hold the ECL for those big units, that's really big.
Yeah. And this Quinlan player is our teammate Stan. Evil Squirrels Stan. So we got another Bothan member on stream, which is nice. And we saw the classic Sabine, rather than passing into the Tarkentown, they just start with the ping. So basically Sabine can always get the free ping in this matchup, because they're going to want to Tarkentown your turn 1 play. And we see the turn 1 Grogu, so if that doesn't... You would assume that that's not going to get answered right away, and that can really hamper all the Darksaber type of play lines that Sabine might want to do.
I've found...
turns on Force Throw early, which is nice.
I really hope that. Okay, so there's that turn 1 Tarkin Town. So now that ECL is a lot more free to be aggressive, and I think this is fine. This is okay into the 3/2 unit. We'll see if Quinlan here is able to play another 2-drop later, either on turn 2 or turn 3. Then it will almost feel like that Tarkin Town was wasted on a unit that only had 2 health anyway, that Jyn Erso.
Yeah, and we see Sabine going wide here with the 2+1. I really like going wide against Quinlan because Quinlan wants to play on curve and ping on curve. So when you go wide, you make it harder for them to remove everything. But Ezra is really good here, just getting extra cards, cleanly killing the battlefield Marine, and then leaving Grogu up to deal with Sabine. I think Ezra's a good one.
So I was saying I really care about this turn 2 play from the Sabine. I think that having just a battlefield Marine there, game losing for the Sabine at this super high level. But having 2 units, I think it's good. I think playing the R2D2 is a really great way to have a consistent unit for the wing leader, for the fleet lieutenant. Not something that Sabine really needed because she can flip herself. But having the Grogu on the Quinlan side means that with Sabine having 2 units, it's almost always going to get full value. Some sort of value out of that Grogu. Seems okay, but I would rather see Sabine with a bigger. I don't know. Okay, tricky. These are fine play lines.
Yeah, for sure. So like we saw Ezra take out the battlefield Marine, left the card on top, and then R2 take out the Ezra. So now it's interesting here. We see a red 3 in Stan's hand to play. But I would imagine he just wants to wait and tap down the Sabine leader. So again, the ping here is free for Sabine, and I would imagine we're gonna see Stan pass on Quinlan, waiting for Sabine to deploy. And that's where so the Sabine player has the K2, which is nice because you obviously can't rely on anything like Darksaber in this matchup.
So the K2 SO is always that the Sabine wants to play on this turn, right? It's either that or the Darksaber, and it always feels like the Sabine player kind of has it, right? Again, we're going 2, 3, 4 every time, and is that is that an ECL play?
It doesn't. No, he just played the K2. He didn't ECL it.
And there's the force throw. So that's that real value of the Grogu play here, with which being able to force throw early on, and running the full package of Grogu, Quinlan, Ezra turns on those early force throw plays. One of the big advantages of playing the early Tarkin Town lines.
Trying to figure out if I may be having some audio difficulties. I don't hear you anymore.
I think, hold on. Check. That should be a little better.
Okay, now I hear you. All right, cool. We're back. Sorry, guys. We're doing it live.
Yeah. Jumping in to the stream. All right. So the Quinlan player is doing a really good job of keeping their units on the board. Force throw is very efficient, and the red 3, the 1 damage on the red 3 from the red 3 is kind of cool on the Grogu. But Grogu tapping down Sabine, that's what Grogu's here for. It would be a lot better if the Sabine had a Darksaber, and the Grogu is kind of stopping the Sabine from having a Darksaber. So Grogu dying to R2 here is a little unfortunate. Do you think that Grogu attacked into R2D2 to force the trade rather than get traded into by the Grogu?
I think that if you're Quinlan, you'd rather tap down the Sabine then get the attack off to kill R2, because you'll be able to kill the R2 for free once Quinlan's out. Like any unit that you play will kill the R2.
So I think that the play that the Quinlan player needs to make here is for Quinlan to flip, and then you want to Plo Koon and kill 2 units.
Yes.
Right? So Plo Koon gets a ton of value into killing Sabine. It ambushes for 7 here with the red. Okay, so it'll kill the Poe.
Yeah.
So,
and I like the pass here by Stan, because otherwise ECLing the Poe will kill Quinlan, and you know Sabine can't afford to do nothing with their 5 resources. So I think that Stan passed there rather than running into the Poe ECL. And now you can deploy Quinlan. Now you can play the Plo Koon, and you can play the Plo Koon and just kill R2 and Poe, or you could kill Sabine and R2. You've got. Well, it looks like there's going to be a surprise strike.
Well, the other question is always what happens if you don't have the cards? What happens if you don't have the main line? Right. Quinlan does want to deploy on 5. He wants to play 2 cards this turn.
Yeah.
Presumably a 3 and a 2. I've found that to be also a very strong play. Make your board big. Do the cool stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Poe being here is very dangerous because he threatens Quinlan, but also I think a good Sabine player here sees 9 damage on a 25 HP base and also only 6 damage on their base and just races. Yeah. I think that there's a huge way that Buzz can just race Stan here and get him out. That's what I would be afraid of as the Quinlan player.
It's interesting. We saw a surprise strike in hand, but he doesn't go for it because he wants to. Oh, he has a daring raid.
The daring raid is a little bit more efficient.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, we're just checking 6 damage on Quinlan.
Yep.
And okay, so do you like daring raid plus and not surprise striking? So Stan chooses here to actually waste 2 resources, not playing the surprise strike at all, and still gets the Poe out. Whereas another playline could have been surprise strike, kill the Poe outright, and still get the 2 damage from daring raid into base or into Sabine. Is that worth not spending the 2 resources, do you think?
I think it is, because also daring raid is more it's more versatile, and if you assume that something happens, like, okay, what if he ECLs into your unit and you don't have a unit left to attack with, then you get to save your surprise. You get to save your surprise strike. You get to save your surprise strike for the later game because it can do more damage to base, and you're not likely to use all of your resources anyway. I think I would rather have the efficiency, like the ability to get the last damage in. And I mean, we're seeing here that daring raid wouldn't finish off this wrecker anyway. So I think this is like worst case scenario, right? Is they ECL a wrecker in and kill your board, but neither of those cards helps you come back from this. So
yeah,
now,
so this looks like GG. This is one of those. Okay,
I don't think
Stan,
it is.
No, it looks like it. What play can Stan make on 6 resources to make this work?
Well, I think the thing is you don't need to make a play on 6 resources because we saw he has a Han unit in hand. So right now he could just claim here and then Han unit into the wrecker, or trade his Cassian in and then Han unit into Sabine and get some damage on base as well.
No, Sabine's too fast.
Yeah,
I think so. Sabine is coming in he's at 18 now. He's going up to 21. So we're in that for a cause I believe in kill zone.
Yeah.
Or rebel assault, even just getting the extra damage. The Han unit's very good. So certainly the Sabine player is going to get 3 damage in while they can, maybe more with some sort of fleet lieutenant. And you have to assume that Rector play is how you win the game. This is what we were talking about at the start. The Quinlan player decided to turn 1 Tarkintown, but the Sabine player was able to save their ECL for the later game huge bomb.
The wing leader is huge because with the red 3 out, Han still kills Sabine, so that takes all the damage off the board.
This is very big. This
is what could get Quinlan back in the game, is not getting that extra damage on base. because Han unit has 7 attack with the red 3 out, so it'll still kill Sabine leader and not take any damage back.
This is one of those, how do you get back in the game? And the answer is in the Sabine player's play line. Are you playing? Do they play greedy? This is, I think, a greedy play from the Sabine player.
Yeah.
Is this going to cost Buzz the game? Are the margins this tight at this level?
Yeah, and I think
no scoops it up.
Interesting.
So it's possible that Stan didn't see that the Han was dealing 7 damage to the Sabine.
Yeah, that must have been it because. Yeah, I was guessing that was what the Sabine player thought as well, which is, hey, I'm 7 health, I'm outside of Han range, but there was a red 3 out, so Han still cleanly answers Sabine there. So,
and then
yeah.
And then
both players missed that.
If that game plays out, Sabine dies. It's still 21. It's still
18.
18.
He still deals 7 damage. But we know that Quinlan would have had a surprise strike in hand and a red 3 out, so Quinlan can deal 13 damage easily on the next turn to base. So it could have pretty easily been a turn the corner moment there. Because Sabine can't ECL anymore, they would need a second record. Doesn't even kill Han without ambush. So I think it could have turned around for sure.
I think that Quinlan can certainly deal enough damage into the Sabine player. You kill the Han, and then you have to ask yourself: does the red 3 kill the wing leader or go to base to save more health? I think that the way that the Quinlan is playing here, they would go for the wing leader and wipe the Sabine's board. Okay, so Sabine needs to get 2 hits worth basically from 18 to 25 with Sabine pings. And I think that on action economy, the Sabine player could get it. Bring in Cassian, there might be a timely something, but really, and then the for a cause. Really, that was the line that Stan needed as the Quinlan player to win. Yeah. And that was the first door opening. Once you see that you have set up, that was not guaranteed. That was a great play by the Sabine player. Before you factor in the extra damage from red 5.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so adjustments. What do you do in the sideboard based on that game for both players?
I'm not sure what Quinlan has access to in their sideboards normally.
Do you think that the Quinlan player should bring in enhancement hate because it's a Sabine matchup? Of course they have Darksaber, right?
Mm-hmm. I think you at least want to bring in Bamboozle because even if it's not bouncing a Darksaber, it's still giving you extra time to either turn the corner or give yourself a safer leader deploy. So I like that card, and it also really hoses the wing leader play. Yeah. So I think you definitely want that. And for the Fang fighters, it depends on if you have other cards main deck that you don't want, that you think you're not going to get to or aren't good in the matchup. If I have cards I want to bring out, then I would bring in Fang fighters for them. And if I don't think I would bother that much because I don't think it's that critical to the plan to have exactly the Fang fighters.
I think that the Quinlan player needs to respect the enhancements. Mm-hmm. I don't think that the Quinlan player needs to go as far as respecting it with a Fang fighter. I think Bamboozle is a great bring-in. And I think that a question that I'm wondering is if the Quinlan player is running Waylay. Did we see any Waylays that match or spare the target?
See any in game 1. And then another answer to the Darksaber is playing Akira on 4 resources before they can play the Darksaber. So they already have answers without having to bring in something like Fang fighters or Spark of Rebellion. Or keeping in the Spark of Rebellion for Darksaber specifically.
Yeah, I think as the Quinlan player playing yellow, keeping in the yellow hand disruption abilities is smart. Mm-hmm. The problem is if you look at their hand and they have 4, 5, 6 Darksaber Pro Wrecker or something like that, you get stuck in saying, do I stop the threat today or tomorrow? Yeah. And the Sabine player ends up fine. Okay, so we see the same turn 1 run out, but instead Stan opts not to take out the gem with the Tarkin time. Is this an adjustment to having just lost?
I don't know. I don't think it's an adjustment so much as this time it's only a 2 health unit. So any other ping kills it, and also your turn 1 play was shielded. So the Jyn Erso can't just trade into they can't easily kill the L3. So you should have a lot of ability here to kill this Jyn. So this is the downside of you get hit by the Fleet Lieutenant, so you take 5 damage now instead of the 3 that you were kind of thinking you were signing up for. But especially if you have another 2-drop to play, it makes a lot of sense.
No, the play here is going to be play a 3, get the ping, and then hopefully the L3 swings into the Fleet Lieutenant. And then later, another 2-drop on 4 resources can come 2 + 2 = kills Jyn Erso.
Yeah,
that's,
and I think
that's
it depends.
Theory.
So the question is, if you don't have another 2-drop in your hand, do you Tarkin Town now? Because you can kill one and Tarkin Town the other, and you just realize, okay, I've eaten damage that I didn't need to, but I need to keep the board clear. Or do you still save the Tarkin Town?
Yeah, it feels kind of bad to play Tarkin Town here. It didn't actually save you the damage. I think you have to hold. I think you made the play to not do it, and I don't think doing it now makes your chances any better.
Well,
all right, here it is.
I actually kind of like the Tarkin Town here because to me, what I think is it's okay to say on turn 2, I'm gonna save this, see if I can ping, take the free attack, and you just got given a better free attack on this turn. But the fact that even if you should have Tarkin Towned on turn 1, I think a lot of players fall into the trap of I made a certain play and I have to stick with that line throughout and play it through all the way versus saying, you know what, regardless of what happened last turn, I look at the board this turn and I think I need to Tarkin Town.
Very fair. Another thing I really like about the current board state for the Quinlan player is that the Quinlan player has more actions. The Quinlan player can actually force the Sabine to make a play right now because the Sabine player doesn't have any units on the board. Now the Sabine player has to either start doing creative passes, which can get kind of dicey.
If you pass the Sabine right here, Quinlan claims 100%. I think, because then they go to their flip turn as well. So Sabine can't afford to pass.
Come on, Blaster Surprise Strike. Get the Sabine out right now. This is where the Sabine falls. Nope.
It is just 3, but if he follows it up with a 4-drop or then you could ping again. There are still some options, and right now L3 is threatening to clean up the Sabine first action next turn.
Giving the Sabine the room to play an enhancement or that wing leader play, the Cassian swinging in first means that the Cassian doesn't take as much damage.
Yep.
But now the Sabine is getting that damage in and still hasn't committed to a play yet. And now Stan on Quinlan has to make his play first. Then might get an initiative.
It looks like there's a Falcon in hand for Stan. I'm trying to see what else we could see. Is that Gamorrean Guards? So he does have a Sentinel now because L3 is yellow. And the 4-drop gets the ping Sabine leader. Fantastic
play here.
Yeah.
Absolutely fantastic. So not playing the Gamo Guards before the Sabine is a little weird. You could have played it an action before swinging with the Cassian, but then you can't. You risk getting sorted.
I like swinging with the Cassian first because that plays around the Wing Leader or the Darksaber plays because you get the 3 damage in with Cassian still living, and then they play Darksaber or Wing Leader. You play the Gamorrean Guards before Sabine attacks. So you only took the damage from the attack because Sabine did not have an upgrade to play on it.
No, thinking through it, you're right. This is that was well played, but you're eating damage to do that. You're eating damage no matter what. But now now Stan has a Gamorrean Guard, and is this a stable board state? Let's take a snapshot. Who's winning right now?
I think that you are happy as Quinlan because you can first action take out this Sabine with L3. Or actually, you might want to you'd probably take it out with Cassian because Cassian lives, or you flip with your behind a Sentinel. So he chooses to flip behind the Sentinel because right now Sabine can't take out this Gamorrean Guards in one attack. K2 trades with it, and then you get to kill Sabine. And now you're sitting here threatening a Plo Koon that can kill Sabine and K2 in the same action with Quinlan deployed. So this is the punish for the flip, which is Rebel Assault. So you get to kill the Gamorrean Guards, 1 overwhelm to base, and then do 4 to base with Sabine. So this was the punish for not attacking Cassian into Sabine first action. But I mean, it's a risk, right? Calculated risk that you take when you say I'm going to flip first and try to be a little more proactive and a little bit protected.
Yeah, the Stan on Quinlan is going for a much higher reward play, and this is an excellent punish for one resource. Not wasting the ECL because so the wrecker can still come down and still get this huge overwhelm damage. I think that this is so much damage into base, and the Sabine player is just hitting the gas.
Yeah,
there's not much to be said about this.
I would have preferred attacking with Cassian first because you're still hiding behind the Gamorrean guards, and Cassian doesn't die to kill the Sabine. So I would have preferred that line because it also plays around the Rebel Assault. But I see the benefit of I definitely see the benefit of flipping first to keep your options open. Also, you see a Force Throw in his hand, so it turns on the Force Throw line. But yeah, definitely got maximum punished for that line.
I think the factor that we're not talking about is the health on base. These are both 25 HP bases, and the Sabine player was already ahead. So a lot of
that
plays.
Rebel Assault's got an extra 8 damage on base, so it was one resource to deal 8 to base and clear your Sentinel. So
right, because it got Sabine in under the Sentinel before
it died.
You don't need breaking and you don't need Saboteur. Just kill the Sentinel and attack this turn. It'll be great.
Yeah.
And a lot of this, let's look back at the first turn of the game. The 5, if Stan had 5 less damage on base, if he had Tarkin Town initially, then he would feel a lot more comfortable. The game would be a lot closer, and now he wouldn't be just threatened by a wrecker ending the game.
Yeah, ECL's still up. This game is exactly where Sabine wants to be now. I think before the Rebel Assault play, oh wow, ECLing Sabine unit in here, so trying to keep the Sabine leader alive for another action. I think that Stan is trying to get Sabine player to use the cards in hand, so they force throw the last card to try to avoid the wrecker. It was a Darksaber. Interesting. So now
Did you kill the Sabine or the ship?
Well, I think you have to kill the ship. It depends on what's in your. If you have a Falcon in hand, then you kill Sabine 100% of the time. Oh, we do see a Falcon. Okay, so that makes a ton of sense. You kill the Sabine because you have Falcon to now kill the A-wing. So Quinlan has retaken the board and ECL is used, so that's good for Quinlan. But you're at high enough damage at 19 where they only need 6 more damage, so you're within double for a cause range, and you've got a lot that you have to be scared of as Quinlan right now. So I think that this game is not heavy advantage either way. I think from here it's going to be a lot of, does Sabine draw for a cause, and can Quinlan put on enough damage to make Sabine have to think twice about just auto pinging every turn and trying to get the game over with a single for a cause. You need to make Sabine have to draw 2 for a causes.
Yeah. A point about killing the Sabine is now it can start pinging you.
Yeah.
If the wrecker ECL was still in play, that could kill through Quinlan or the L3. Having the ECL offline gives a lot of safety to Quinlan here. But now Poe, what are you going to do about this Poe? You either kill it or you lose the game.
Yeah, and since Stan is attacking base here, I would imagine that means he has a waylay or some other answer. Could just be a Plo Koon to kill the Poe. But I would imagine since he didn't immediately claim, there is an answer here. It is Plo Koon to trade with the Poe. And now Sabine is also at 19, so now you're only down 1 health, and you have a lot of damage on board. So now Sabine can't just freely ping and has to have something this turn.
Okay, so let's flip it. How does the Sabine player win this game?
That is a really good question.
So I see 6 damage away. So Sabine has initiative, so it needs to be for a cause for 4.
For a cause.
And then you can't miss. There's the miss. A huge miss on the timely. Now a Sabine ping isn't lethal. That's only 3 damage instead of 4. That is a huge miss on variance.
Yeah. And we were talking beginning of the game about how Sabine decks are starting to run the timelies and General's Blades. And it's a really good card. But that's the downside there.
It would be a nail biter if that did hit 4 damage, and then the Quinlan had the surprise strike to do 6 damage in one hit. But now the question is, can the Sabine player do 2 damage fast enough?
And they can't because there's a cure on anyway to make sure they can. But yeah, Sabine player got kind of unlucky, and now it looks like we're going to a game 3.
Yeah, and that was super close. That is the variance of, if you're building with Foracause, really how many non-heroic cards can you run in your deck? Is that 1 damage important? Does that matter? And sometimes in round 4 of your PQ in game 2, when you could just close out the game, because your opponent doesn't draw the surprise strike, you hit 1 non-heroic card, and that's the difference.
Yeah,
do you think?
But that's the question though, because how many games do you win because you get to heroic reinforcements out of Poe when your ECL's down? Or we saw an ECL of I believe it was a Sabine unit early on in the game. If that had been a timely reinforcement Sabine unit to still have ECL up, then ECL Poe can win you that game.
Right.
So the timely could have won him the game as well if it was drawn in a different order. So I think it's harsh to say that diluting the deck lost that game. It was just
no.
You're adding variance to for a cause, but you're strengthening a lot of other aspects of your deck. I am a big fan of the timely in Sabine personally,
and I don't think that timely is wrong. And I love that card too. The question is more so, there are some cards in this game that require a little bit of deck building finesse. Deck building costs that are kind of invisible. But here, that cost was 1 damage. Playing for a cause has a cost. It's hard to see, but at this high level, it mattered. It mattered right here by an action, by a point. And that is, maybe for a cause is this really good card, but it's preventing you. It's taking the value away from some of the other cards in your list. So I look at TDR, the Triple Dark rating, just like this. I've been playing and I say, wow, I really have to run so many ships to make this work. If I'm running Tarkin, either the unit or the leader, do I have to run all Imperials? If you're running these wing leader, can you really run Poe and Wrecker with the wing leader and fleet lieutenant? Turns out, yes. But it brings down that rebel concentration. What if you miss a wing leader? These invisible deck building costs are really cool and show the high level of excellence required in managing that variance at this high level. And it comes down to a point of damage.
Yeah, definitely agree. I think a lot of people just look at it and say, Sabine 3 for a causes, don't put any non-heroic cards in. And I think that we've kind of evolved past that, where we say, okay, there are either acceptable numbers of misses, or there are a very large number of non-heroic cards that we really want in this deck. So I'm going to turn these 3 for a causes into 3 daring raids, and then I'm going to run, 3 timelies, 3 generals blades, and whatever other non-heroic unit I want to put into this deck.
I love having so many tournaments across the country. Like, thank you FFG for putting up so many great high-level tournaments. We can actually see that play out across the meta, which has been very diverse. At every table, at every top cut I've seen, just so many deck lists. So, Game 3, I don't think either player really did a huge sideboarding change. What are the adjustments that you make to your play?
Yeah.
What changes do you make?
I think we see the change here. Well, this is a different situation. You obviously Tarkin Town there, but we see the Tarkin Town just auto used on turn 1. Another big benefit of that, which we saw hurt Stan in game 2, was now their fleet lieutenant and wing leader are both turned off for Sabine. But yeah, I think, and I'm curious to see how Sabine reacts with how quickly they try to push damage. I wouldn't be surprised to see Quinlan start racing a little bit more as well. Because we saw last game how quickly, just a few attacks, and if there had been more damage on base, you could have made it so that you didn't care if the for a cause hit or not.
So I think that this is a very cool decision tree. This is a very different game 3. Turn 1, the Sabine player plays a 3 health unit, forcing the Tarkin Town because you're never killing it with 2 cost units, and the Quinlan player actually goes space. Game 1, we had Grogu with no power. Game 2, we had L3 with 2 power, and it mattered, hitting things for 2. Yeah. And now we have all space, lots of power. The Quinlan player is in the driver's seat, using the advantage from killing the ground unit first off. The Fighters for Freedom getting away for free from the Tarkin town. We're going to see, I would love to see like a Plo Koon come in and just ambush for 3 and get this guy at some point.
Yeah, I'm interested if we're going to see Sabine keep pinging, because right now Sabine is behind in the race. That's 7 damage in space every turn. We see a Sundari Peacekeeper in hand for Sabine, which is huge in these kind of scenarios where your opponent has lane dodged and everyone's racing. So I think we might see more pings because of the Peacekeepers.
Do you think we'll see an ECL for a space unit this game?
It wouldn't surprise me because
not this turn.
Yeah. It's an interesting name because Rebel Assault is a lot of damage, K2 is a lot of damage, and Peacekeeper is kind of tricky to kill in one action before it attacks. What would you name here? I kind of like naming...
As the Sabine player, I would love to play Rebel Assault and Sundari Peacekeeper. You don't get any value out of the Fighters for Freedom, but if I could maybe Sabine into I want to kill this Kira. I think Sabine player. My instinct as a Sabine player here is to play control and use that restore on the Sundari Peacekeeper. I don't know if you can actually keep up with the 7 damage in space though. How are you going to deal with that?
Yeah, I like naming the Peacekeeper here because you're basically forcing them to only play the K2 and not the Rebel Assault. So they're not pushing as much damage. They're not as easily killing the Kira, and they're not because if you don't name Sundari, they could just play it. You could also Rebel Assault and then ECL in the Sundari if you wanted to get the restore now. It looks like he named Rebel Assault, which is another fine option because now if he plays the Peacekeeper, it's all he's playing. So he has to choose between being resource efficient and playing the K2 or playing a restore unit. So I don't mind naming the Rebel Assault either. I think K2 is the trap name that you don't want to name because Rebel Assault into Peacekeeper is such a good turn for Sabine.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage. Very strong. Do you think that we'll see an ECL Peacekeeper to kill the Kira early? I'm not sure.
I think we're going to see it just played out and know that it's a big threat there. Because if we were going to see anything, I would have liked to see Sabine leader into Kira, and then you could ECL the K2 into it, potentially. But it looks like he's not worried about killing the Kira. I do think that if Sabine just keeps trying to race, that they will lose the race. Yeah,
especially Sabine has to make a play. Now this Kira is going to get an attack, or even...
you could kill the Fighters for Freedom as well if you wanted to. I think Quinlan has all the options right now. Sabine is only going face, but they're behind on the damage race, and there's 7 damage that they can't deal with right now a turn in space.
And I love looking at the why. Like, how did we get here? How do all these games feel so different? And this is literally just the turn 1 play. It was Grogu, and then it was L3, and then it was Space Unit. And these are 3 very different games with very different damage on base totals.
Yeah.
And this one's a lot harder to look at because the Sabine player now has to race faster, but is being counter-raced against. And this red 5 makes that counter-race so much scarier than it has been in the previous games. Even though in that first game that red 5 was on the table, there wasn't as many units because the space, the A-wing wasn't there.
Yeah, if Sabine doesn't have anything else, they're dead this turn. They're already at 13 damage on base, and there's 11 damage just with units on board, and then Quinlan flip. So they have to have something like an ECL Poe to kill Quinlan on deploy. But even then, if there's anything like a surprise strike, then you're just dead without the Quinlan. They're 1 damage off without the Quinlan flip. So I think Stan is taking some time now to try to figure out how close he is.
I think getting the Kira value first, absolutely correct.
Definitely.
And this is where I'm going back to, can we see an ECL space unit? I would love to see ECL kill it does Bright Hope doesn't do it. What space unit, what's the play that needs to happen? I don't think ECL Poe does enough at this point.
I think Sabine is about to get blown out here because we saw a bamboozle in hand. So I think this means I think Kira or Quinlan has won the game right now with this bamboozle because now they can freely. Wow. Yeah, that should be game because they can't deal with the Quinlan flip now.
So the play was Darksaber so that K2SO can threaten Poe on the flip, which Sabine wouldn't do because it would only have 6 power, not 7. And again, the Sabine player trying to play control, but now has 1 resource and can't play the Rebel Assault because of Hera.
Yeah.
And can't race fast enough. And the Quinlan flip is still coming, and Stan has all of his resources. So
yeah, so it should be game here for Quinlan, because there's no way that Sabine has to deal with Quinlan on flip before it deals in what would be the last damage. Already 21 points on, and that's it.
That's the game.
So. We saw Sabine go in and say, "Game 3, I'm just gonna race. I'm gonna kill you before you kill me," and that is a very risky play against Quinlan because they can also put out a lot of damage. I mean, we just saw A-Wing into Red 3 go unanswered for the whole game. So
right. I think our audio dropped. I'm not sure. Anyway, I think that was a really cool game, and I love watching the full 3-game set and how the power level of this format when you're playing these 25 HP bases against each other, we really only get to turn 5, maybe turn 6. And that's such a narrow margin. These games go so quickly. You start looking at these cards that you want to put in your deck, these really strong ones, but when you're playing, can you really play Enfy's Nest or Han, ambush Han for 7 in a Quinlan deck like this, when if you're playing in this sort of a matchup, it's not going to come out, or it might be the answer.
Yeah, it could. I mean, we saw in game 1 that Hanya to ambush would have potentially swung the game back, but I think a lot of it depends on how the Sabine player is going to play, right? Like if the Sabine player was taking a more controlling route and saying instead of going face, I'm gonna control the board, then Han unit becomes much better. But since this game, the Sabine player said, I'm going to race and go face, then those become dead cards because you're never making it to that resource number.
And that's that 0 power, very survivable, let's turn on my force throw.
Yeah.
Somehow just not good enough. Turns out just play a unit that attacks for more is good enough on these early turns. And I think that's something that I found when I'm playing these 25 HP bases. If I'm saying that I'm going to be playing with a lower life total, I'm not playing any restore in my list. Prolonging the game gives Sabine the time to find those answers, to play more 4 causes, to find that extra damage.
Yeah, definitely.
I think that was a very instructive game. Very good game. Congrats to Stan. Great game to Buzz. And that was round 4. Yes, I believe these players, I would assume these players are undefeated. We're 3-3, and now we're going into round 5 after this, I
believe so. I don't have the melee for this event pulled up, but I would.
We're going to round 4, guys. And Stan,
we're going into round 4.
Yeah, and Stan is about to join us hopefully here in just a second.
Nice.
Amazing.
I'll be right back with you guys.
Very cool match. Anything else technical that we want to talk about before we get... Oh, we saw the Bamboozle come in. Like, that's almost certainly a sideboard card.
We talked about how Bamboozle was going to be really good in that matchup, and it ended up turning it. It made sure that he was able to get the lethal that turn.
And this is familiarity with the... This is familiarity with the matchup rather than the player. If I was playing those 2 games and didn't know what goes into a Sabine deck, I saw no enhancements the first 2 games. But Stan knew the matchup. Stan knows that this Sabine deck probably is going to be playing General's Blade or Darksaber, certainly Darksaber.
Oh, and don't worry, Matt. I'm definitely asking him about it.
And I think
there we go. How's it going?
Hey,
Hello,
what's
hello.
up, Stan? Congrats on the win.
Thank you. I am very stressed right now. This matchup
That was
is always
stressful.
rough.
That was stressful.
Yeah. So we've got a question. So, well, first off, just how do you feel the matchup went overall?
I mean, obviously, I'm happy with the result. I definitely could have taken some better lines. I'm just grateful he only had Wrecker one game.
Yeah, for
And
sure.
that 4 calls missed. That if he hit all 4 there, that's
Oh,
lethal.
yeah.
That matchup's always like just razor thin margins. It's like one action away or same turn, if not. I was not happy with my draws in the first 2 games. Game 3 went a lot more what I'm looking to see in my hand, where I can just because he was willing to play into just letting me have the turn 1 play. So if my game 1 isn't a Grogu, there's a good chance I can run away with that game too. And then, but yeah, it wasn't how the draw was for me that game. It was a little tougher, and he got there with
In general, are you happy when the Sabine player just like that Sabine player in game 3 just said, we're racing, you know, that this is pod racing, I'm going face, you're going face, and we'll see what happens. Are you happier when they do that, or would you rather them try to control your units a bit?
It depends a bit on what's in my hand, but in generally, I'd rather we race, especially if they're just willing to run a unit out turn 1. Like he does the right thing of pinging and then first, and then after that, it's really his call how we're playing the match after that, because I'm always passing. So yeah, it can go either way.
Interesting.
And each line loses to different cards, so it's you just gotta play contextually, feel out what they've got. Having Kira is insane because you get to plan out the next turn or 2, and that's often all you need to win in that matchup. So.
For sure. So I've got a question going back to game 1. So you had about some number in the teens damage on your base. He wing leaders his Sabine, and you have a Han unit in hand, but you scooped. You had red 3 out though, so Han would have still killed Sabine.
I am just tired. Yeah. I clearly should have eaten lunch.
I think that's a real thing. I think this is actually a big part of tournaments. Playing faster decks. Go get some food. Don't even spend too long with us. But also, these games are hard. And seeing those things, even if you saw it, I think you were in a tight spot. I think the scoop was premature.
It's still very likely he wins that game from there, even if I have Han, because I didn't have.
I believe he still had ECL up.
He had used ECL.
Oh,
but I was still very far off kill. It was going to take me at least 2 turns, 3 if I'm killing his units. He probably gets there in all likelihood, but yeah, that's just a miss for me. I was in my head. I was just like, Quinlan died last turn. I lost the ability to ping an ambush, and I didn't even look at my space arena.
Yeah.
That's all.
Next game.
Really, I don't. If you go back and watch this, don't feel bad about missing that. And I think that the important thing is that the Grogu is what set you behind. I think that there were. I think you knew the tempo of your deck, and you felt that you were behind. You were behind on damage. So yes, you missed the thing, but you were already in this mindset of my deck isn't racing Sabine as fast as it needs to. I think look at the board, but don't kick yourself over it.
Yeah,
you played fantastic.
There's matchups where you like Grogu, but in Sabine it's this almost a trap of like it's great if they have only Darksaber as their play on turn 4. Yeah, Grogu's a blowout. But in anything else, it's such negative tempo, and they're always going to have initiative. If you're Groguing, usually the actions work out in their favor. Initiative is just being one action ahead in this matchup is very important.
Yeah, I look at Grogu against Sabine as just saying Sabine. This unit means Sabine can never play Darksaber, and that's kind of all he does. He's like a regional governor naming Darksaber.
Yep.
Can you talk quickly about? We have theories. What were your sideboarding choices? How do you sideboard for this matchup?
So for Sabine, I bring in the 3rd Waylay, the 2 Gamorrean guards I have in the side, and 2 Bamboozles.
And that Gamma Guard really helped you.
As did the Bamboozle.
I
just feel the matchup, like I said, it's such razor thin margins in this matchup that just the Gamma Guard gets you an action where you play your unit and they have to swing into it. And then the Bamboozle, even if you didn't have the Saber there, again, just tapping down a unit, changing the math. Yeah. When they think they have lethal and suddenly they don't, you win.
Yeah, and there's actually another interesting kind of almost turning point in the game that I want to talk about. In game 2, you had the Gamorrean Guard out in the L2 for Sentinel. and you were on Quinlan flip turn, and you have two options. One is immediately flip Quinlan, which obviously gives you more choices into what they're going to do. You could throw away L2 and have your Gamma Guard still have Sentinel. And the other option you can do is you could immediately swing Cassian into Sabine leader to kill it and have Cassian survive. Yeah. So what was going through your head on, do I immediately kill Sabine leader or do I flip Quinlan? Were you weighing that decision at all?
Yeah, my thought was I forget the math, but I don't think I cared if he buffed Sabine. And obviously his first attack was going to have to go into the Gamma Guards. So the expectation there is he just runs K2, and he had the Rebel Assault, which was very good for him there.
Obviously that was the biggest punish imaginable for that, but I mean the fact that it got punished doesn't mean it was the wrong play. So I just wanted to talk.
I wanted Quinlan out because I forget exactly what my hand was, but I wanted to be able to ping lesser units with Quinlan on my next play. So I wanted him on the board to be whatever his turn was. I felt like I had a good response to it. So that's why I went with the Quinlan.
And the nice thing about him playing Rebel Assault means that now there's no Poe coming out because he already spent a resource. So even the punish reduces their options. So and again, I'm not saying that what you did was the wrong play. I just thought it was an interesting point in the game where there were two viable lines that played around different things. So I always like to talk about those kind of points in the matchup.
That's this matchup is so stressful every time I sit down and play it, but it's also so interesting. Like they're fast games, but almost every decision is so impactful, and there's so many options.
Yeah, definitely.
And you made the choices in all three games to give yourself the best opportunity to win. You put in the Gamma Guard. You chose the race.
Yep.
Talk to me about you Kira in Game 3, and you see Rebel Assault plus Mandalorian, Zadori Peacekeeper, and K2SO, and you choose the Rebel Assault.
Yeah.
What a choice! That was a huge play.
I knew so. I belabored a little bit over choosing K2 just to give him a worse turn, or for a cause so that he couldn't play it the next turn. But I don't know if you saw, I went through what the likely action sequence, and if I wanted initiative next turn, I had to call Rebel Assault and make it his whole turn if he wanted it.
Wow!
So smart.
So that gave me initiative next turn, and then the plan was then I can either Plo Koon, trade, and ping to kill. There was something that was on one life, or whatever else I draw into, whatever my line is. But I wanted initiative on the next turn. So
excellent.
I think based on that analysis, that's your play of the game. That is the high level play. There are two threats, and you chose the one cost event that because you wanted initiative. That is how you win a set. Fantastic work, Stan.
Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. Well played, Stan. We'll let you get some food.
Yeah, let you get a break.
Keep up the great work, y'all.
Good job, everybody. And good luck in the next rounds.
Yep. See ya.
Thanks, Stan.
All right, guys. We will.
Fantastic.
Yeah, that was an incredible match. All right, I'm gonna. We still got.
I think we're gonna go on a.
Quick break. We still got about 4 minutes left in the round, so then we'll let you guys know as soon as pairings are up.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank y'all. You're doing a great job. Appreciate it.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We are here for round 4 of the Duluth PQ at Level Up Games. I am now joined by Loopee from Late Night Gaming. Loopee, how you doing, buddy?
We are doing wonderful. I mean, it's a great day to, cast some Planetary qualifier action.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, super exciting. We finally got to see a meta matchup in round 3 where we got to see Quinlan Red versus Sabine Green. I think with a lot of these, the further you get in the rounds, the more you see the meta versus meta matchups.
Yeah, that tends to happen. Now, you always hope that there's a Cinderella, coming through. I mean, we had Django Blue last week.
True.
At Portland, going through, but
yeah,
you never know what you're going to be able to find.
In round 2 did win, so.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, so let me try to get into the melees. Yeah, thanks for Frank Courtney, you guys all for getting this coverage out there. It's always great to do some team ups between definitely. The different channels. It looks like the tournament started to heat up.
Yeah, I mean we've got another big one of 100-ish people. Not as big as the Portland one last week, but still a really good sized event. And looks like we've got an Obi Green here.
Yeah, and that is a strong deck. I mean, I think people sleep on that. Phil from Bothan Network, I know, is a big hero blue green guy.
I can't tell. There are 2 Obi Greens at the event. One is Phil, and the other one is Nick, the guy that runs CardsHQ, where we're going to have the Bothan Invitational in Atlanta. So this is one of those 2 guys.
Yeah, and I'm trying to catch, which it is from the top of the head.
I'm trying to see if I can see the Bothan jersey or anything going. It looks like it is a Bothan, so I think this is Phil.
There we go. Well, Philaffle is a wonderful guy.
Absolutely,
he's been involved in Star Wars Unlimited from the very beginning. And he's moved from Luke to Obi as we went into set 3.
So we talked to him on stream after round 1. I asked him why he's been so big on Obi, and his response was, because it's my favorite Star Wars character.
I respect that. that.
Honestly, yeah. I think it's really cool when people can take the lore that they like and apply it at the highest level to a competitive game. So, and yeah, good question in chat asking if that is Afra. That is a showcase I've never seen before. It looks like it might be Afra.
I think, just based on what I saw, is it might be a custom Sabine.
Oh, that would make yeah.
I think I saw the normal Sabine card, which is how you do that.
I thought I
proxy
saw
leaders
Sabine as well. Yeah,
yep. Proxy leaders are legal if you have the card there, with it. So.
Which is a cool way to do it because it lets you get some really cool custom art. It's not like marked cards or affect your deck in any way, and you still have the actual FFG official card there. So I like that philosophy, or that they let you do that. But yeah, just as I was talking about getting meta decks going in, we've got Obi Green. So,
and I run that deck a fair amount, in testing, and it is good. I mean, it has.
I've been beaten by it a lot testing with Phil. It is a very good deck, and it has a lot of really cool lines into a lot of the meta. It destroys things like Django Tarkentown. A lot of the ping Tarkentown decks have a lot of trouble getting their Tarkentown off.
So Quinlan doesn't like OB either, frankly. Yeah. Sabine is, a challenge for any deck. Sabine hits hard.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see how this goes. A lot of these slower decks beat Sabine by having a 5 HP advantage, but Obi is on ECL, so he doesn't have that. So you kind of have to play a little more, a little tighter. Your leader does have Sentinel, which helps, but everybody's got to be concerned about the ECL wreckers when you have, a 7 health leader.
Right. Yeah, no, a lot of times the Obi deck is trying to stabilize with its leader flip, maybe some swords. I think the lightsabers are particularly important into Sabine.
Oh yeah,
just to try to keep the ground arena done. I mean, like Gammo into whatever lightsaber you want to give to the pig is a perfectly acceptable opener into Sabine.
Yeah, pig with the gun is really good, and also you could just go something like turn 2 Yoda, turn 3 lightsaber on Yoda, and then you've got restore and board clear. I think there are a lot of lines that you could want to take.
All right, and it looks like we have the Marine opening.
Yeah. Well, the big difference here is this is where initiative is really nice because you don't have to worry about the wing leader fleet lieutenants. You can just take out the Marine first action, and you see the wing leader in hand for Sabine. So this seems like one of the areas where initiative really changing the state of this early game.
Yep, absolutely. And I'll be surprised if Phil doesn't just sack in and trade Marines right now.
Yeah,
I mean he needs to stabilize. I mean, you win eventually by getting a Luke.
We see a lightsaber in hand, so it could be lightsaber, and then you still kill with the wing leader. That might just signify also that he doesn't have another 3-drop unit to play, so he doesn't want to trade and then do nothing.
So the Sabine player elects not to wing leader.
Makes sense.
And then,
it's kind of wasted at that point, and now you could see. And I think part of what Phil might want to do is try to bait out this early ECL so that you can flip safer. Oh, he goes to base. Interesting.
Yep. Yeah, no, and it's you can actually race Sabine. I mean, I think that's
for sure.
Particularly with Quinlan Tarkenton. I don't know how that matchup turned out in the end last round, but
that's what we saw. Game 3, both players decided to race, and Quinlan won the race. Is what we saw in Game 3 there.
And I tell people that about that deck. I mean, the control is actually the backup plan. I mean, make Sabine stop you. And, here's an example. Now, given that the Sundari hits back for 1, it wouldn't surprise me to see on the gun killing the Destroyer.
Sundari is a 5 HP swing when you're trying to race and only hits back for 1. So anytime you're trying to race, killing the Sundari is usually the correct call. The only other thing is, do you want to not kill it this turn so that you can avoid Darksaber on Sabine? So that he might try. Phil might try to not attack with the Battlefield Marine at all until Sabine flips.
Yeah, that's the challenge, right? I mean, I think that you have to kill here, but you are opening yourself up to a Darksaber line. I mean, I don't think that Obi runs Upgrade Hate main deck. So, and I don't know if he has any in his list. Total. I mean, Confiscate is what you would expect, and if it's there, it's probably there primarily for the Darksaber. Okay. He does, in fact, kill the Sundari, taking 1 point of damage back in the Battlefield Marine. Sabine's Marine goes to base, putting both players to 7, or 8, excuse me, on Phil's base.
Then I don't think there's anything Phil could ECL into Sabine to kill it in 1 action. The units I'm thinking of are like your Kanans.
Yeah,
I don't think there's a 4-cost 5 attack unit that he could do.
Yep. And we have both leaders use their pangs.
Take down immediately. So and this Obi leader was huge there because it was a soft pass, but at the same time it accomplished something. So it doesn't say to Sabine, I 100% have takedown that you have to play around. And there is a Darksaber, so now these Battlefield Marines are pretty even, but you could trade the Battlefield Marines now because it's still just a 6-6 versus a 7-6. So if you don't have a
and I don't see why Phil. Well, I mean, it depends what he's got, but
he could have a Fel the Dragon or something like that.
Yep. But I mean, I don't think that he can take a hit from a Darksaber Marine, so he's got to deal with it on his first action.
You know the ECL is still up, so at this point you're worried about your Obi-Wan leader getting killed by an ECL Poe or Wrecker. So I think you need to make sure that you don't get too high on base damage.
Yeah, I'd also be worried about on anything other than just attacking the Marines right now. I'd be worried about Sabine's ECL coming in with Poe.
Yeah,
and clearing the Marine without.
Yeah, so it does just get the attack up.
All right. So from Sabine's position now, you got to present a threat. And I mean, one thing is, if he had the Poe, he doesn't. He plays a Cassian from the row, which is fine. That does 3 damage.
Yeah, I think best case scenario for Sabine there is you have a Poe and a Wrecker, and then you can play the Poe and save your Wrecker for the ECL, and so you put out a threat and have a backup one there. But obviously they don't have that, so they go with the Cassian, which is still nice. Still puts out damage. Still needs to be answered. Still making Phil try to decide if he's gonna use his ECL or what's gonna happen here.
And Phil takes his time to think through the lines. I mean, he's probably got multiple options. I mean, he's deciding how much I care about the Cassian hitting for 3.
Yeah.
I mean, the damage on your base is important. It looks like he's getting a token. Is that his epic action token for his base?
It could be ECLing, yeah.
Yeah, he could ECL in an Ayla here. Would make a lot of sense to me. It's Kanan.
Who's ECLing in the Kanan to get the heal and get 4 damage on.
Okay, Cassian goes to base.
He might have a force throw, which... Oh, sorry, he's in green. Probably doesn't have a force throw for 1. But I think he claimed there...
Yeah, really the only force relevant card he may have is the Forces with Me, which gives a shield if you have a Force unit out. And Jedi Lightsaber. I mean, Jedi Lightsaber
for sure. It also would have been interesting to have the 1 cost if you have a Force unit that's -2/-2. Don't think he plays that, but it's been an interesting card in Force heavy decks because it does so well against Django.
Mystic Reflection, I think, is
Mystic
the name
Reflection.
of the card.
Yeah, that's the card. Because when you have a Force leader and a lot of Force units in your deck that are 3 and 4 cost, I think it becomes a pretty intriguing option as a one cost way to potentially deal with your lurking TIE Phantoms and 7th Fleet Defenders.
So Phil's Kanan swings to base, taking Sabine to 13 damage on base. He mills. It looks like a Sabine unit, so heals
Sabine
2.
Unit to heal 2. Yeah, I like that attack a lot because with this heal, Sabine can't let Kanan stay around. So you're either forcing him to ECL into the Kanan or to just throw his Cassian away without getting extra damage on base. So I really like not trading the Kanan there. All right. By Phil.
And it's 3 damage space unit. Is that a Consortium Star Viper?
No, I believe that is the 3/4 vanilla space unit.
Ah, yeah, he likes that. The V-Wing, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's another interesting choice because it still cuts off all of the it cuts off all of the A wings and red 3s and everything. So now clearly Sabine is sending signals that there is a Poe or Wrecker ready for this Obi-Wan, and so Phil is trying to see, are you gonna pass again and let me claim with the unit out and you having no pressure? Or are you going to spend your resources and let me flip? Because I think if Sabine passes here, then Phil claims 100% of the time and says, you didn't do anything and I played a 3/4. I'm okay with that.
So...
And it looks like the Sabine player might have passed again, and now Phil is deciding what to do. What are your thoughts? Would you run it? Yeah, just claims.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Obi will win this match with the inevitability. I mean, if you get up to 10, 11, I mean, he's got redemptions in his deck. He's got Luke's in his deck. I mean, he's got more restore than Sabine can do.
Already, by going to 7, now he could have Luke online much easier.
Right.
He could play other Obi-Wan unit out. It's actually interesting. The fact that his Obi leader has Sentinel means that he can't protect it with another Sentinel.
Yeah, I was actually just going to comment on that. Like the Gamorrean Retainer, which I expect he has in his deck, the 3/2 pig. Zarb. And now we see the Poe played out. I suspect Sabine has had that Poe in his hand since 5. If I'm Sabine, I do not pass into Obi like that in the last round. And now... Obi's going to be able to get his play.
What I would have done last round is just played the Poe without ECLing And so you take a hit from Obi, but leave yourself ready to kill it next time, and they're not on Luke mana yet.
I would have potentially done that before. And I think, is that a Tranquility?
I was going to say, I'm pretty sure that's a Tranquility. So.
All right.
Yeah, really hoping that after this round, he'll be able to get a new version of Tranquility to to put in there.
That's right. All right, well, Sabine's in a roll to hurt. 21 damage on base.
Yeah, Sabine's dead this turn if they don't have something.
Well, but I don't think anything exists.
Don't think that's anything, yeah.
So,
let's look at these cards I wish I could have played.
And that's, it's a very well-played match, particularly by Phil. I think Sabine did the Sabine things. She lined up a Darksaber. But, the moral of that story is be wary of passing. Because
I think that, in my opinion, people don't pass enough at, intermediate levels of SWU. Like, if you're, if you're above the, I do well in weeklies, I want to win a store showdown. If you're at that level where you're starting to get better, I think beginner to intermediate players don't pass enough. And I think sometimes the advanced players overthink it and pass too much and don't think about the consequences of your opponent claiming when you pass.
Yeah, and in my mind, the best example of that is Quinlan Tarkentown, because lots of people will pass into Sabine, trying to get her to play out a 2-drop and then have it die, which is great if the Sabine player will go along with that plan. But the problem is that that's actually really bad for Quinlan's long-term chances of success in that game if they just claim.
Yeah.
So a lot of times Sabines will ping and then they should claim off the Quinlan passes. You can't expect your players to be bad into you.
Yeah.
And mindlessly play out the 2-drop that you're going to be able to kill for sure.
And I think,
as you get towards them.
I think more and more people are realizing that, yes, Sabine is a quote-unquote aggro deck, but it is by no means the most aggressive deck in the format, and every matchup, Sabine should not just be racing to face as fast as possible with the Sabine ECL deck. And I think we saw it last round with Quinlan, where Sabine said, I'm going to race, and lost the race. Yep. We see the same thing with Sabines into Mono Han, where they're starting to realize, oh, okay, if neither of us play something turn 1, that's okay for me.
Yep. No, it's exactly right. And, Quinlan is actually peaks on 5 resources. Sabine peaks on 6 resources.
Yeah.
The window is actually a little bit before. But
if Sabine gets to 6 resources and says, okay, I still have my ECL up, and if you deploy, or if you have already deployed, I can get this Poe, this Wrecker, or whatever, then that can be really good for them.
Right. So, and I think that was very well played by Obi. He is the control in that matchup in the grand scheme of things. But jamming the 6 damage with the Battlefield Marine with a sword does more than killing the opposing Marine, begin. And then he does then take the opportunity to kill the restore unit. So that's there. And I tend to think that the Obi deck improves significantly into this matchup, because I don't know Phil's current list, but if he's got Confiscate, that helps. And he almost certainly has top targets coming in right now, which
definitely
gives him a whole bunch of healing that Sabine has to deal with that she didn't have to deal with in game 1.
Yeah, and in that game, I think there were 2 really interesting plays that Phil made that showed his familiarity both with this deck and with this matchup that I would never have thought to make. One that you already brought up was the Battlefield Marine into base. My mind immediately went to, this lets you trade easier, and this baits out their ECL. But Phil said, no, this makes you have to do something else, because I'm going to be hitting you for 6 every turn, and you're going to die. And then the other one was when he ECL'd in the Kanan just to get the heal and to get some damage on Cassian, so that Cassian trades back and he still got the heal off of it and was able to get damage into base next turn. I think both of those plays were really interesting plays that helped Phil stay ahead and ultimately win the game. Because I don't think Sabine didn't use their ECL in game 1. So Phil realizing that I'm just gonna get in a couple of heal and get a unit on the board at the same time.
A quick update for you guys.
Really cool.
So the judge is having Phil proxy in some cards because his foils have, I guess, curled a little bit.
Curled foils,
like they normally do. Yep. And so there is going to be an extension for the round for them.
Gotcha.
And that's what they're doing right now. So swapping out the cards.
Yeah, when I went to SCG Atlanta, I had to double sleeve everything, and even then you could tell a little bit. But double sleeving definitely helped for that, for the foil curling. And now are we just gonna get some commons with Sharpie on them?
That's what it looks like.
Yeah, so fun story time while they're doing this. I come from Magic the Gathering mostly, and in Magic you are only allowed to do this if the cards were only printed in foil, which only happens to a few cards. So there was a really high power card that was printed only as a box topper that you could only get in foil and only if you specifically bought a certain set of cards. So there were people at professional level events where the judge had to give them a basic land with Sharpie written on it what the card was, because there wasn't a non-foil version of that card that was flat enough to play.
Yeah. So it's a challenge anytime that you do it. I tend to avoid foils in my competition decks. I suppose the exception is I play the OP Sabines.
Yeah.
With foil.
Well, my problem is a lot of high level cards I've only opened in foil. So I own 3 Crate Dragons, 2 of them are foil. I own 2 Darth Vaders, 1 of them is foil. I have 3 Lukes, 1 of them is foil. So if I have everything else non-foil, then it looks like I'm marking cards, because now only the really good cards are foil. So I try to have like a mix and try to double sleeve so that everything is like actually flat. But yeah, it's tough for sure.
And we have the Sharpie.
Oh yeah, here. The official judge Sharpie.
It looks like they're proxying. Is that a Chewbacca unit?
Yeah, it looks like the Chewie units they're putting in for Battlefield Marines. I do kind of wish that, companies could just make flat foils. Like, it doesn't feel like an impossible ask. But
yeah. Well, this is going to be a challenge for us, so.
Yeah. We'll see what they...
So maybe the Chewies are Gamorrean Entertainers. Looks like a Syndicate lackey.
Yeah. We're gonna have a real interesting casting of Game 2, I think.
Well. Thanks everybody for joining us as we play Guess That Card.
Yeah.
A Duluth Planetary Qualifier.
I'm already bad enough at guessing just based on the art.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting because it doesn't look like the retainers or the other spaceship are actually foil based on the based on what we can see. That has to be what they're swapping in. So it looks like 2 retainers and 2 of the... Okay, so there's 2 Battlefield Marines for 2 Syndicate lackeys, it looks like.
All right. Well, the Syndicate lackey wanted to serve his country, join the Marines, apparently.
There we go. Yeah. Makes sense.
All right, guys, it looks like we found all the replacement cards except for 1. So there will be 1 Syndicate lackey replacing a Fel.
Oh, okay,
a Fel.
Sure.
Yes.
Okay, so they got non-foil cards of the other Battlefield Marines and all that. So Syndicate lackeys is Fel the Dragon, which that one, to be fair, would be pretty hard to mistake.
Yep, exactly.
When it gets played.
Yeah. All right.
Okay. And yeah, it looks like everything here is single sleeved, which definitely makes the foil curling stand out a lot more. I was surprised at how flat everything was able to get when I double sleeved with inner sleeves. But yeah, Rollick asking in chat about double sleeving. I used Dragon Shield Perfect inner sleeves, the side loaders, and it worked fine at SCG Con Atlanta. I could tell a little bit in my hand, but the big problem with curled foils is when they're visible in your deck. Because the big problem with playing with marked cards is when you're shuffling and your opponent can say, "Oh, I see that card is a foil as I'm cutting your deck. I can cut to this card." If a judge can look at your deck and consistently cut to the same card, then you're playing with marked cards.
We have Manumitter in the chat saying I store my cards in a humidor to prevent it. So that's commitment right there. I mean, if you're actually, next to the Cuban cigars.
I was going to say, my humidor is filled with cigars. There's never any room in there.
Yeah, I'm asthmatic, so I like cigars, but they are trying to kill me.
I actually hate cigars. They're I'm not a fan. They're better than cigarettes, but that's a very low bar.
And I wonder if this was a call from the other player to the judge complaining about it.
Well, I think I noticed during game 1 the judge was like picking up some resources, so I think it might have just been the judge noticing. Like probably looking at resource and being like, "Oh, that resource is like pretty obviously curled up a bit." So I think that's what happened.
Yeah. And I see Courtney's telling us it was just the judge. So,
which props to the judge for noticing that, because I know Phil, so there was no intent of playing with marked cards or anything like that, in my opinion, and it doesn't look like the judge thought so either. But it's just good to get all ambiguity out of the situation and say, okay, let's just make sure all the cards are uniform.
So Manumitter continues. The cigars are in the good humidor. The cards are in the cheap humidor. So
nice.
I mean, I guess he's got 2 humidors.
Well, he is a Bothan team member, so he's definitely got we roll in style.
Well, you got to have the victory cigar, just like Will Smith in Independence Day.
Exactly.
So that was a nice fill for about 15 minutes, pun intended, actually, with Philaffle now.
Yeah,
definitely in his cards. But
stare at Phil's arms for 15 minutes. It was great.
And whenever you need to kill time in a CCG, just ask whoever the co-host is about sleeving priorities, because everybody will have their exact
sleeving
ways.
Priorities, whether or not you should pile shuffle every round. There are certain topics that'll just take people for 20 minutes at a time.
The answer is yes, and I see Phil does do a pile shuffle because he touched his sideboard, which is what I recommend.
So I do what I know is worse, but I just do it. I just double check my sideboard, and I know, like, I'm very cognizant of if I accidentally took my opponent's card or getting mine back. Like, that's always something that I think of at the end of every game. So I just count my sideboard and make sure that I de-sideboarded, but I don't pile shuffle to make sure that my main deck has exactly the right number of cards, which I know could be bad.
Yeah, no, you get most of the things by counting the sideboard, but if there's a card on the floor.
Yeah, no, I get you. I understand that I am playing that I am running the risk of potentially missing something. But that's just, I don't know, that's just what I do. I'm more concerned that I didn't de-sideboard.
All right, so both of these players are undefeated at this point. Yes, so Obi looking to improve to 4-0.
Yeah,
at a planetary qualifier.
Yeah, and I know in Discord Phil mentioned that it was in the interview. He mentioned round 1 he beat Django Tarkentown, which is the kind of thing his deck is hoping to see a lot of. And Django was one of the more represented decks at this event. Han is the most represented. Sabine is second, and Django's third. So we've got a good bit of deck diversity here too.
Yeah, and Obi has game into Han too.
Yeah,
that is true. I mean, it's kind of an interesting matchup. The DJ games are important there, but Obi has a strong competitiveness.
having takedown really helps because ideally you'll go from 5 down to 4 against Han when they DJ on curve. So being able to still kill the DJ with 4 resources is huge.
Yep. And Phil's sequencing to I think that's a Yoda.
Yes, Yoda.
So Sabine does ping. Sensing that
interesting ping.
Yeah, that Phil doesn't want to leave his unit without attacking, but he does.
Yeah.
He elects not to attack with the Gamorrean Retainer. Sabine opened with a time-honored A-Wing Fleet Lieutenant.
Yeah.
And going base this time.
Yeah, and it feels like Phil feels a little bit behind here for sure right now. Your Retainer doesn't have Sentinel. Even if you give it Sentinel, it just trades with the Fleet Lieutenant. But he's going to just get the lightsaber on Yoda. So, wow, confiscates from Sabine. That is not something you see every day.
Well, I think that Sabine needs it for the mirror.
Yeah.
So
I think Sabine realizing here as well that Jedi lightsaber is a huge risk to their to their livelihood in this matchup. Because if that lightsaber Yoda stays around and it's just restore 2, kill everything you play, like Sabine's in for a world of hurt.
All right, so another A-Wing into the space arena.
Yeah. And I think the claim there from Phil makes a lot more sense with the lightsaber too, because if Sabine had initiative, they could flip first action and go dark saber before you can do anything else. So I think Phil wanted to make sure that couldn't happen, so he wanted to play the lightsaber first action to be able to threaten Sabine right on flip.
All right, so I think from Phil's side, he's looking for something he can ECL to take care of. One of the arenas. In the space arena, his best unit is the Aether Sprite.
Yeah, if he could ECL an Obi's Aether Sprite, that'll kill everything. If he just has a Bright Hope, that'll at least slow it down.
Yeah, and it's interesting. The Aether Sprite basically directs its when played and its on attack to one of the A-Wings and then runs into the other A-Wing.
But I will say,
Yoda
with Obi leader, Bright Hope is a lot better here than it would be in other matchups because after it takes the first 3, you can heal 1. So you can make it so that it doesn't just die to the double A-Wing attack.
All right, and then we got Poe.
ECLing a Poe to deal 2 to base, and then Poe killing the Yoda. So Sabine really in control of this board here. Bill's going to need to pull something out.
Yeah.
We can't see his hand. Looks like he's going to ECL something here. Is it a Kanan? It is a Kanan. So he can kill Sabine leader or Poe. I kind of like killing the Sabine leader here because now they have to either claim or miss out on 6 damage, and if you get initiative, you can just kill the Poe first action next turn. So you still have to deal with space, but you've dealt with ground effectively.
Yeah, and the good news is that the card Kanan milled was Rebel Assault, which is the best card.
It would have been real bad
right now. Yep. So,
yeah.
I mean, he's glad having that not be in Sabine's hand.
Yeah, definitely. If he can follow this up with an Aether Sprite or a Bright Hope, then he might be okay. Sabine, I would imagine at this point, is just hoping to be able to finish the game out in space.
Bright hoping. All right, so we have Kanan probably looking hungrily at Poe Dameron. Yeah. He does, in fact, kill him. ECL is used.
Yeah, so Obi can flip for free, which is nice, but you're dying in space currently.
You know, Jeff, we've done enough of these. We're starting to finish each other's sentences at this point with both comments.
I've noticed. I'm really excited about that. I'm not gonna lie. There is the Aether Sprite. So this is a more dire situation with the red 3 out now. But I would imagine you ping damage onto the red 3, and then next turn you attack an A-Wing and kill the red 3.
Yeah, and it's tough. I mean, I don't know. I think Phil, last I checked, did have a timely or 2 in his list. So I mean, the ambush certainly would be huge because it's just so much sooner. He will be able to use the Obi on attack now.
I don't know if he can afford to. He's already at 22. So yeah, he's dead to an attack from
anything. So and for
so he claims, and then there's a for a cause.
All right, so
that looks
different.
Like it had enough.
Yep, different to match when Sabine has initiative. But now we're going to go into game 3, and it will be back to Obi having initiative.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't just initiative either. That A-Wing got played on turn 1 and attacked every turn and was still there when the game ended on the 6 resource turn. So just Obi was never able to answer space. I think the Poe really helped because it forced the ECL of the Kanan. If there was an ECL Aether Sprite there, he could have cleaned up space, but the fact that he had to take control of ground first.
Yeah, no, I think it gets to the same result if you ECL in the Aether Sprite. I mean, you can wipe up the space arena and kill both A-Wings, but then you're going to take a swing from Poe, which is 8.
Yeah.
And 8's a lot.
8 is a very large number. More than 7, less than 9, but large enough.
All right, so both players shuffle. We go into the decisive game 3. In round 4, players are even up with Obi, 1 game in game 1, and Sabine having just taken down game 2 in convincing fashion, I would say.
Oh, very convincing. Yeah, that was very much Sabine doing Sabine things, getting an advantage and then keeping it. And keeping the pressure on for the whole game.
Yeah,
I'm curious
I think you're right. The play of the game was the Poe, just to put pressure on in the ground arena and make some tough decisions for Phil. The other play of the game, let's not forget about that confiscate. Cheeky.
Confiscate
Sabine
was huge. Yeah, if that Yoda was able to stick around with a lightsaber, I don't think Sabine can win that game. So yeah, the confiscate was huge there.
Do you know Phil's lightsaber package in this? Does he run General's Blade or does he just run the Jedis? We've seen the Jedis.
Oh, sorry, I had to sneeze there. I am not sure on Phil's upgrade package, and I'm also curious if he is on Concord Dawns. I would imagine you are, just being blue hero in a world of Jangos. We didn't see any. We haven't seen any in either game. And obviously he lost game 2 to space heavy play by Sabine. But yeah, I'm not.
Yeah,
sure
I don't know.
I
don't know about the Concord Dawns. I mean, I think Bright Hope is better.
Bright Hope would be good too, but we just didn't see either one. I assume he has some kind of space sentinel. We haven't seen anything yet. That was a scanning officer.
Well, get scanned.
That is interesting. I'm curious the thought behind that.
That's a good question. And it's playing in game 3, so it's after sideboard. I mean, certainly scanning officer is a play that makes a ton of sense into Han Yellow, which is the most represented deck. So
yeah, and you might be able to spike a Cassian. Like they do. Sabine does play Cassian and sometimes a couple of timelies. So there are a couple of hits. But I'd be interested to know the thought process behind what came out and exactly what the thoughts are for how good that is in this matchup.
Yeah, this is actually a matchup where timely really helps Sabine if he has it. Okay, so he's going to do the Vanilla Boy.
Yeah.
Ambushing in, taking care of the space arena. The
I like that
not
play
going to
a lot.
hit every round.
Yeah, well, I like that play a lot just because if their only play is Fleet Lieutenant or Wing Leader, it turns it off. And then this is huge here because the Sabine's only play was Red 3, which is also going to get eaten by this 3/4, and it's still going to be alive.
Right.
So this is already a much different game for Phil than game 2. And hey, if you give a scanning officer a lightsaber, it still kills Sabine on deploy.
Get scanned.
Skandari coming out. So this is the Sabine flip turn, but not...
Now, how much better would that be with a timer? Yep, and then you are right.
Called it. Oh my
Get
goodness.
stand, and the confiscate.
Oh man.
Yeah,
Feels bad. Sabine always has the having the confiscate with the last resource.
Yeah, we'll see here. I mean, from Phil's chair, I don't mind putting 2 damage into that Sundari.
Yeah, I think you can't. I think you can't try to race now when you know they're about to flip Sabine and also do the Sundari. Like the fact that it only hits back for 1, you just gotta. And then now you can heal it back as well.
I think it's gonna heal his V-wing.
That makes sense. Either way, like getting the heal and like you don't lose initiative to heal is what I'm saying. So whether you heal the one off the scanning officer or let your V-wing be able to kill another A-wing, I think either way you just get 2 attack in. But killing the scanning officer, that's showing some respect there.
He doesn't want any more swords. I mean, that scanning officer has been in Jedi training.
Yeah. And now Sabine still has their ECL up, so they're in position to either ECL a Poe or Wrecker on this Obi flip next turn, to hopefully for the Sabine player not have it be a big influence. We see a wing leader in Sabine's hand. I think there's a takedown here for Obi. Interesting sequencing though, because you can still take down the Sabine after it gets wing leadered. But you can't take it down if it gets dark sabered. So I think we're just going to see the takedown first.
I wouldn't assume that he's going for Sabine. He might hit the restorer. No, he hits the leader.
I like this. I like hitting the Sabine because if you also it depends on what removal package is in your deck. But going for the Sabine turns off the wing leader and fleet lieutenant, which is nice. Because the Sundari is not a rebel.
Just Mandalorian.
Yeah. So it does get XP if you Darksaber something else, which has been relevant before. This is not a powerful play from Sabine here. For a cause, this is mostly for digging for cards that they want. None of those.
None of those.
Yeah.
It's only 3 damage.
Yeah. Basically, I think you're looking for Poes and Wreckers at that point. They didn't see any of those. So that play might signify, if I'm Phil, I may think that, okay, that means they don't have a Poe or a Wrecker, because that's a very weak play, not adding to the board, unless you find the answer to this Obi flip. Right. So I'll be interested to see if Phil runs into a potential Wrecker here, because he makes the read that Sabine doesn't have it. And I think a lot of that will depend on what his other options are. Because the only other real option is to make them spend resources first. Like we said in game 1, you can't hide Obi behind a Sentinel because he is one. So he might just say, if you've got it, you've got it, and if you don't, I'm gonna win with a lightsaber or something or whatever on Obi.
Yeah, and he has to see the discard. What did he give away?
Yeah, and he's probably running the math now. He's trying to think, what are the odds that he has what are the odds he can kill Obi directly on flip before I get to play my next cards. I don't believe we saw anything in Sabine's hand that would kill him Obi, but
yeah, I'm told the vanilla 3/4 is a Republic Arc 170. It's a Republic Arc 170, folks.
Yeah. That's obviously the only thing that we've called it. We know all the card names. I definitely didn't get two different things about what Yoda Leader does wrong. We're professionals here.
All right, so
this attack is really good because it makes Sabine spend resources or pass, and if they pass, you know they're much more likely to be able to kill your Obi.
Yep. And he bounced back the Sundari to hand.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, bouncing back to Sundari.
And that's all. That's all about drawing a card. I mean, he knows he needs to find Wrecker, or this game is going, or Poe.
Yeah, it's that. It also like the Sundari with 2 damage on him dies to an Obi attack, and now he doesn't. So I think either way, it was nice to bounce back to Sundari. But yeah, at this point, Sabine is just trying to dig for Wrecker as much as they can.
Right.
And this Ayla is really nice too, because now, even if Sabine finds the Poe or Wrecker, assuming that Obi can get a 3rd unit back after the leader dies, it'll be a very clean answer to it to have Ayla finish it off, to clean it up after.
Hey, we got 171 people watching live.
Nice.
Welcome, everybody. Yeah, let's try to push up into the 500s.
Yeah.
It's a wonderful Saturday for a planetary qualifier as people wrap up.
Also, don't forget to like the video you're watching and subscribe to the channel.
Yeah, give Frank and Courtney some love.
Thumbs up that video as well.
They need some love.
Yeah. If you want to see more planetary qualifier coverage, it helps to show the support for the channels doing it. Also, make sure to give a like and subscribe to all the late night gaming videos. You guys put out some awesome content and do great coverage of events as well.
Oh, shucks. All right, so...
Yeah, this is a really... I really feel like Sabine does not have that long to find an answer to these threats.
Yeah, 1 turn.
Yeah.
That's how long. That's exactly how long she has.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, he's representing 13 damage. No, he can't get through necessarily with Bright Hope. And he did get a Wing Leader on Bright Hope, which is a pretty strong play.
Yeah, Wing Leader on Bright Hope is huge because now it kills the now it kills the restored Arc 170.
I mean, he might just be jamming for a Luke here, though.
Yeah.
Because Luke, what would that make the Bright Hope? What does that
would make it a 1-8 with, or sorry, a 1-5 with 1 damage on it. So the restored arc wouldn't, or the arc 170 wouldn't kill it, but it would make it so that it dies later. Like it doesn't.
You might be looking for his own Bright Hope.
Yeah. Recon to make your guy Sentinel. I think that makes sense because you are at 13 damage and you've got 10 on the ground side now, so it just helps make sure you win the race. Also, we're not sure what options he had, so he might not have had anything better. Yeah, another game where Sabine is saying, I hope I can kill you in the air before you kill me on the ground.
Right. Though Ayla hits hard.
That is accurate. So healing the Bright Hope to kill the Wing Leader. Nice thing about Obi is you don't have to only heal your units. You can heal anything.
Yeah.
So
well, Phil's
off the board there.
Phil's a nice guy like that. I mean, sometimes he'll heal your units.
Yeah. Good guy Phil healing his opponent's Sentinels.
And we get another 4 cause, just digging.
Yeah.
Darksaber.
A second Darksaber. There's a Wrecker.
There's the Wrecker.
So I'd imagine we see the Wrecker stay on top. I'm curious if he keeps the A-Wing just because he's hitting in space. I would assume no. No, he bends the A-Wing. He just keeps the Wrecker on top. But now Phil knows it's there as well. So...
And he has 16 damage on base. Wrecker into Obi is 5 overwhelm if he uses the on attack.
Yeah, so Phil is dead next turn if he doesn't have anything else, because the Wrecker would deal 5 and then Bright Hope would deal 4.
Uh-huh.
He's at 16.
Yeah, but Sabine is also dead on the first action too, because she's at 19. Ayla hits for 6.
That is accurate. So now Sabine has to claim. Yeah, it doesn't matter because you claim, you still Wrecker into the Obi and die to the Ayla. So it looks like, unless we're missing something, it looks like Phil's got this on his first action. I'm not sure what Sabine could have to change that.
Ayla has 5. I think he can.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, so you have to ambush Wrecker into Obi and do the 5 to Ayla to kill Ayla, but Riken only attacks for 5. Or 4. I forget. I'm used to ECLing Riken with Boba Hero Leader, so I always forget how much he actually has.
I think he's a 5/6.
So yeah, so he has to ECL the Wrecker, kill Ayla and Obi here. I believe he was attempting to kill the Riken, but you cannot, because Riken does not have Sentinel naturally, so he has to actually attack into the Obi-Wan. And it does make some difference here, because now Sabine can't ping as freely.
Riken is a 5/7.
Yeah, so Riken's a 5/7. So the fact that a 5 attack unit is out there means that he puts Sabine down to 1 health remaining with a single attack. If he was able to leave Obi out there as a 4/7, he could then also potentially ping and Bright Hope. Either way, I don't think he has enough actions to get there, but...
Yeah, I mean, I think you just play Luke, kill Wrecker, win next turn. That's what...
No,
he kills the Bright Hope.
The Bright Hope, because the Bright Hope represents 4 damage this turn.
You're right. And he's got time. I mean,
yeah, exactly. He's got time. Sabine cannot ping, so Sabine has to claim. And now you put him to 1 HP remaining, and Wrecker can't kill in 1 action.
He actually attacks and
kills the Wrecker. Interesting. I mean, I guess it's all the same if Luke's lethal in 1 hit. But you're running now into like a timely second Wrecker or a timely Poe.
Yep. So it's a mindset, right? I mean, the one thing I got from the Luke Green masterclass that Phil taught there is it's a little bit different. You got to be a very patient player. I mean, you're running a value mid-range deck. Yeah. So, I mean, he's acceptable. He says, all right, well, I'm going to make it so that it's really hard for you to do damage to me, and I have a 6/7 with restore 3. So.
Yeah, and a lot of that probably comes down to what's in Phil's hand too. Like if he has a second Luke in hand, then I say, okay, if you spend a bunch of resources to kill my Luke and not kill me, I'll kill him back and have another Luke out and make you do it again. Yeah, looks like he doesn't have it. So Phil wins it on his Obi Green 2-1. So
the Obi meta begins.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited no one had discovered this deck when I was trying to play Palpatine, because that feels miserable for Palpatine. Yeah, this Obi deck is super cool. I'm excited that it's finally getting some airtime, because I've seen Phil play it a lot, and have seen him do really well with it. So,
yeah, and I think that is, it's a tale of initiative, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, how much different was the game that Sabine had initiative?
Oh, absolutely.
To the ones where Obi was asking the questions.
Yeah, and Desi in chat bringing up a really good point that heroic sacrifice on Wrecker would have been lethal if you go face there. So I think that's the key in those kinds of situations. Is you think about, okay, what's the punish for going face and what's the punish for trading? And the punish for going face was a lot harsher than the one for trading. So I think it was a good call by Phil to do the trade there. It's just something I like to think about and talk through when we're on the coverage. So
the players are chatting after the match. Phil accrues to an undefeated 4-0 as we go into round 5.
Audience.
Hey, Loopee. Hey, Jeff. It's Frank.
Hey, Frank. How's it going? How's your turn?
This guy.
Hey. Loopee's looking
doing,
great.
buddy?
Hot shirt. I love the KTOD shirt. Wear it myself on screen. I am lurking. I'm lurking. 3-1, just hanging around. I am letting y'all know that Phil is going to have to change a bunch of sleeves. Did y'all know that? The judge.
Oh no, we saw the foil changing stuff, but now he's got sleeve problems too.
Yeah, well, the judge just said he had to do even more changing. So he is. I would hope to get him here for a winner's interview, but instead it looks like it's going to be just you guys. We could probably take an intermission if y'all want to.
Sure.
Well, intermission's always fun. We have a lot more rounds to go. I mean, we're going into round 5. We'll start and probably look at the melee. Try to get some information here about who is angling for the top cut of the Georgia Planetary Qualifier.
7 rounds of Swiss, right, Frank?
Yeah, we have 4 down, 3 to go.
Yeah, so it's still 3 more rounds left, but we're definitely in the point where people are already eyeing that top cut, especially all the undefeateds. So,
all right, we'll see you guys in a second.
Nice.
All right, well, you got pairings. Yeah, it's an Andrew Tedder versus Chris Schutz.
Oh, nice. Looks like we are back live as well. So
we are back live. And more Bothans representing.
Yeah.
It's going to be a theme here.
It might be. So yeah, we're back here for round 5 of the Duluth Planetary Qualifier from Level Up Games in Duluth, Georgia. I'm Jeff Creasy here with Loopee. You excited for this matchup, Loopee?
Oh, and every time I get to see Chris play, it's great.
Yeah.
It's Mr. Ray himself. Ray of Light.
Yeah. Yeah, we have Chris Schutz here on his Ray Tarkentown list. Everyone having showcases makes me really need to pay more attention to which showcase is which leader. What is that he's playing against?
Good question. I see Tarkentown.
It's something Tarkentown. It might be another custom leader, but I cannot tell what leader that is.
Player's name is Andrew Tedder, who is 4-0 after 4 rounds on table 1, going against Mr. Ray. Chris Schutz, who's been playing that deck a long time.
Oh, Kylo. So someone in chat says this is Kylo showcase. So we have a Kylo red against Ray red.
That is a Kylo. I have a Kylo showcase. I should know that. Yeah, Kylo Tarkentown is a good deck. I know that Wu favors that. He had what was in France? We had a Kylo Tarkentown.
Yeah. So what kind of lines does this deck want to do? Is it just discard cards and swing with Kylo? Is it about like fallen lightsabers to try to buff up Kylo? What's this deck looking to do?
Well, certainly fallen lightsaber is going to be a card that's a 3 of in that deck. I mean, it's trying to do a bunch of damage by trading the cards into buffs. And it's got some cool lines with aggression. I mean, it's good against decks that are trying to run upgrades. So, I mean, the Jedi lightsabers probably don't stay in. I think that Chris runs Jedi lightsaber. If I recall,
yeah, he does.
So it's resistant that way and trying to get there, and it does readying things as well. I mean, aggression can ready 3 power.
It's a cool aggressive plays against a perilous position that I've never thought about, where you can ready your unit that's big, that's too big, and then kill the perilous position to make it bigger.
All right, so we have a partisan insurgent, I think is what that is, into the ground
partisan
arena.
Insurgent and R2D2. You would assume it's going to get an experience counter as well.
That would seem to be a Ray thing to do.
Partisan's still doing well at dodging the it's gonna force Chris to use his Tarkentown or something else, even if he gives R2 a second experience. So still nice. Everybody talks about the 5 health plays, but honestly, 4 health is still a big deal here too, because it means he has to use the Tarkentown and can't just cleanly kill it. Tarkentown or another card from hand. An interesting decision here too. If he starts by just killing the R2. Wow, I like that.
Choke.
Yeah. So I was gonna say if his plan is to get out another red unit right away or use the Kylo discard right away. If he has a 1-drop unit here, okay, so he has the Daring Raid to kill the Yoda. So not the end of the world in terms of damage on Chris's base, but keeping the board clear after 2 turns as an aggressive deck has got to feel pretty good.
Yep. Partisan hits, I think, just for 1, right?
Yeah, for 1. So for the Partisan Insurgent, you have to have another red unit out for it to have Raid 2. So that was why I was going to say if the Kylo player's follow-up to the Force Choke was like a Death Star Stormtrooper, for instance, so he gets 3 damage on base instead of the 1, that could have been really good for him. But the Daring Raid plus Tarkentown is also not a bad way to continue that turn 2.
I see Carlos in the chat popping up. Hyperspace Cube. Yeah, check out his stuff. You want to cube some Star Wars? Who doesn't want to cube some Star Wars? And he plays another Freak Yoda with the strange neck.
So the question is, will Kylo and Rey get together after this match, lore-wise?
It's hard to say because I don't even consider Episode 9 canon at this point. So it's probably not. Everybody's trying to forget it.
Yeah. 1 to base is interesting.
1 to base
I wonder what he's worried about there, because he could have flipped Kylo to have another red unit for the raid, or he could have. So he might have been trying to play around Force Throw or to see what Chris was going to do with his last resource. Okay, and then you've got the Migs Mayfield over there.
Yeah, who makes Bill Burr was super best friends with Kylo Ren. I didn't.
Yeah,
but that's how this game works. Yeah, I think it was playing around Force Throw is what it had to be. I don't know. You'd think that he would have wanted the 2 extra damage from the raid 2 on the party.
Yeah, because if you had the Force Choke anyway, you could have played around the Force Throw by just Force Choking Yoda first and then getting in the 2 extra damage.
Because he's got to do a lot fast. Because he's given with all these Force Chokes, he's given Chris a big grip of cards. He probably has all the answers.
Chris has a ton of cards. Ray has a lot of restore. I think Chris is really happy with how this has gone so far, and it's really on Kylo over this turn and next turn. I think to just see how much damage he can pump in, if he can keep the board clear and get Chris to feel a little bit more uncomfortable than he's felt so far.
Yeah, I think that he gave up a whole lot of damage with the sequencing of the last term. Because he could have just played the Force Choke from hand for 2, then played Migs, then buffed with Kylo unit onto the Partisan, and then flipped, doing 2 extra damage on the buff with Migs, so...
We see a really interesting interaction there where Chris forced through himself to kill the Kylo, but that does still trigger Migs to deal 2 to the Kanan.
Yep. Migs doesn't discriminate.
Yeah. And even if you force throw the Kylo, Migs still triggers to deal 2.
All right, we got aggression.
There is the aggression. So he's going to kill Kanan,
that.
ready to partisan insurgent. Yeah.
Right.
So Chris up to 14 now.
Guavian.
Yeah.
Doing Guavian things.
I think we all love a little guava in our lives,
Yeah. Get your fruit juice. It's a deep dive going for some guava.
Yeah.
Fruit juice. That's in the back rows at the grocery store.
Yeah. And for me, I think that this turn is going to tell the tale of the rest of this game. If Chris ends this turn with a big board and with a Ray leader out that has saved some damage on his base, then...
All right, so the chance of YMCA take off, but then they're immediately silenced by guava.
Yeah.
Little known fact, the village people hate guava juice.
Yeah. The perilous position to kill the Migs outright. I think that means that his Ray is looking a lot better to stick around. The Saboteur into the village people is unfortunate.
Depends who you are. All right, 17 damage on Ray's base. Reading Ray.
Well, it's interesting how it lines up here because Ray can't kill the Partisan Insurgent in 1 hit, and the Guava Juice is already only has 1 HP left, so you're missing out on a little bit of value there. But you would imagine he's gonna kill the unit he can kill and restore if Kylo doesn't have something to disrupt this. We've already seen 2 Force Chokes.
Yeah, and I mean, we'll see whether there's any Chaos of War too, because that's the other closer that exists. It looks like Chris has burned through his hand, somewhat, which he needed to do.
He has 3 cards, 4 cards in hand, something like that.
What's that? A smuggled reckless?
A smuggled guy that just deals 1 to each base. Yeah.
Yep.
So
being on a stick,
you could kill with Ray if you wanted to, and that is the guy that he goes for. I believe Ray does take 1 damage back.
Yeah, but then is going to get force choked. Force choke number 3.
Oh no, because that guy has 2 power. So the fact that he has 2 power means the 3rd force choke kills Ray.
Yep.
So yeah.
All right.
And it's interesting. You could only play around the force choke by hitting the partisan insurgent and not killing a unit. But I don't think you're supposed to play around the 3rd force choke there when you've already seen 2. Oh, he still had his Tarkenton up, so he kills the guava juice that way.
All right, so
we see
you need to do 10 more damage. I mean, where do you find that last 10 damage?
Yeah, are you at the point now where you play your red unit before you attack with the partisan insurgent, but then you get blown out by more village people type effects?
I mean, this game would be real close had he played greedy on the flip turn.
Yeah, absolutely.
With the partisan.
Oh, there's the Luke killing Mr. Bones and sticking around now. So it looks like this window is rapidly closing for Kylo. Not a ton of ways for mono red to kill a Luke.
Another reckless coming in, probably.
Yeah. Another reckless coming in, which then also gives the partisan insurgent raid 2 again. But now you're giving up initiative, so Luke is going to be able to swing back in and restore 3 next turn.
So with a Kylo buff, a partisan insurgent would hit for 5.
5. Does not go for the Kylo buff.
Does not.
I believe he has an aggression in hand. I'm not sure what his other... his only card left is aggression, so he doesn't want to discard the aggression. Because that represents more than the 2 damage there.
I mean, if Chris has redemption, I think this is...
True. Yeah, and Luke killing the partisan insurgent, healing 3. So he can kill the Luke with aggression now. If he aggression deals 4 damage to Luke and readies the gunslinger to deal 2 more to it. That's a lot of resources to throw into killing the Luke.
And he's got to do it now. Chris did not play redemption, so he's not able to get the giant heal.
Mm-hmm. Chris is also at 18 on base right now, so is there a way that you can sneak in more damage?
Needs to get
good aggression, kill Yoda, and ready your gunship guy.
Yeah, and he hasn't had Chaos of War that we've seen. I mean,
correct.
Chaos of War would be 4, so 2 of them would work.
Looks like Chris has a lot of cards in hand, maybe 5.
Yeah, it's at least 4. Blue is 5.
I think it's 6, maybe. There's a lot of cards in there when he fans them out.
And that's an interesting interaction with Force Choke.
Yeah.
All right.
And I would, so he does that. And I would assume since he's playing the 3 Force Chokes main, that means that he's also on Chaos of War. I'm not sure about standard Kylo lists. Oh, force throwing the Kylo player when your only unit out is 1 health. So
Force throw is a good card.
Oh yeah,
and I would consider playing that.
Yeah, it's a good reason to be in Blue Red Hero. Sabine with an XP. Yeah, chat saying he's playing 3 Chaos of Wars. That makes sense with what we've seen with the 3 Force Chokes main. He needs to start finding them though.
Reckless Gunslinger.
Yeah,
Indeed,
so
reckless.
Third gunslinger that we've seen. And I think Chris here is starting to realize the Chaos of War threat, where he's playing cards from his hand before attacking with the Luke. He realized there's also only one card left in Kylo's hand, so he just wanted to get that out of there. And now it's just how many cards can he spit out and keep the heal from Luke going.
It's a Conqueror Dawn.
Yeah.
And away we go.
Down to only 16 on base, and looks like 4 cards in hand for Chris.
Yeah, I think that this might be a slow painful.
Yeah, Kylo agrees. That was really. I feel like that was really well played, well navigated by the Kylo player. It's just the Lukes and Force throws were too much in the end, and he definitely would have had a chance if he'd drawn his Chaos of Wars earlier. Like, I think he was in an okay spot. His deck just didn't seem to cooperate, but I still think he navigated that as well as he could have.
Yeah, no, I think he played well. He obviously knows this deck. I mean, he's 4-0 at the PQ, running Kylo Red, so we love seeing this on stream. I did not have Rey versus Kylo on my bingo card today.
Yeah, exactly.
As a round 5 match.
Yeah. Before you saw any matchups, I was talking about how we were going to get to see the more meta decks now that we're further in the PQ, and since then we've seen Obi and Kylo.
That's right. Well, so that's what we like to say.
Yeah. I'm always excited in aggressive decks that aren't Sabine, because it's just nice to have some aggro diversity available.
And Kylo's real good into Sabine. So I see a guy named Soldak. 1-2 already in this round. It's the first the first match result reported on the top page. Frank plays relatively quick.
Yeah.
And he's 4-1. No?
Yeah, and for anyone, this is a battle of undefeated players. So this is round 5 of a 100-plus person PQ, and both of these players are 4-0 right now. So whoever loses, if they... Obviously, anyone who goes X1 will top 8, but even if one of these players loses now and then loses in like the last round of Swiss, they've still got a decent shot of being the 1 or 2 X2s that make it in the top 8. But this is still a round where the pressure is really on. I think when you go 5-0, you can comfortably say maybe I can lose the last 2 and whatever. But 4-0 this is a really important one to be a much higher probability of getting in the top 8. So, Loopee, what do you think this Kylo's post-board game plan is going to be to help deal with all of these restore units that he's going to see?
Well, I imagine that there'll be some restore hate in Kylo Red.
Like Confederate Tri-Fighters, something like that?
Yep, Wolf. Mm-hmm. Be hungry like the Wolf.
Yeah.
Wolf does double duty in that it has Saboteur too, but he doesn't play well with the village protectors. Wolf dies.
Yeah, he still gets to kill them as well, though. I feel like with Wolf, you're just he's a usually he's a 3/2 Saboteur with flavor text, where it's hard to count on the anti-heal, but you can count on him being a 3/2 Saboteur.
Yeah, here, let me actually look at.
And if he kills the village people, you still get the on-attack trigger for no healing that turn. So I think Wolf killing village people is not all that bad for you, for you as the Kylo player. And Cantina backup band in chat giving us the insider information on his deck. Thank you for the info there. It's a really cool deck to see. I'm excited to see decks like this doing well, and excited to get to see them on stream. So this is cool.
And I'm logging into my Patreon to check out who's list. I know that the one that did well in France was based on Woo's list. I imagine this is similar.
Nice. Ah, man. Yeah, always stinks to have to cancel your PQ last minute. I still have not been able to play in a PQ. The ones near me are starting next week, and I was out of town, both the ones within 8 hours of me set to, so I am still undefeated in PQs.
Congratulations.
0-0.
So Cantina Backup Band says Andrew's on his team. So what team is that?
Yeah, what team?
Elucidate us. All right, so they reset into game 2. Chris Schutz, on brand, playing Ray, is up 1 game into Kylo. It's going to be a Darien Ray Tarkenton, I think.
Yeah, I would imagine you want to also Tarkenton that, yeah. So now we have an uncontested guava juice here. Local testing group, nice.
Local testing. I think that's an appropriate name. I mean, you're the local testing group team. Maybe get jerseys. LTG.
You just a bunch of the jersey logo is just a guy in a lab coat. You're testing.
That's right. And it should probably be Greedo, because why wouldn't it be Greedo? All right, so he's going to discard a Tylo Tie, which is the best card to discard.
Yeah.
Because you can still play it. Buff the guava juice. It's now extra concentrated guava juice.
Yeah. I would imagine you throw the guava juice into the Yoda, because you just have to deal with that restore.
So, having played Kylo too, I mean, I always, when I discard a Kylo Tie like that, I stick it a little bit farther ahead of my discard just so I don't forget to play it later that game.
Yeah, absolutely.
You'd think that wouldn't happen, but that happens.
I see it all the time in decks that aren't Kylo, where they're just playing it as a 3/2 space unit.
Right.
And it gets I've seen it get milled with a Kanan as an example, and you can still play it when it gets milled with Kanan. I've seen it get milled with a Greedo when defeated and stuff, and you can play it when all that happens.
Yep. That happens in Django.
Yeah.
Where you'll mill it with Greedo. If you're playing against Bossk, if you're getting Vigilance milled, you can play your Kylo Ties. It's fun.
Yeah.
I mean, it's obviously what you want to discard to force throw.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Mr. Bones here. I played around with a couple of mono red decks early in the set, and Mr. Bones is a really cool card. So he's a 3/1 for 1, but he's double red. And on attack, if you have 0 cards in your hand, you can deal 3 damage to a unit. So he can do some really cool things in this mono red Kylo list.
Now he's top targeted, which is...
Yeah, it looks like what he's going to do here is probably die. But in general, he can do some really cool things.
He's going to perform violence before he dies, though. On the way out, he's just going to perform violence.
And we'll see. It wouldn't surprise me. Chris might have something like a perilous position to finish it off, but then that's his whole turn. So he might just be investing the resource, saying that he's going to get it later. Or, okay, R2. So R2 is a pretty good answer to this next turn. So we're still on Kylo deploy, so I would imagine it's going to be pretty easy for Chris to keep initiative here.
And the other thing I'm thinking is Chris is managing the cards in his hand. I mean, I think knowing that he's going against a double red deck and Chaos War is a thing. I mean, we didn't see it. Kylo needed it the turn before there. Migs is strong.
Oh, Migs is very strong. So you expect the force throws to be big in this matchup, and you've also got the Kylo activate. He still could Kylo activate and then hit, but the Kylo activate when you've already attacked isn't going to do as much.
And
trigger.
It's a strong play, but I don't know why we're playing the Migs.
He's playing it because it's Kylo flip turn, so he's playing it to just get empty-handed and then hit for 5. Right. So
he actually went all the way through his hand, so he wouldn't have had a card to discard to buff. And he's done 11 damage to base.
And has 4 units out. So Chris is behind the 8 ball a little bit here. He still can't flip Ray until next turn. He has no board. He has the top target on Mr. Bones as a bonus sitting out there, but against an aggression deck, you gotta collect that pretty quick because they've got a lot of upgrade hate ready.
Yeah. So one issue though is that the Kylo can't use his discard ability anymore when he's out.
Yeah.
Which is interesting.
So it is perilous position to kill the Mr. Bones and heal 6. So he's back to 5, but Chris still has no board. I believe there's 2 cards in hand now, so Kylo's 3 power. I don't think he resourced to 5.
Yeah, and you can actually do things with aggression, that way too, because Kylo can cast it and then he actually kind of levels up with the card coming out of the hand.
True, yeah.
All right, so
Force throw with no unit on board, just to discard. Now that Kylo is attacked, it's not bad, I don't think, because he's probably trying to hold on to removal for this Ray flip. And yeah, we see Andrew thinking about what to discard here.
Yeah, so he's going to get a He's going to get a mix trigger here too because it is discarding a card.
There is, but Chris has no units out.
Yeah, we can hit base with Migs.
Yeah. So he does get rid of the force choke, so it's going to be harder for him to deal with Ray now. That was a really heads-up force throw play, I think. I think a lot of people would just look at it as giving more power to Kylo, but Chris understanding that Ray has to get killed pretty quickly or the restore is going to do a lot. So he's making sure that it's harder for Andrew to just immediately kill his Ray.
All right, and then he plays a card. I think that's is that Bo-Katan?
Yes, it looks like the mono red Bo-Katan. It might be the red villain one. I'm not sure. So there's a red Bo-Katan that's a 3/3 and a red black Bo-Katan that's a 2/3.
Except if it sees a Mandalorian, then it's a 3/3, I think. Trooper. It sees a trooper to become a 3/3, and then if it sees a Mandalorian, it can saboteur.
Yes.
All right, so
Obi-Wan first. I like this because it's pretty hard to kill it in one action before you flip the Ray. You need because Kylo can only attack for 5. Okay, so it is the red 3/3 one, is what chat's saying. I think that's what that one is. Yeah. And then so it has a when defeated effect of draw a card for each base with 15 damage on it, which at this point is just Chris's.
But I mean that's relevant. I mean he's got to deal with the Obi unit, and I don't think there's anything that does it in one action. Yeah,
that's the hard part. Is if you deal with it over 2 actions, then all of a sudden the Obi's giving 2 XP to Ray and drawing a card. And you're also losing 2 units to it if you do it that way.
I think you have to though. I mean, you probably attack.
You have to.
Right. Well, he attacks with the Kylo tie.
Well,
oh my gosh!
No, oh my god. Well, because if he was empty-handed, then Mr. Bones could kill it with the on-attack trigger as well. But the fact that he had 2 cards in hand, he couldn't. So now Ray gets to attack. Oh, Mr. Bones is already dead. What am I saying? I'm out of it.
He performed violence on his way out.
Yeah, for sure. So now I like this. You kill the Migs. So you're still dead to force choke as Ray, but you get the Migs out of there, which is showing some more damage. And not drawing them a card. If you kill the Bo-Katan, you're giving them a card.
I mean, if he's got force choke, he's going to probably clear Ray right now to avoid the.
Yeah, but you get another draw at force choke as well if you swing the Bo-Katan in.
Yeah, the punishing one also readies.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Yeah, so now that Ray has an XP, if you do kill Ray, then punishing one will ready and deal 3 more to base. Looks like he's just throwing Kylo in first. Interesting to throw Kylo in first before... Does that mean he's not going to draw the card with Bo-Katan and not going to throw that in? Okay, so he's doing that to finish it off with Daring Raid. That makes sense. And now you can do 3 to base.
Yeah. That last 7 damage, though.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. We've seen him use 1 Force Choke, and that's really what he needs now is... he'd have to throw Bo-Katan in as well, because Rey now has 7 health remaining. So I'm curious. Okay, so Chris does go in there. So Force Choke will kill Rey now.
He gets to draw a card.
Yes, so when defeated, he draws. So he's more likely now to potentially have the Force Choke, but I think you still have to take out the Bo-Katan anyway, because you're still taking 6 damage a turn in space that you can't stop at the moment.
Yeah, Luke to kill the punishing one would be... Oh, no. He hasn't had anything die.
He hasn't had anything die. Yeah, you can kill the Kylo's tie.
Yeah, and you can also... Aggression's real strong here, because assuming he attacks with the punishing one next, he can kill Rey, ready both ships, actually, with aggression.
Yeah. There is a Concord on, so that's huge. He can use Kylo to buff the punishing one and kill the Concord Dawn. And I would imagine that's what we're going to see.
I think that's it, and then you aggression up and then try to swing twice with the punishing one.
Yeah. Unfortunate for Chris that he couldn't sequence it to also get the XP on the Concord Dawn, but I think you just have to prevent the 3 damage right away.
All right, so you must not have aggression.
Yeah.
Because
and then the village people. So there is a wolf.
And YMCA chance.
But not now if... Yeah, so Kylo claims, Andrew claims on Kylo because he needs to have the wolf attack into the village people, otherwise he doesn't get the buff. Ooh, and actually punished pretty hard there, I would say, with Chris force throwing himself to kill the wolf. So now you don't get the on attack, no heal trigger right away, and you missed out on potentially killing the Concord Dawn.
Mm-hmm.
So really well
played.
Yeah, really well played by Chris there to basically bait Andrew into claiming because he needed to get that wolf on attack and then having the answer to wolf. David in chat saying he discarded a Force Choke to the 4-star. I forgot about that. So yeah, so there's only 1 Force Choke left for Kylo in the deck. Because a lot of times that's been the main thing that he wants to see. Is his Force Choke. Looks like this time he's doing the discard now. The discard now isn't as effective because Chris gets to attack with Rey to pump up the Concord Dawn, so it'll still die to whatever attacks it with the Kylo buff, but it'll trade with the punishing one. So be curious, he might buff the Kylo's tie here.
Mm-hmm.
Because either one will die into the Concord Dawn with an XP.
Yeah. I mean, his bigger problem is, though, he doesn't have a strong answer to Rey that's obvious right now. And Rey's going to be anti healing the base.
Yeah.
This turn because he wasn't able to get that wolf down.
Oh, he buffs the punishing one into a takedown. So yeah, Chris has really turned the corner here. Seems like he's having all the answers.
There's always another punishing one. Punishing 2. There you go.
And yeah, I think we're still at the point where Andrew can string together some removal for Rey and some things that he might still be able to be in this game. But that window is rapidly closing. He's really got to get the right cards off the top of his deck here in a hurry. Trading in there, unless his last card is Daring Raid, that really hurts. Ooh, Force Throw is last card, which was Fallen Lightsaber. Yeah, I mean, this is Ray doing exactly what Ray wants to do, which is you get off to a lead, and then I stabilize, I get rid of your entire hand, and you need the top of your deck to be exactly the right cards every turn.
Mm-hmm. No, this is tough.
I mean, this is why this deck's good. When you get these, especially these aggressive decks where they can hold a few cards in hand and have removal spells, but that's where the Ray discard comes in clutch. We saw him have to discard a Force Choke earlier, which would have been... He probably wins the game if Chris doesn't do that blind force, the blind Force Throw with no unit out to make him discard Force Choke. Because if Andrew still has that Force Choke, and then Ray dies 4 turns ago. I think that was really, looking back, the turning point of the game where Chris says, I don't have any units out. I don't care. I'm going to Force Throw you anyway because you only have 2 cards in hand and you have to make a tough choice.
Yep.
Interesting to see Kylo still resourcing here. Up to, I think it's 6 now. Luke kills the punishing one. He can't heal this round. I would imagine we'll see the village people run into Wolf to kill it.
Right. The Saboteur doesn't work that way.
Yeah, Saboteur is only one way.
Yeah, Chris has just got to hold serve and not do anything stupid. Which he won't.
He does not get to heal this round, so that gets it still where the your Chaos of War type effects could come in. But he's only at 16 on base and the wolf is dead. So yeah. Really well played by Andrew still. I think he showed that he has played this deck a lot and is really comfortable with it. It's an off-meta deck, but it can do some really cool things. And I think we saw a couple of the cool lines that it can do, and we saw discard really good against it, where he just didn't draw the right cards at the right time and never had a big hand to work with. And then really, really well played by Chris, navigating through a matchup that he probably doesn't have a ton of experience with, but still understanding his lines and his win conditions and what he has to do to get to the finish line.
All right, so Chris improves to 5-0.
Yeah. Andrew drops to 4-1, so still very much in top 8 contention.
Looking at most of the top tables have not reported yet.
Yeah.
I see that Frank 120.
Mm-hmm.
Philaffle is playing StanGasque.
Ah, yeah. I'm okay with the team kills when it's round 507 and they're both XO like that. That's fine. It's when you play each other in round 1 of a 7-round tournament that it's annoying.
Or Top Cut, it's not great.
Yeah, but same thing with Top Cut. But and yeah, Cantina Backup Band saying drawing 0 Chaos of War is rough for Kylo. Yeah, there were a lot of points in game 1 where he had a decent amount of time to draw the Chaos of War, and it would have, if not won in the game outright, probably saw that he won. So that was really rough for him. Him not drawing those game 1. But I mean, hey, if he wins out, we'll get to see this again in the Top Cut. I'm excited for this Kylo deck, and Andrew seems to play it really well.
Hey guys, we'll give you a quick break here. I'll see if I can get Chris Schutz to come on and do a quick winner's interview.
Nice.
Oh, it's always great to talk to Chris.
Yeah.
Rodney, whatever his name is.
Yes, right. Stub something. All right, be right back.
Yeah, I'm not exactly Loopee.
Is this Loopee? What's up, Loopee?
Yeah, it's Loopee and Jeff.
Oh, Loopee and Jeff, what's up? I didn't know we had Loopee in the house today.
Yeah.
All right.
Who doesn't want to do
we're live.
Yep.
We are live.
We are with the Ray
Welcome back,
winner.
everyone. Yeah, winner's interview with Chris Rodney Stubb Schutz over here on Ray.
Yeah.
So how much?
So you were, yeah, you were expecting that Kylo Red to be in the undefeated round 5, right, Chris?
Yeah. No, I mean there's a couple of really good Kylo Red players locally. I played one of them, this guy Timothy, on Wednesday at locals, and we had a really tight 3-game match. So I guess I had a little bit of practice into it. It's definitely a deck that can catch you with your pants down if you're not ready for it. So you know, having played that match on Wednesday, I think let me know what sort of pitfalls to avoid and like how much respect to give to like certain units that they have. But
it seems like you're pretty confident in your lines, for sure.
Yeah, ultimately, it kind of plays into what my deck wants to do. So it's not. I don't really have to do anything differently than I normally would. I have to protect my life total a lot more because they can just do a lot of damage out of nowhere. Especially like they have like so they can like smuggle out like arm to the teeth and stuff. They have like random damage that they can get even when they don't have a hand. So you have to be prepared to just like, even if they have like a 2-1 on the board, just clear them out. But that's what my deck wants to do anyway. Just keep all their units off the board. Even if they have 2-1s, I'm just clearing them, and that's so I think I'm pretty well positioned to beat those kind of decks.
So how do you feel about OBECL?
OBECL? I think it's a pretty good deck. I hope I don't run into it. I think I might.
You might hear in a minute.
I might run into it in a second.
Phil was also undefeated going into this round, so
yeah, we're sitting next to each other over there. I think
did Stan win or did
OBECL is really tough. I mean, Raiken ambush is like a nasty move, especially when you have a 6 health leader.
Yeah.
So if they ramp, it's pretty much lights out for me probably. But otherwise, I mean, I beat 3 Hans, I beat a Django, beat a Kylo, so we're winning.
Were all the Hans mono Hans or
2 mono Hans and 1 red Han?
Red Han, okay.
Yeah, and
Spicy
that was actually
Han.
that was the one. I think I lost the game. No, never mind. I 2-0'd them. Yeah, but yeah, it's a pretty diverse field here. It's pretty fun. Who else have you guys had on stream? What have I been missing?
What else? Well, it looks like
we've seen Stan and Phil on stream.
Yep. We've seen
What's
a couple
Stan
green
playing?
Sabines.
Stan is on
Quinlan
Quinlan.
Tarkentown.
Yeah, Quinlan Tarkentown.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
so now I know which Bothan I'm rooting for.
Yeah. And
we've
he and
seen the
Phil have
Yoda.
not reported yet.
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't mind seeing Ray Tarkentown versus Quinlan Tarkentown. It's actually a very interesting match in the way that
The
it goes.
Tarkin battle. Yeah, it looks like Frank beat Joel in Swiss. So we've seen Joel on stream with his Yoda. He won with his Yoda red deck, but then he's lost the last 2 rounds now. So I think he's down to X2 now.
Oh, yeah. I know he started off well, but that's a pretty tough matchup playing against Sabine.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Having a 7-flip leader against Sabine is not good.
Yeah.
I mean, even 6-flip leader, I feel like I don't even get to flip my leader half the time against Sabine.
Yeah.
I can't imagine having to wait one more turn.
Yeah. So anyway, Chris, back to you. So you recently started up a Patreon. How's that going?
Pretty good. We got a nice little community. It's pretty small but active community. I know a lot of people are sleeping on Ray right now. She's doesn't have the shine on her that she had at the end of set 2, but I think we're showing that she can still win against the meta decks. I feel really good playing against Hans and Django's, and I think Cad and Quinlan are really tough, but those are a little bit less popular. So but
and
most
there
of the meta decks I feel good against. All the control decks I feel good against.
It's always a tough matchup for Sabine. So.
Yeah, I mean, I'd been practicing on Han the past 3 weeks, and I thought I was going to pivot to playing Han. I just wanted to, I was like, maybe I should just play the best deck. But I wanted to do like a little sanity check. So about 3 days ago, I was like, let me just go back to playing Ray and see how it goes. And I played Ray for a couple more days, and I was just like beating everybody, just playing people online. And I was just winning, and I'm like, what? I'm beating all these people. Why don't I just play this deck? I know if I play a tournament for 10 rounds, I'm not going to make I'm not going to be making mistakes. You want to play a deck that you know inside and out. I know that I'll know my matchups better than all my opponents will know the matchup, which
is huge in this game.
Yeah,
sure.
I mean, I know I know that I'll play against some people here who have never played their deck against Ray in a tournament.
Yeah.
So that's
and you're saying, oh, Kylo Red, I've played this matchup before. I know this one.
Yeah, you know exactly what to do. You know exactly what to mulligan for. You know exactly how to sideboard. And and not just that, like you're not having to make decisions like in the match. You're just you have a script, and I
you have a sideboard guy that you wrote yourself.
Yeah. Well, that's the only downside, is that if anybody has like followed any of my content online, I have told them exactly what I'm going to do in every situation. So if they've studied up, then they definitely have an advantage against me.
So you're saying if you want to win an Atlanta PQ, join the Chris Schutz Patreon. That's what I'm hearing.
Yes, Stubbs Hub.
So you can beat Chris Schutz.
Exactly.
I mean, so far I've never lost a match to someone who subscribes to my Patreon.
No, you're not supposed to say that part.
If you go to the highest tier, then Chris will actually lose to you.
Yeah, that's the conceit.
Yeah,
$20.
For $100 a month, you get Chris to concede you.
Yeah, the conceit tier. I should add that. That's a really good idea, actually.
There you go. No, get there first.
I think I might. Yeah.
You'll see StanGasque, going to his Patreon right now.
Yeah, you see somebody on their phone before the round starts. Hold on.
Yeah, Stan.
Hold on.
Stan is one guy who does not need it, man. Stan is so good.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so we may see Quinlan versus Ray next. Stan did win 2-0, according to Melee against Phil. So, Phil's going to have to.
Quinlan Tarkentown's my worst matchup.
Yep.
Yeah. He smoked. We played each other at SCG Con in day 2. He smoked me.
Unless anybody's bringing Vader, but that's probably even less of a problem.
I don't think we have any Vaders today, do we?
I think there's one Vader here.
One?
Yeah, I don't know if they're still here.
There are 8 Palpatines, and Jonathan Fisher is X1 on his Palpatine right now.
Yep.
So it's reported round 5.
I feel good against Palpatine. I would love to fade Quinlan all tournament though if I can. It's so nasty. It's just so hard to it's so hard to develop a board against them. Yeah. Plo Koon is just an insane card.
Yep.
Yeah. And the thing is, Quinlan just has the discard package, but on steroids compared to
Spark of Rebellion is just nuts.
Heroes.
Yeah, it's just hard because you have to like, you know your hand's gonna get ripped up, so you have to like keep hands that are like way more marginal, just because like you can't like keep a curve out. Like I have to keep 2 turn 1 plays. I have to keep maybe 2 turn 2 plays. Like I have to keep like a bunch of like 2 and 3 cost cards, because I know like a lot of those cards are never going to see the light of day. So it means that I have to like end up resourcing a lot of good cards that I want later, just because I can't afford to keep them in my hand. So I have to like resource Lukes if I draw them, just because I can't afford to miss a turn if I get Cured and like I only have like 1 like 4 cost card in my hand. So then what ends up happening is like, even if you do like fight and don't lose control of the board and you make it to your flip turn and you're still alive, you get to like the late game and just like all your good cards are in your resource row, because you had to resource everything just to get to that point, and you end up getting gassed out.
Mm-hmm.
That's the tough thing about playing against Quinlan. It's like then they can start playing. They play a Han and you don't have an answer for it.
I feel like that's the aspect of these discard decks that a lot of people disregard, as they say, oh, well, I got pillaged, but I still have 2 cards in hand or 1 card in hand or whatever. But you're just making your late game so much less consistent when you can't afford to keep those loops in hand, like you were saying, those other high drop cards.
Yeah.
So I feel like that's like the unseen cost of playing against these discard decks.
Yeah, I say that pillage is the luck creator.
Yeah,
you play pillage, and you make them start having to make difficult resource decisions. They have to put all these cards down in the resource row just so that they can keep resourcing. and then all of a sudden they're just drawing nothing late, you know, or and it's because those 2 cards that you discarded earlier, like, you know, have like this like cascading domino effect. So but with those guys,
sometimes they'll beat you by perfect top decking, but not all the time.
Yeah, I mean the Quinlan has really good top decks. Like they have like a ton of stuff that they can draw into. So, you know, it's weird because it's like a super fast aggro deck. You know, it can be like they can just burn you down and kill you by the time they flip their leader just by like just playing straight straight aggressive, or they can just play hand control. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, I've definitely had games against Ray where she didn't deploy.
Yeah.
You know, just because you're able to get like a wing leader A-wing start up in the space arena, and then you're just jamming damage.
Yeah, so it's actually really interesting. In that same vein, Chris, what I was telling Loopee by the end of game 2, what I saw as the play of the game that kind of defined the game was when you played Force Throw with no units on your board, and he had 2 cards in hand. He discarded a Force Choke to play a unit, which is a totally fine decision. But then he never killed your Ray, and it was sitting there multiple times with 5 HP, where he was trying to find another Force Choke. So like, when do you kind of make that decision to say, oh, you know what, I just need to get cards out of his hand, I'm just going to play this now? And did you think at the time that it was going to be such an impactful point of the game?
Yeah, I had it was a little bit of a desperation move on my part. You know, I was way behind on board at that point. I did have an Obi-Wan Kenobi in my hand. That was a 5 resource turn, right?
Yeah, it was 5 resources, and you were going to deploy next turn.
Yeah,
and I thought it was a great play because you had no board, and he had like 3 units on board, I think.
Yeah, I knew that if I discarded a card when I didn't have any units on board, so his MiGs couldn't put damage on one of my units.
Yeah.
I knew I wasn't going to be able to play the Force Throws the next turn anyway. So I just kind of like, Kylo plays that discard game, and then they can draw into like really awkward top decks because they discard early, and then like, you know, they're top decking like little 1-drops and stuff. So you kind of want to like put enough. I want to like at least take a few cards out of his hand so that he can't just like empty his hand and play 4 cards the next turn. And while I had no units on the table, felt like a good time. I knew next turn I was going to be playing Obi-Wan, so I wasn't going to play him that turn. If I drew into a Luke, I wasn't going to play him the turn after. So it's like, if I'm going to play it, I might as well play it now and just like, you know, kill one of those 2 cards, because then he has to decide whether he wants to like play a unit or, you know, like in that case, keep removal in his hand.
And did you draw into that Space Sentinel right after that? So you did an OB on the ground, and then
I think I might have.
I can't remember.
I had a villager. I had a villager Obi-Wan. I don't remember if I drew the Conquered Dawn or not.
Yeah.
Like I had options. Like I could either play like a Sentinel in each arena or play the Obi-Wan. But I knew that I was gonna, if I played the next turn, if I played 2 Sentinels, 1 in each arena, that I was gonna start eating damage anyway. And there's a possibility that the villager would only be able to soak 1 attack. You know, I knew that was gonna take a damage anyway. So I figured that playing Obi-Wan, I figured he probably wouldn't be able to kill Obi-Wan in 1 attack. So I'd be able to flip Rey, get the experience, and draw another card off of a Rey flip. And I knew, because I knew Kylo wasn't going to be able to be, you know, he was only going to be 5 power at most, 4 or 5 power. So I figured I'd be able to clear out. And I wanted to have Rey to clear out the MiGs, so that if I needed to start force throwing with the other force throw I had, that I wouldn't be taking damage off that.
All right, and this just in from New York. It looks like a clash of Ians. The Quinlan Tarkin player did get 2-1 over Ian Klein.
You hate to see it as an Ian Klein stan myself. Love me some Lego pizza.
Yep.
But anyway,
quick break while we wait on the next round pairings.
All right, guys.
Yeah.
Nice talking
Thanks
to
so
you.
much,
Chris. Good luck.
Appreciate it.
Thank
Good
you.
luck.
The interview next rounds. All right. We are back here with round 6 of Swiss. We have 2 undefeated players here at table 1. We have Stan from the Bothan network on Quinlan Tarkentown, and we have Christopher on Han 1 Blue.
Yeah, and Han Blue actually took down a PQ in England earlier today.
Oh, today? Well, I knew because I knew it won one a week or two ago. So it's interesting that it's second PQ win this season for Han Blue. What do you think about Han Blue?
It's been around since set 1. I remember playing against Wu actually on his Han Blue deck multiple times, and I think that some of the KTOD guys did favor it. It's a control-y type version of Han. And we'll see. I mean, Quinlan is an aggressive tempo deck. Needs to finish the game before the healing gets out of control from Han, which will happen at some point. And that said, I mean, I don't think that it's a matchup I hate seeing if I'm Quinlan.
Yeah.
I'd rather deal with Han Blue than yellow.
True. Yeah. Han Blue is going to be much less likely to steal all your resources. Much less likely to cutting down your board and kill you. So I feel like Quinlan has got to be the aggressor in this. Do you agree with that, or do you think Quinlan could take this late?
Well, if you are familiar with my playstyle and how I play Quinlan, I'm always the aggressor.
That's one of the things I love about this Quinlan deck is you spend like 1 to 2 turns discarding, controlling like Tarkentown their turn 1 play, and then it's just foot on the gas and hit them in the face. I think that's a really cool a really good way to play this Quinlan deck.
Yep. So, I mean, if I'm Quinlan, I'm definitely wanting to keep surprise strikes. I'm wanting to take anything that can, jam a lot of damage fast. Okay, so
that believe is that the 0/3 that is a sentinel if you have another Republic unit, and when it dies, make a clone trooper.
It may be.
I believe so. To me, that signifies that this is a now there are 2 of them deck.
Yes.
Because that gives you a Republic unit even through a ping Tarkentown. So now there's a claim here. So even if you Tarkentown the 0/3, which there's no real reason to do so except to take the unit off the board, then you could still now there are 2 of them into a Kiadi Mundi or into what other good 5 drops are there in yellow blue that would fit that tag? I'm not 100% sure.
I mean, it could be Plo, but I mean, it's not really Plo, ideal.
Yeah, so Plo and Kiadi are probably the main nominal hits. Looks like that might be what we're seeing here. He's tapping 3, deciding. Going up to 4, because that's the other thing you can do with Han. You can go up to 4, and now you can play a 6-drop. With now there are 2 of them.
Which could be Obi.
Yeah, could be Obi.
Well,
is Obi
have?
Obi's not a Republic unit, I don't believe.
You're right.
But this would be. I'm interested if Stan wants to. It looks like he has a red 3, so he doesn't have the option to play like a Spark. Okay, so we just see the Kanan. So now there are 2 of them shenanigans, but that is, I believe, what this deck wants to do and why they have this 0/3 in there.
And he attacks L3 into Kanan.
Yeah.
Setting him up for a Tarkentown.
Yeah.
He elects not to attack for 0.
And then, is going to Tarkentown this Kanan, I would imagine.
And that's good play by the Quinlan player. I mean, I think that, some people have an instinct to Tarkentown right away because you can.
Yeah.
On that 0/3, but saving it for Kanan is a lot better value.
Yeah, and Tarkentowning the 0/3 just turns it into a 2/2, so then it starts hitting you.
Right. So we're going into 4 resources.
Yeah.
Han has to destroy a card right now.
Yes.
Which he does.
Destroys another copy of the O3 Sentinel. Or O3 sometime Sentinel. Interesting. So now if he Han activates and now there are 2 of them, then it could be a 7-drop. I'm not sure what 7-drop Republic non-vehicles there are. That's why we're going to see what's in his hand. So he had the Kiadi. He did not have the now there are 2 of them. So now it looks like this Kira can just completely blank his turn.
Yep.
You would imagine it's going to name the Kiadi, and then he has to find a smuggle card to play, which it looks like he's at least looking at to see if he has. And yeah, that's the thing that this Quinlan deck can do against Han, really. There's nothing worse than Han activate into claim. The Kira Disruption, it's one of the reasons that I like Quinlan a lot into Han, regardless, because as the Han player, you always have to worry about what is my backup plan? What do I do if I Han activate and they spark or Kira or insert X card that just completely ruins my plan? But those are the main 2.
Yeah, and Han took an aggressive line.
Yeah.
Trying to get to the key that turn, and it kind of ended up biting him.
Yeah.
And he still can't play it.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't have a way to deal with Kira easily. Even Han doesn't kill it.
Yeah. So I'm curious what the card was that he resourced, because he kept Han Unit and Kiadi, so probably thinking that Han Unit is really important in this matchup, but it was a very high risk line because of what we saw, that he just had his whole turn blanked, and now if he has this, he might have resourced the Kiadi since then, but now if he doesn't get to 7 to get the Han Unit out, what happens?
And I mean, he doesn't have a way to protect himself from Plo. I mean, which I see a force throw in Quinlan's hand. All right, so he deploys Han.
Could force throw himself if he has another high unit. Could just surprise strike anything in to kill Han. Yeah. So is this going to be the second time we've seen Han activate into no resources spent? That is brutal, if that's the case.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh. So we've seen him basically just discard 2 cards and spend 0 out of 11 resources over the last 2 turns. This is not where Han wants to be, and this is exactly what Quinlan wants to be doing.
Yeah, but then just a slight 10 to base.
Yeah, that's. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I'm really curious what other options he had with the Han activation to potentially have backup plans for that, because I think it's the getting to 7 that turn was pretty low likelihood, but he might just not have had another option. No other plays available except to go for it. And then I'm curious when he went to 5 for the Kiadi if he resourced something that could have been a probably worse but better than playing nothing backup plan.
Yeah, you can't take 2 turns off. I mean, and you also should be expecting Kira to come down in the Quinlan deck.
Especially, on the 4, that's exactly what Kira wants to do. Exactly what Quinlan wants to do is wait for you to Han activate to go to 5 and then blow out your turn. Great play by Stan, being able to kind of action Dirtle until Han activation and then throw the Kira out, because if you do it early, then he just never activates. But
both of these players undefeated, trying to get to 6-0 and then no pressure round 7, which is always nice.
Oh yeah, it's always nice to just have a free roll round 7. I've definitely seen some people that really love the 6-0 because they just auto concede whatever happens in round 7.
Go grab a hamburger.
Exactly. Take a nap, whatever you want to do. Recover some brain power.
So both players sideboarding.
I'm curious what Han Blue can bring in. I'm not sure about the standard deck list. If you have more Sentinels, which you can get in Blue, you could be. I'm not sure if they're running things like the Village Protectors that can help protect against the Han flip. Because
I think
they don't.
Do.
They don't help you get to 7 resource, like to play a 7 resource card that turn. But I think I think it's still helpful to be able to get Han down and just not immediately killed. But yeah, I'm not familiar with the list that these Han Blue decks have been running. Yeah, Oasis Games back. That was game 1. Quinlan won it very convincingly with well-timed Kiras and surprise strikes to just completely stop Han's flip turn and the turn before the flip turn. So Quinlan disruption coming right at the correct time and just ran away very quickly with the game.
Yeah, I mean, that was super effective disruption.
Oh yeah. And that's one of the reasons that Han Yellow is persisting as a good deck, because Han Yellow has a lot more backup plans for that kind of thing, where okay, you killed Han immediately when I was at 6 resources. Now I'm going to smuggle out this Zori Bliss. Okay, you stopped this. I don't have a lot of 5-drops to go to anyway, so okay, the only one is if I go for a Tech DJ combo, and a lot of the good Han players know when to go for that and when it's going to be more easily disrupted.
Yeah, and the play by Stan into the ground arena, I mean, there was never an opportunity he could have safely, hit a Tech DJ.
Yeah, exactly. Like we saw Stan holding the surprise strike all game. You called it out pregame as one of the key cards, either to win the race or to just kill the unit that you need to kill. It's so big to just have any 3-power guy kill Han Leader as soon as he flips.
Right. Now, there's lots of cards that would have worked. I mean, surprise strike works.
Yeah.
Actually,
there's a Bamboozle in hand now for Stan, which would do the same thing of tapping Han without letting him get to 7.
I appreciate Stan listening to me about the Boozle. It's just very, very strong into the
so good
in the current meta, and
yeah. It's hard to use in Han because a lot of times you use your cards in hand as a resource, so it's hard to play for free. But even in Han, I still like it as a way to tap down the leader. And sometimes you have the card in hand, sometimes you don't.
So it looks like we're gonna get Yoders.
Turn 1 Yoda. So this is interesting because you could try to go for the ping Tarkentown play by playing your 3-drop first, and then I would imagine Han is on Jedi Lightsabers. We did see the Bamboozle in hand though, so Quinlan could deal with that if that was the play. But I would imagine we're going to see a 3-drop into and ping Yoda here.
I see an Ezra
in hand. Oh, interesting. Going with the attack first is interesting. So maybe assuming that Han is going to play another 3-drop. Because you could always Tarkentown now and then play your Ezra onto the next 3-drop. Or Ezra now and finish Yoda off with a ping later.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Try to save the Tarkentown.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, I don't know Stan's
Ezra
list.
on Ezra action.
Yeah, there you go. So
see a Cassian in hand. Yeah, 3-drops are very important for Stan right now, just from the ping perspective.
Yeah, I mean, how good would a Fleet Lieutenant be? I know that Stan's probably not on the Rebel variant. Being a Bothan.
Yeah, we see L3 and stuff, but yeah.
Well, actually,
L3 would be insane right here.
L3 would be. You can play that in the Rebel list too. I mean, the shield is just really, really strong.
Yeah.
All right, so Stan has initiative.
Yep.
All kinds of different lines that he can do. I mean, he wants to.
Last game we saw this turn with the Kira was that ended the game essentially.
He's going to attack Ezra into Ezra, and then top deck of Ursula. No.
Well, I like the Ezra into Ezra a lot because Ezra has to complete the attack, so he has to survive. So now Christopher cannot use his Ezra to take out a unit and still get the trigger off of it.
Right.
And now any 3-drop can threaten either Yoda or Ezra.
Yeah, and Ezra is very, very important into Quinlan. I mean, it's a card Quinlan plays, but I mean, it basically draws a card.
Yeah. And I think that's what Christopher is deciding is like, because they probably feel the same about Stan's Ezra, that they need to get that Ezra off the board. But man, you want that completes an attack trigger so badly.
Mm-hmm.
And you know you have to do it now, or a 3-drop's just going to come down and kill Ezra.
Whatever doesn't attack is going to get killed. So he trades Ezra's. Now, Stan will be highly inclined to play a 3.
Yeah.
So it is
playing the Cassian that we saw to kill Yoda. So now the way is cleared if you wanted to Han activate into Kiadi, which was the play last game that Han was trying to make. But less effective now than it would have been last game to resolve the Kiadi anyway, because you only have you have no units on board now.
Two damage to base.
Yeah,
from L3.
And there is the Kiadi. So we saw this unit Kiadi in play a lot in our round 1. And I was talking to George the Hulk about it. And he and I were both very unimpressed with how Kiadi has played out in general. What are your thoughts on this unit?
I don't like him as much as Plo, which is actually what demolishes the Han player right here. I mean, if he's got Plo, that kills Ki without dying.
Yeah, because 7 health, Quinlan doesn't care about your 7 health. And there is a Plo there, but we see the deploy anyway. We see the Plo in hand. So Stan could have just played the Plo anyway, but wanting to go with the deploy first. I don't know if that means he wants to... He probably wants to wait so that he can Plo into the Han leader on flip and not let him get to 7.
Jedi lightsaber? That might be.
It could be. I'm curious. I would imagine Stan still has the Bamboozle in hand just because it's so good in this matchup.
All right, so Ki kills a Cassian.
Yeah. Because the other thing is you would expect Christopher probably knows that Plo is a possibility. So it's going to be hard for him to kill another unit without spending resources, though.
Yeah, with what I like about what Stan's doing here too is he hasn't used his Tarkenton. I mean, he's saving that for having to deal with the Luke later.
Yeah, and now what he can do is if Han tries to flip this turn, he can Plo, ping Kiadi, kill Han with the ambush, and then Tarkenton Kiadi to kill him.
Right. All right. Now that was a perilous position.
Yeah. So that was big.
That is an important one.
So Plo can still kill the Kiadi, but Plo can no longer kill Han on deploy.
Now, if he has Force Throw, he should cast it, though. I mean, and it's hard to tell from his hand. I mean, not playing the Plo on initiative tells me he might have Force Throw.
Yeah, I think he was holding the Plo to make sure that he didn't get hit by a 7-drop this turn. So Han gets to deploy, but doesn't get to play a 7-drop.
Right.
It goes back to what we were saying about the village protectors, right? Of you can spend resources on your Han flip turn so that he survives. You just don't get to play the 7, and that's what the perilous position did the same thing here.
Village protectors would be a great card for Christopher to have.
Yeah, right here, if he just goes use Han to kill Plo, play Village Protectors, he feels like he's in a pretty good spot, I think, to be able to get a 7-drop next turn.
Yep, Han kills Plo. He's almost cast too.
Yeah. Looked like it might have been a Luke down there. It was hard to tell. And Kanan for 4. It's not bad either. Get a Force out there.
Yeah, and there's about to be Apocalypse in the ground arena because I think Quinlan will kill Han and then Kanan will kill Quinlan.
Yeah. Yeah. Little Order 66 going on, just killing all the Jedi.
And also Han.
True. Yeah. So yeah, it looks like Han is not going to get the 7 this turn either, assuming that whatever Quinlan's first action is going to be. Oh, interesting. So letting Han attack, but saying you're not going to have a card in hand anyway. I like that. Because you against Han that's not yellow, they're not going to DJ you from the resource row for 7. So I think you're not worried about that nearly as much. So just getting the last card is probably better than killing Han right away. Now you might be able to do things to kill both of them.
Plays out the K2.
Yeah, K2 to ping K9. Blaster, so that's not bad.
To base.
So he still, it's kind of awkward for Stan right now. He still has his Tarkin Town up, but he can't Tarkin Town leaders, so he can't kill Han leader with it, and Tarkin Town doesn't kill Kanan. So I'd imagine you just want to Quinlan kill this Han, and you're just going to have to eat another attack from this Kanan for 6, which is not trivial.
Well, yeah.
Because you can't kill Kanan, and the only way to kill Kanan is the Quinlan attack plus Tarkin Town, and it's only 2 more damage than the Han is, so I feel like you might as well just kill the Han.
Yeah. And then, also, I mean, he has to claim here in order to do that, which he does.
Yeah.
But, I mean, he left, 4 resources free?
Yeah, well, he had 0 cards in hand, so considering how bad it could have been...
Right.
And yeah, there is another 2 of them that he killed, so we... from the Han resource destroy. So yeah, he is on that plan. 12 damage, presumably about to go to 18 on base.
And aggro fans, I see Frank 120, as well as Andrew Tedder, the Kylo player, 120. Exemplifying the you get to eat plan.
Yeah.
Always
another spark. Really, really keeping this Han off of any cards in hand. But I mean, it's making sure they don't get any 7 drops down.
He's at 8 damage on, but he doesn't want to get looped.
Yeah. This is still better off for. It's interesting though. He didn't have to spark. He could have K2'd and made him discard with the attack.
Yeah.
With the win defeated. Could have still had spark for next turn, but either way, the Han player is going to have initiative. So if they draw a 7 drop here, they're going to get to play it before anything would come out. And smuggle Cassian 3 more to base. So it's starting to get in there, but it feels like Han has way more outs this game than they did in game 1.
Yeah, I mean he's only needs to do 7 more damage to base. Tarkin Town is not used, which provides some answers to Luke.
Yeah, it feels like the Han player is going to need at least 2 big threats. Like, if you have a Han unit now, you can kill Quinlan, and then it'll trade with Cassian plus Tarkin Town or something else that Stan has. But I think that is step 1, is draw 2 big things.
Falcon.
See a medium thing. If there's also a surprise strike, this Falcon gets a lot better. I don't know if Han Blue is on surprise strikes.
I would hope so.
Once people start playing blue, who knows? Sometimes their brain goes crazy.
Surprise Strike's a good card. Don't cut Surprise Strike.
And yeah, it looks like they missed the mill from Kanan on that last turn as well. I didn't see one. The one right before Kanan died. But I think if this game comes down to the next to 1 or 2 health, it'll probably come down to that from Stan's side, not from Chris's side. But he's got Tarkin Town here for the Falcon. Only 4 health left now to do for this Han Blue player. Yeah, I like the Tarkin Town now because if he plays a ground unit, you want to be able to kill it. Because now with the red 3 out, Cassian can just kill the Ezra and Quinlan can go to base. I see a Han unit in hand as well, so that's nice for Stan.
Yeah, I was actually just, as this round was starting, saying that red 3 is actually an important card for Quinlan to be able to find.
Yeah,
right now, because it gives you answers to the 7s, right? Which you have to worry about. He's still got to do another 18 damage to base in order to win. We have a hot shot coming in.
Yeah, Blaster helps shorten the clock up. Yeah, I think the big thing is can Han find another Falcon? Because I think that's going to be his main way to sneak in damage. It's going to be really hard to get in damage on the ground. But even he needs something more than just Falcon, because he needs to do 4 more.
Right.
Oh, big Falcon.
Big Falcon.
So that is more than just little Falcon. So now Tarkentown has been used. So now Stan's got some decisions to make.
So he has 18 damage, needs to do 12 more. 2 surprise strikes gets there, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, he has 8 damage on base right now. Or 8 damage available to do on 8 damage on board. See Sabine unit, Han unit, and I can't see what the last card is in Stan's hand. It seems like he might need to claim and try to find, but even if he does, he'd just be finding something like a bamboozle or a waylay that doesn't help.
Yeah, no, waylay's good here.
That's because waylay lets you get in the waylay lets you get in the damage that you need this turn. Your 8 damage with the ground units.
So
I would imagine we see a claim here.
Yep.
Then yeah.
And then he properly takes initiative, and then we're on to game 3. So 1-1.
Yeah. 1-1. Well played by Han there to sneak in damage where they could. I think there Stan was just playing to his outs of I'm gonna play this unit, and if he claims he wins, but maybe he doesn't. Better than just conceding before you play that line. But yeah, one benefit of Han Blue is you get a 30 HP base.
Looks like it's a swamp too, so somewhere out there George is smiling.
Yeah, absolutely. Han stuck in the swamp. He's learning to be a Jedi out there, you know.
Swamp Han. Yeah, I heard George actually was one of your co-casters for the early rounds.
Yeah, he did the first couple rounds up until the lunch break. Always cool to get to talk to George and get his insights. There was a Bossk blue deck in round 1 that I got to talk to him about. So it's really cool.
Yeah, he mainly just probably is confused why there's no Hondo in the field.
There is a Hondo in the field, actually. He was very happy to hear that.
There is a Hondo in the field. So Hondo's represented.
Hondo is represented. Higher than usual with 1.
You know, and the skeleton crew has really given a lot of new pirate quotes, you know, that you have into your joke repertoire, you know, playing a match as Hondo. My Hondo is sleeved with Luffy sleeves, you know, which I appreciate that the One Piece card game is a thing, so I have some pirate sleeves for my
nice deck. Yeah. See, Mulligan?
I'm not fully caught up in One Piece, but I'm about 1,000 episodes in. I just finished the Land of Wano arc. I think
I am a little bit behind in One Piece in that I have never seen an episode. But I understand that it's about pirates.
Well, if you start now and watch one episode a day, in 4 years you'll be caught up.
That sounds great. I think what I'm going to do instead is not that. Yeah. It's tempting, though.
I mean, one boss battle can take 4 or 5 episodes. It's kind of got Dragon Ball level pacing, if you remember that show.
I was never big on Dragon Ball. I tried to watch an episode when I was a kid, and it was one of the episodes where like the guys never moved and they just changed colors occasionally, and I was like, "Whoa, what are we doing here?"
Well, I mean, until they're blonde, you haven't really started fighting yet. Dragon Ball.
Yeah.
All right. So, also Han using some maul sleeves because Han wants to invoke his inner Sith. Maybe he's learning to be a Sith in the swamp.
There we go. Yeah, he's learning that. You can learn that from the swamp too. Part of the teachings for sure.
Maybe meet a donkey. Gingerbread man. All right. So
Han with the 2-drop. R2 discarding perilous position.
Yeah, and interestingly, Stan chose to give initiative to Han.
Well, I kind of like that decision because either they're going to play a 2-drop and you get to 2-drop Tarkin Town, or they're going to Han activate, in which case you play a 2-drop and then you get initiative back anyway. So I'm kind of okay with that decision if you assume that you're just going to Tarkin Town whatever they play on turn 1 if they play a 2-drop.
So he uses the ping on R2. We'll see if he Tarkin Towns.
Looks like he's going to. I would imagine you don't give up initiative if you're not going to Tarkin Town that, because what else is Han even playing on for 2 on turn 1?
Well, he's got to guard against the. No, there are 2 of them into a 5-drop.
True.
Because the R2 is Republic.
Yeah, R2 would let him get into a turn 2 Kiadi or Plo Koon, both of which,
or droid. Could be a droid. I don't know what 5-drop droid there is. There's an IG-11, right?
Yeah, I don't think there are any in blue, yellow, hero, but I could be wrong because I think some of the villain sentinels are droids that are like the 4 and 5 costs, but
like the B2 Legionnaire.
Interesting decision here because you could put 3 damage into the Ezra and then play a 3-drop to finish him off, or blaster. I'm guessing. I wonder if Stan had a 3-drop in hand because it feels like it'd feel a little bit better to develop a 3-cost unit and do that. Now we see him draw an Ezra. That's a little bit too late. But using the blaster lets you keep all the cards in hand. So I did see a Kira, so I'll be interested. I would imagine Han is not going to try the Han activate with only a 5-drop to play again.
You'd hope not.
Yeah.
All right, K2.
Ooh, and Quinlan ping coming in huge here because normally Kanan is super happy to see K2, but now it's just a trade, and then you still get the K2 when defeated. And we see a force throw in hand for Quinlan. I'm not sure if they have anything else to deal with Han, so we may see a quick deploy from the Quinlan to try to turn force throw on, or basically a deploy as soon as Han activates to go up to 6. Oh, there are 2 of them. Luke. Yeah.
Doesn't kill K2.
It does not. But now Kanan can kill K2.
And the other 2 resources should be spent.
Yes. Yeah, so Han is tapped out. So as long as he doesn't play deploy and then try to play a 4-drop or something.
Imagine he'll make him discard.
I would think so, yeah. And there goes Fell the Dragon, I think that was. Looks like a Fell got discarded.
Yep. Fell's bad against Quinlan.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Really doesn't.
I think your only targets are Han unit for it.
Yeah. Force throw, choosing.
Force throw the last card, and there's the Kiadi. So now he could kill the Luke with that plus Quinlan attack, or he could just kill the Kanan with it straight up.
He's got to kill Luke.
Yeah. Yeah, and no Han deploy this turn now.
See if he has a Kira.
Another K2 to put a damage on the Kanan again. And then, yeah, I think you just have to give up the fact that Kanan is going to be able to trade with Quinlan, whatever. You have to kill Luke. They're at 5 resources. They have no cards in hand. I think you just got to get Luke off the field however you can.
Yeah. No, that's right. And he was setting that up and played well into it. I mean, he only needed a...
I see a surprise strike in Stan's hand and a red 3. So he can set up to have this K2 kill Han on flip as well.
Right. Doesn't even really need much setup.
Yeah, well, he doesn't need the red 3, but it looks less suspicious if you play it before you attack.
Right.
Because I would imagine Kanan's going to start by killing Quinlan.
Yep.
Unless Han has something like another perilous position to kill Quinlan that way.
Now, one thing you do have to watch out for is he might have Obi-Wan Kenobi in this deck.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's fair.
Which
I think if you have Obi, you just slam it right now, right? Because you already have a force unit on board if they can kill it in one action. Oh, the force is with me. So now Kanan can take out whatever he wants and live. So where does he take this? Do you take out the K2 or do you kill the Quinlan? I kind of like the K2.
Right, it takes care of K2.
That is what he goes for. No cards in hand, so going to do the 3 to base.
That's one thing that can happen.
Hey, they remember the Kanan Mill.
And the Kanan Mill, hit the force throw, which is real big.
Yeah.
Because force throw right now for Quinlan is a huge punish.
Yeah, Han is constantly at 1 to 0 cards in hand, so all the discard is really big. And now we'll see if Joel has another 4-cost unit that could be okay, and then just save this surprise strike to kill Han.
No, you also have to deal with Kanan.
You do. And maybe that's the thing, is you care more about Kanan right now than you do about Han. But you can... about killing either way. Either one. Oh, I think I see a Han unit. So it looks like that's going to come down and take its pick of the litter. But you could still have Quinlan into Kanan. Well, no, okay.
Not yet. Next
yeah,
time.
not yet. You have to play the red 3 first. So now I think he's deciding...
It's 5.
Looks like there's a Plo Koon. I thought I saw a Han unit. Maybe it was only Plo Koon.
So Plo can get Kanan, right? Because of
Plo still kills Kanan because Kanan had 4 health left. So Quinlan ping and then Plo attack for 3.
And now Quinlan's going to go with an initiative. Use the Han unit.
Yeah, and so now Han unit can kill Han leader. And they have to draw exactly a big 7 drop, either Luke or Han unit. And we've already seen 1 Luke. So, I mean, Quinlan is where they want to be, which is you're in top deck mode, and I don't have damage on my base, and I have cards in hand to choose from.
Quinlan would have liked to do more to 6 damage on base.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, Quinlan's not in a dominant position. It's not the kind of dominance that we saw in Game 1. But I would say Quinlan is comfortable right now. Han can obviously still top deck the right things and win, but Quinlan's at the point where they're making them do the top decks. And they're not going to be in check anytime soon. Yeah, so we do see the Han on Han violence. And he didn't resource up to 7, which is interesting. I don't blame him if you don't have a 7 drop and you're constantly low on cards in hand. I think it's correct to not resource.
Smuggles in a big Falcon, which is a strong play in the space arena.
Oh, really strong, because now we're at a point where Han can resource up to 7 and have 3 cards in hand, so you're okay with any kind of pillage or whatever. And even if you get sparked, we saw a Luke in hand. Even if you get sparked, you still probably have a backup play that you can make that's gonna at least not let you spend some resources. So. Let's see here. Starting off with 6 to base. It's always kind of a conundrum, I think, when you have a Han unit out. Do you want to leave it ready, or do you want to just get in your 6 damage and say, okay, if you have something I need to kill with it, I'll have to claim early?
Kiadi Mooney.
There's a Kiadi. Still no coordinate, so Stan can play multiple spells at the moment, unless Christopher's last play is going to be one more 1 or 2 cost unit. I think I see a Spark in hand. Falcon on Falcon. Man, this is just
Han on Han, Falcon
Han on Han, and the Falcon on Falcon. Oh, wow. That's huge, because now that guy does have Sentinel. So you can't blaster Han. Wow, sparks the Luke. But you can no longer blaster Han to just kill this Kiadi outright, because you have to kill the 03 first.
Mm-hmm. Needs a... Well, let's see. Yeah, he could get Plo plus blaster.
Mm-hmm.
Few resources to 8. Checking if he's got a blaster. Do I have any guns?
If you don't have a gun, then you might as well just swing into the 03.
I did not see one.
I did not see one either. I mean, could get the same thing with a surprise strike, but I think I see a waylay. Oh, Plo to kill Han. Who's the Plo now?
Briefly had coordinate.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Stan's in a bit of trouble here. He still doesn't have damage on base, but Christopher's been able to string together a good
damage on base soon.
Yeah, it'll start adding up pretty quick. I think I see a waylay, so we might just waylay this Kiadi here. Or is that a surprise strike? Am I blind? I could have sworn I saw a waylay.
I'm not sure. Maybe. You seem to have eagle eye most of the time.
Well, some of those they look similar enough from. I think that is a surprise strike. They look similar enough from from far away.
From afar.
Yeah.
Cassian will
Cassian. So that'll be able to kill the Sentinel. There's a Kira, which could be nice. We at least get information before Kiadi kills it. Second time in this game, Falcon on Falcon. This time, Big Falcon on Little Falcon, so it lives. Yeah, the surprise strike is looking awkward because it's still 1 damage off killing Kiadi, He's just going into base with it.
Mm-hmm.
So 21 damage now on Han's base, 5 on Quinlan's, but Han does have board control. And Fell the Dragon left. So I'm curious what Stan's going to name here, because he really doesn't care about Fell the Dragon.
Name Luke Skywalker.
I think so. I think he
easy
Luke. Because Luke kills Red 3 for free. Right now, Falcon has to trade into it.
I mean, the only one I'd think about other than Luke would be Forces with Me, because that's real strong right now.
Yeah.
All right, so can you find the last 9 damage he needs? He's got to do it soon.
Well, he can get 4 now. Han did not draw 2 off of Kiadi. Trying to remember the board state. Did he have 3 units up when he went into the 03 Sentinel? Because that was he also, I don't think he made the 2-2. At least I don't see it from the when defeated of the Sentinel.
Is that optional?
I don't believe it's optional to make the 2-2.
I'm trying to remember the name of that card.
He has a blaster, so 26 damage now. Oh, the metal thing is his 2-2. Gotcha. I thought that's what they were using as the initiative token, so yeah.
That clone is totally metal.
Yeah. So yeah, that was why I missed the Kiadi draw for sure. I wasn't thinking of the metal thing as a token on the field. Another smuggled Cassians. This is still 1 short as it stands. Kiadi's just going to kill it anyway. Totally fair.
Yeah, that's real important, though. Takes initiative.
Yeah, so now you have to kill the Kira as well.
Right.
But it looks like he can go up to 7.
Hopefully he named Luke.
Well, if he did, there's Han.
That's big.
Yeah. Oh, was that a Han unit drawn? Only saw it for a second, but Han unit's big here because you could Han into the Han, Kiadi can't kill him back, and they have to do something else. Again, to kill your Han unit.
Yep. Man, this is a tense match as we get into the final.
Oh, that's a Leia, I think. That is much worse than a Han unit in this scenario. I mean, you can still use it to tap the Han unit to save some damage and give you another draw.
Yeah. How nice would a couple Fora causes be for Quinlan? Just saying. You know. L3 smuggles in.
Satan's cat saying, that's Beskar, y'all respect the grind. Well, hey, I never saw any clone troopers with Beskar on them.
If I was a clone trooper, I'd want Beskar.
I'd want it, but do you earn it as a clone trooper? I don't think so, right? I'm not up to date on my Mandalorian lore, but
hasn't Rex earned some armor by now? I mean, he's done a lot.
He's done a lot, true, but I don't know. Throwing out the Spark. So the 03 Sentinel and another Kiadi. He takes out the 03 Sentinel, which is fair. He needs to deal 4 more damage. Looks like he did not draw again. And then Leia taps Han.
Got 217 people watching live the Planetary Qualifier in Duluth, Georgia.
Yeah.
It's really been a peach.
Haha. That's what you did there.
Saw what I did there.
So
all right, so
I'm kind of surprised that the clone trooper didn't go into the shield on the L3 because you're just a blaster away from death.
Yeah.
And now you've got 2 units to try to deal with in potentially one action blaster or surprise strike. We see a waylay and an A-wing and a yellow event that I can't tell if it's surprise strike or waylay.
Bamboozle.
Definitely not bamboozle. That one I can figure out the art a lot quicker. But
yeah, it does actually have excellent art, doesn't it?
Oh, I love bamboozle art.
Yeah, I'm told that it's the original home of Waffle House.
Oh,
Georgia.
You know it.
So,
there's that. I think there was a surprise strike. Yeah, so that's 6 to base. Gets it.
Yep. Surprise strike. That's a good card that you probably should not cut from your deck. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So
then take it.
Yeah, and that
one
by the skin of his teeth.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Han had basically turned the corner, and then 2 2/2s plus a surprise strike got him there. So. And I basically feel like the coordinate on Kiadi is the flavor text. Like you never see that actually happen, so I'm not really surprised to see that missed. I feel like you pretty much just play it because of its stat line and keywords. It's a Republic unit. You can now there 2 of them out, and it's a 5/7. And then also the metal token being the thing that gave him the 3rd unit was like also kind of like pretty easy for the players to miss. So not the simplest of states, but
Outspoken Representative is the name of that card.
Ah, yeah, there we go.
The 03 Sentinel. Right on time. Hey, Courtney.
We are joined here right before the next, getting into round 7. We have Caleb with us. He's one of our youngest player we have here today. He's doing a phenomenal job. Caleb is
awesome.
10 years old, Caleb, is that right? Yep. And he is playing Django Tarkentown.
Ooh, that's a strong deck.
Yeah, what all have you played against today?
I've played a Sabine, a Cat Bane, an Anakin Blue.
Oh wow.
A Obi-Wan. And I can't remember the other one.
Yeah, no, that's a lot. A lot of different matchups you've had today. We've got the sun beating right in on us here. At this
I can tell. I can see it.
And I got to tell you, Caleb, I like the cut of your jib with that Vader shirt.
I know, right?
Yeah, that's a good one.
Now, if you run Vader as your deck, you like it even more.
That's right. So, Caleb, we've got Loopee here from Late Night Gaming and Jeff Creasy from the Bothan Network here, both casting all these matches.
Yeah. So, Caleb, welcome into the show. Congrats on doing so well with the Django. What makes you like the Django deck?
Well, I used to play Boba Green, and it's kind of similar. I like having the Fet's Fire Spray. And in Django, I have like Fifth Brother, Seventh Sister, and Palpatine.
Oh, interesting.
So I put Fallen Lightsaber on one of them. And if I have Django deployed, I can exhaust all your ground units when I attack with Fifth Brother, Seventh Sister.
Nice.
Oh, we got some Force Django. Now, do you play Force Throw with that then?
No, I don't have to play Force Throw, but I'm thinking about putting it in.
Yeah, Force Throw's a good card. I'm a big fan. It's harder with the villain, I think, because you, especially when you don't have a Force leader. So it might be tricky, but man, yeah, that could be a good card. How's your deck been performing for you today so far?
I've won I've won 4 games and lost 2.
Nice.
What was
So
your
that's
hardest
cool.
matchup
The hardest matchup
for you today?
Yeah, for today would probably be
All right, Star Wars players, that is time.
Anakin Blue?
Yeah, I know a bit about that deck for sure. It's a good one. It's a good one.
Well, thank you.
Yeah,
so
you're still live for top 8, so that's cool.
Yeah.
There's going to be some number of X2s that get in. That's sick. How are you feeling going into the last couple of rounds?
hoping that I win.
Fair.
I hope you do too.
Caleb, are you local? Are you from Atlanta? Is this your local store? Or?
What?
Is this your local store you play at, or?
No. The store that we normally play at is Dragon's Eye.
Okay. All right. There you go. Well, thank you so much for joining us today. We'll give you a little bit of a break before the next round. And yeah, we hope to see you in the top cut.
Yeah,
Excited.
thanks for
We're
hopping
rooting
in,
for
Caleb.
you.
Good luck in the next round.
Absolutely. All right, guys, we'll be back here shortly with round 7, sorry.
7, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, we're on the last one.
give y'all a short break. Bye. Bye.
Looks like we got Han Blue and Kylo.
All right.
Andrew Tedder and Christopher Gray, I think. Table 3.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. So welcome back in, everybody. We are here for the last round of Swiss now. We have Kylo Red against Han Blue. So these are, I believe, both players that we've already seen on stream before. And this is a win and in for top 8. So winner is definitely in. Loser, it's going to depend on breakers, but there's probably only going to be a couple of X2s that make it in the top 8. So
and as you said, as we get to the later rounds, we're going to see nothing but Han Yellow and Sabine.
Yeah, nothing but meta decks, which is why we've got the Kylo Red versus Han Blue. You know, exactly what you'd expect to see.
So, yeah, no, it's a great diverse field. Meanwhile, the New York Planetary Qualifier went to top 8, and, you know, my half the top 8 is friends of mine. So, you know, shout out to all these guys. Shout out to Just Jack, you know, top cutting the PQ. Looks like he's in. But looks like also Bobby Sapphire, Wu, Ian Klein, and Tada made it. So
yeah, that is a stacked top 8 in New York.
Watch out for Django, though.
Yeah.
I mean,
and this Anakin player just made it, and I think we're going to have a 1 or 2 X2s in the New York one that are going to have to wait for breakers to figure it out.
Right. If anybody knows what deck Wu is on, let me know that. I suppose I could text him.
This is not Cad Tarkentown. This is Kylo Tarkentown.
Yes.
So we've already seen this deck on stream once against Ray Tarkentown, and Ray basically is designed to feast on this kind of deck. I'm not sure how the Han Blue matchup is going to go. This is not a meta matchup that I am well versed in. I could see it being similar, where Han wants to get to his 7s and try to get Luke's out early, but
Carlos says that Wu's on Kira, which is on brand, and watch out for that guy there.
Yeah.
It's definitely not what Django wants to see.
True. So we see Han with the mulligan here. So how do you think this matchup goes, Loopee, with the Kylo into Han Blue?
Well, I'm gonna gather a guess that Kylo's the aggressor on the double red deck. And you know, it's going to be whether he can kill quickly enough, you know, before there's restore and stabilizing. We know that this Kylo has wolves in the sideboard.
True.
It's disabling things in the sideboard.
I'm curious if the old 5-6-7 from Han, if that into a Luke or a Han unit is going to be enough to have him stabilize, or if he's just going to be too far behind by then to let Kylo finish it out.
And it depends on a lot of things.
Oh yeah.
You know, we've seen Andrew really pilot this deck well.
Absolutely.
You know, nightmare matchup against Chris on Ray.
Oh yeah.
But
he was still very close with what was a nightmare matchup. So
this is the match to become the Cinderella of the tournament.
Definitely, yeah. This is the one that all non-biased bystanders are going to be rooting for, whichever one of these makes it.
Jan Siwak in the chat asks how many people played this PQ. It was 101. No, I don't know how many are donations. Probably some.
Yeah, I forgot to check once we finally got the melee link how many tables down it went.
All right. Test our Stormtrooper.
Yoda. Wow, we're seeing the Force Choke out here quick. Force Choke on Yoda feels extra bad because now they get to draw 2. And usually, you know, those turn on the Chaos of War, but Han is pretty good at emptying their hand.
Yeah, that's something to have to do. One way to describe Han, I think it actually might have been was in one of the only Han's week. I can't remember which one it was, but it's trading card advantage for resource advantage. I mean,
yeah, exactly. It's in Magic terms, you just get to turn every card in your hand into a Lotus Petal, which is really nice. Imagine we're just going to see the Kanan here. Yeah. So no damage yet onto Han's base going into the Kylo flip turn, and he has a Kanan out. So I feel like Han is feeling pretty good about this state so far.
Yeah. Now that Death Star Stormtrooper can take care of Kanan.
Yeah, I would expect we'll see the Kylo oh no, interesting. That must mean he has another way to take care of the Kylo, because the obvious way to kill it is discard, pump the Stormtrooper, and get in that way. So he either really likes his hand. Okay, so yeah. So Han claimed, and Kylo said, I have 3 units. Han claimed, and Kylo said, I have 3 units and Kylo deploy, so now I have 5 units on board and hit you for 5.
Mm-hmm.
So he decided against trading 2 Stormtroopers or Stormtrooper plus Tarkin Town for the Kanan, and said, instead, I'm going to flood the board and see what you can do against a super wide board.
Yeah, and he did it with style too.
Oh yeah, just it looked like he looked like a control player playing Child Sin. Like, here's the hand.
Right. So 5 units in the ground arena.
Yeah. And he did go up to 5. It's only 1 card in hand. So as soon as he plays that, Kylo goes back to 5 power. So it wouldn't surprise me to see the start of a Kanan attack into Kylo here. You're giving up Force Throw potential if you do that. But this is Han Blue anyway, so I wouldn't expect him to have that. We saw the forces with me before, but yeah. And so now we have the Kanan on attack trigger to mill, getting a Partisan Insurgent, so that's 2 heal.
I think that's a Cantina Braggart.
Oh, you're right. That's 1 heal. Cantina Braggart.
1 heal. Yep.
You were right. 1 heal. But yeah, really, really good sequencing by Han here to know that this is your one chance to kill Kylo without dying back.
Choose Tarkin Town right away.
Yeah.
Maybe worrying about now there are 2 of them, Luke.
Yeah, and I think the Tarkin Town there is fair because you have 5 units, so if the next card is a removal spell, it's like doesn't really matter that much. They're all kind of similar.
Han can just hardcast Luke this turn, probably.
Yeah. I don't think there's anything that Kylo can do to kill Han in 1 action before he gets to attack, and I think we saw a Han unit in hand as well. So we might just see Han deploy, kill a readied unit, and then play ambush Han into something. I'm not sure if Kylo's getting enough damage in right now. He's going to be able to get in, it looks like, 5 or 6 more this turn, but yeah, it's tough.
Andrew sentences one of his stormtroopers to death by attacking with the other one. All right, and then that goes up to 7 resources available. I don't know whether this Han Blue deck tends to play TJ.
I would doubt it because we didn't see tech in any of the games before either. And if you're not playing tech, I don't think you want to play DJ.
Yeah.
Let's see. We know this Kylo deck does have some smuggle, but I feel like now is when you want to attack with your last unit so that it doesn't get the damage in before it gets Han'd or Luked or anything.
Right.
Basically, any of the 7s that Han Blue can have, you don't want to see.
You're gonna see one.
Yeah, you're gonna see it. You just don't want to.
Maybe not. It looks like he's only tapping 3.
True. This is another Kanan. It is another Kanan.
Goes with the Reckless Gunslinger from the row.
Yeah. And I think I like playing this Kanan over the Han unit. Well, I'm not sure. Oh, okay, so that makes way more sense. So yeah, so if you can also kill something with your resources, then I like the Kanan way more than playing the Han. Because Kanan still gets to trade into any of those and heal. And all Han was going to do was just kill a guy anyway. So yeah, Kanan plus Perilous Position is way better there than Han unit. And Kylo is halfway there, living on a prayer. Needs to find some more damage real quick. He needs another Force Choke would be good, but even then, that lets multiple units die. It's a tough spot, I think, for Kylo right now.
Yeah, and Han choosing not to go up to 7. Expecting to get a Han attack in. Now he might go with.
Well, he didn't have a choice because this is his natural 6 resource turn, so he has to get the Han attack in first to go to 7.
Oh, that's right.
So now he should go up to 7 if he gets the resource off the top. Which, by the way, is not optional.
And they moved on. They need to get that resource out there.
Yeah. Migs, maybe. So this deck, it's interesting. This deck does have a lot of non-villainy units, or not non-villainy cards. So the Kanan only healing for 1 is not insignificant. Now they get the Han resource.
Yep. There it is. Needs to do 10 more damage. What is it, Plo?
Yeah, it is a Plo. Killing the Mr. Bones. A lot of respect shown to Mr. Bones. He is a really cool card. Discarding his last card, Spark of Rebellion. Not a great card in this matchup, I would imagine. So that's a spot where we see R2 being really nice. We've seen the discard be kind of clunky, just in general in this set, but yeah, looking really nice there. Just getting to turn a card you don't super want to play into the best of the top 3 of your deck. More Mr. Bones.
Got over 200 watching live. Thanks for joining us on the Georgia Planetary Qualifier. 101 players started. We're down to win and in match for the top 8.
Yeah.
Now, a couple of X2s.
Georgia.
Yep, we'll get there.
Yeah, it's possible that both these players get in, but it's so hard to be the 1 or 2 X2s that get in, especially when you're over 100 people. You're only going to have a couple of X2s that
it tends to be the X2s that are playing undefeated matchups there because of breakers and how they function. It's pretty tough to lose one of your matches early and be one of the ones that get through.
I'm not sure why R2 died to the Mr. Bones. Unless I'm missing something. This is game 1 still. This is game 1 still. I'm second guessing myself of where we're at. More force chokes. So Kylo got up to 22 damage. So he definitely is at the point where he can kind of see the finish line. There's some more restore for Han coming out.
Another reckless gunslinger coming out.
Yeah.
Andrew targeting the restore units. Just trying to stop any healing from happening. Trying to find a way to do that last little bit of damage to finish this off.
Yeah.
Han sacrifices his leader to kill a reckless gunslinger.
Oh, gotcha. Jan asking about the overall score. These players are both 5-1. So this is the win and in for top 8. 6-1 guarantees you top 8. 5-2 puts you in with probably a dozen other people trying to get 1 or 2 slots. So really important to just win here and not have to worry about breakers. Looks like Han destroyed a Fell of the Dragon. Very much not the card you want in this matchup.
Looks like Chris conceded to stand. So for those that were, waiting in bated breath to see how that would go.
To see which
either that or they played real fast.
Well, yeah, Courtney said they're both XO, so they're both automatically in top 8. So it really doesn't matter which one concedes to the other one. They're probably just going to be the 1 and 2 seed anyway. So,
and Luke comes down, gets the punishing one. Huge problem for Kylo, obviously.
Yeah, there's a lot of restore on there now. You can't stop playing units because you've got the Yoda restore there.
Yep,
and this is where you miss the cards like Surprise Strike. I believe he restored 1 too many there. Yeah, there we go. 24 damage. And we might even just see Plo Koon trade into this last Bo-Katan. It does draw a card, but it just gets the last unit off the board and leaves you free with your restore 5 guys.
Yeah, that's exactly what happens. Christopher, knowing that he doesn't have to win fast, can take the patient approach.
Yeah. I see it looks like 2 cards in hand, so Chaos of War not super online right now. Force Choke into Chaos of War might be where we're at. Just Force Choke the Yoda.
Got to do something.
Yeah. True. Doesn't matter what the number on your base is. The number on their base is about to just start going down. It was the Daring Raid to Yoda.
Yeah, but loses the ability to go to the base with the Daring Raid. He's going to get smacked. He might wait on the Luke attack. Luke's got a gun.
Yeah.
Sometimes Luke has a gun, and that's just really a problem.
Yeah. You expect him to have a sword, but sometimes he has a gun.
Why didn't Luke ever use a blaster after becoming a Jedi? He was pretty good at that blaster.
The world may never know. Oh, there is the Chaos of War there.
And we have the in the new Cal Kestis game, he can dual wield with a blaster and a lightsaber. One of the options.
Nice. All right, so we're back to 24. So now Luke is just offset by this Kylo's tie. You could discard to get in 2 more damage, but he's got to find 6 extra damage this turn beyond what's on the board. We see 3 cards in hand right now, so Chaos of War only deals 3. So 2 Chaos of Wars could do it. Chaos of War, Daring Raid, and Kylo Discard Pump could do it.
Rebel Trader says he preferred the more elegant weapon of a more civilized age. That's the correct. That's the correct answer. Story. Yeah, shout out to Take the Initiative. And we might or might not have some commentary coming in there, later. But they do a whole lot of really great competitive SWU.
Absolutely, yeah. For the community. Always get to watch it on. You can watch it on YouTube later. Check out all the top cuts of their leagues. Really cool to see a lot of the innovation that those players put into the global league that Rebel Trader puts on. Really cool to see.
So 27 on Han's base, but about to
but now back down to 24. Falcon play taking out the line of use Kylo activation to get 2 more damage in. And also there's only 5 damage left now, so now the Kylo's dead next action to this Kiadi attack. So it looks like we're going to game 2 here. Yeah, Han scrapes it out. Just too much restore. Kylo got pretty close. But just never could get all the way to the finish line. Was always an action or 2 away. We'll see how big of a deal the wolves make. I think well-timed wolves. I mean, we saw there, restore 5s in certain turns, and you just play a well-timed wolf, and that might be enough to let him get there. True on Games saying they can't wait for Bossk Blue with a 35 health base. Well, at least that Bossk Blue won't have a 6/6 child sent on R4. That's the bright side, at least.
You always look on the bright side of life.
Exactly.
It's Monty Python. We wrote a whole song about it, really. I'll be interested to see this Han list. I don't know what he can sideboard in.
Yeah.
Certainly anything that's low to the ground, but he probably has top targets.
Yeah, I would imagine stuff like top targets, extra healing you want to bring in, and then it becomes even more of a dance with a wolf and healing prevention. I know we saw Jedi lightsabers from this Han list previously, but that's a lot riskier when you're going into mono red because they have aggression. They probably have Fang fighters,
right?
And I would imagine if the Fang fighters are on the board for Kylo, you're going to bring them in against any blue deck. I'm curious to see how much it changes post board. I feel like this Kylo deck is the type of deck where you don't want to dilute your game plan too much with sideboarding. Yeah, you play lots of 1s and 2s already, so like something like Wolf is a pretty straightforward thing to bring in because you can just take out other 2s for it, and you keep your cost ratios kind of the same.
Right.
But I'm not sure past that exactly what else you'd want to do that might alter your game plan a little too much.
And Frank and Courtney doing an excellent job with the stream. Overlay looks sharp.
Yeah, absolutely.
Easier to see the cards today than last week.
Yeah, for sure.
There was some video quality issues with the bandwidth and the Wi-Fi from the stars, so we appreciate everybody last week pointing that out again and again.
Every round,
as we were having to call the game, with the exact same thing, being able to see. So we didn't notice actually that the video quality is hard to see.
Yeah,
anything. Carlos says, "You rock, Courtney." Yeah, isn't that true? Courtney does rock.
It really is true.
Courtney taking the role of not getting to play today, so that you can bring this stream out there. So everybody watching, give Courtney a thumbs up because it's by her sacrifice that you get to see.
On straight into the mulligan. It looked like I saw the the 03 Sentinel with a Republic unit guy. I feel like he wouldn't be terrible into this matchup, but I think you're more looking for the Yodas and the restore guys.
Yeah, Courtney's running the stream on site. So, thankless job, but somebody's got to do it. And she's done a great job of getting guests for us. I mean, I think we've had a winner's interview, most of the time. Hit the refresh button. Let's see if any of the matches that we are watching down the rows have finished. I see Jonathan Fisher won on table 7.
Oh, nice. I believe that means he's into the top 8 because he was X1 going into this round. So we'll have a.
I think he finished. Yeah, he finishes 5-2. So he's got.
Gotcha. I thought he was. He must have lost round 6 and I missed it. I think that's what happened. I didn't see him report in round 6. So we'll have to see how he goes on breakers. He's currently third of the X2s going into this round. So we'll have to see.
All right, so we are back to action here. Kylo leads with a Bo-Katan Marine, a 3/3.
Yeah, and we see the Yoda from Han. So the ability to play the Yoda on turn 1 is obviously really nice. Get the Restorer started early. So. So see the first
Bo-Katan attacks
to go face. Yeah. I think I like that. You do need to kill the Yoda, but it's really awkward to put 3 damage and then a Tarkin Town into it. That's just a lot of investment to kill the 2/4. And then is this? Oh wow. So absolutely not what Kylo wanted to see, which is turn 1 Yoda, turn 2 Kanan. That is a lot of healing. We might see a Tarkin Town on the Kanan with like a Bo-Katan attack into a Tarkin Town on that. But yeah, really good start for Han. He is going to be running really low on cards in hand with Han activation both turn 1 and 2. But when you go 2 big restore units ahead of curve, I don't think you mind.
And Force Choke hits the Kanan.
Yeah, so it kills the Kanan, but it gives the card back at least, so it doesn't feel as bad that you had to Han activate to play him out early.
Yep. So Han going to 5.
would expect this to mean a Plo Koon or a Kiadi.
Yeah, Plo's better.
Oh, absolutely, Plo's better. Now he chooses to. Interesting.
Well, you can't let them keep restoring. I mean, you do have to kill those units.
True. I'm just curious what made the decision different this turn versus doing it last turn. I think maybe the Kanan made that play different. Like maybe they were going to force choke the Yoda this turn. Like they wanted to play the punishing one to be resource efficient and force choke this turn, but since they had to force choke the Kanan, they said, okay, now we'll go back and attack and Tarkin Town the Yoda. Another option is you could just Yoda into the Bo-Katan and get your card draw now, and you don't make them use the Tarkin Town, but you get another unit off the board. Looks like he is going to force him to Tarkin Town, though. Looks like 3 cards in hand for the Kylo player, so this Kylo coming out is not going to be the largest. And yeah, it is Plo Koon for 5. But now Kylo's free to come out. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Kylo discard first, just to pump in the damage and make Kylo bigger. Looks like that is what we're gonna. Oh wow, discarding the Kylo's tie, so that's big.
That's strong, yeah.
Yeah. So now you don't lose you don't actually lose the card either, which is nice.
So the Space Force.
Yeah.
It's up there. Kylo deploys.
And does Kylo just go to kill this Plo Koon? I think yeah, it looks like he is going to kill it. Because Kylo has 3 attack right now and doesn't die back.
Right.
I'm not sure, honestly, if I would go face or to kill the Kylo, because the only downside is if Han gets multiple units and gets coordinate on. But I'm not sure how much you can afford to worry about that versus saying I have to get my damage in, and that's not even a restore unit that I was hitting.
If only he had a guild target, he could have upgraded the Plo and then gotten another attack for 5 with his punishing one.
True.
Punishing one serves a role in this deck of, if you can get a buff on it, you can swing multiple times.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I mean, Kylo discard to buff him, and then you get, like you were saying, the guild target. Just a lot of damage coming in out of nowhere when you do that play.
Yep. Han plays a Big Falcon, doing Big Falcon things.
And Big Falcon from hand as well to get the ambush.
Right.
Goes for the readied smaller health unit just to prevent damage this turn, and then daring raid to finish the Falcon off. So,
yeah,
good follow up there. We do see a Fang Fighter in hand. We've not seen any upgrades yet from Han. And yeah, Han going to take out the Kylo.
Aggression's pretty good. He can ready and do it, but it's not that. It's a Fang Fighter. Just developing.
Yeah, I think you just play the blank Fang Fighter here. There's no unit with, like, you're not as worried about a lightsaber on Han as you are one on Yoda or something. And you haven't seen any top targets yet, so.
All right, both of these players have had an excellent day, sitting 5-1, playing for a sure entry to the top cut.
Han with initiative. Let's see what he starts out with. He could just start with the attack to make sure he gets to 7. Looks like that's what he's going to do.
And this just in from the table 5 soul deck, whoever that is, 120.
All right, so Frank is in the top 8 for sure.
Han looking at his resources. How many guns do I have in there?
Yeah. On unit with no ambush, but basically saying stay away from ground for this game.
Yep. So Migs is going to do Mig things.
Yeah. Yeah, now Mig's saying discard Kylo's tie, deal 4 damage, and then still play the Kylo's tie. So we'll see. He's definitely feeling a lot more like Kylo might be able to get there this game. No restore on the board right now for Han.
Yeah, that's the downside of the Han unit. I mean, it can kill anything, but
yeah,
it does not heal your base.
Yeah, and I mean, I think you have to kill this Mig's first action here, or you get an extra. You can't let that extra 2 damage get in. But you also need something else in hand.
Well, the problem is that he needs another big falcon is what he needs.
Yeah, another big falcon from hand specifically, because you have to ambush it in here as well.
Or Concord done.
There's a small falcon is okay too, because you still get to whichever 2 health space unit attacks first, you can kill the other one.
Yeah, I don't know. I think
ground unit, you kill that one.
He's got a force throw. There we go.
That is interesting.
I was waiting until we saw a force throw out of the Kylo deck.
Yeah.
So the force throw does 2 damage with Migs.
Yeah. Yeah, there are no force units on Kylo's side, but it's still 2 damage with Migs. And I think that's an acknowledgement of you can kill anything anyway. Interesting attack here. I feel like I would have killed one of the ground units.
Yep.
Because then you're forcing his attack with this other ground unit after that. I don't think it really matters.
And we are on to game 3, so Kylo takes it.
Kylo got there. And that was with a start of turn 1 Yoda, turn 2 Kanan from the Han deck. So started with 2 restore units above rate right out of the gate, and Kylo was still able to overcome that. So
yeah, and for
really
people
cool
who think it's really easy to run aggro decks well. I mean, I thought that Andrew really navigated that well with Kylo, killing the units he needed to kill, and then ignoring the ones that he didn't. I mean, that big Han unit is scary, but I mean, really, he's not the problem that a Luke would have been.
Yeah,
with the restore.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw the really solid turns coming in, like 4 resources, a force choke, activate Kylo to discard a Kylo's tie to pump, and then play the Kylo's tie and then deploy. I think that was a huge turn for Andrew. We got to see him kill the Kanan without it healing at all, and then still deploy and hit for that was just wildly good turn from Andrew. Like that's the power of what this Kylo deck can do. All right, on to game 3, and we already see a Luke in hand for the Han player, but no turn 1 plays, so that's a mulligan.
Yeah, you probably want to play something turn 1 into Kylo.
Yeah, you need to play something before you play Luke. Ideally, Luke is important, but
not the first card to play.
Yeah. We'll see. Hopefully Han gets a functional hand, because we do want to see an actual game. But that's one of the nice things about Han is you have a lot of freedom to mulligan pretty aggressively for the cards you really want. You have since you can play a 3-drop on turn 1, you have so many options in your deck that are all turn 1 plays. It's interesting to see cards like the Force is with me still in the deck. That might just be a nod to there's not a ton of anti-aggro in the sideboard, or maybe that's a nod to something like a turn 1 Yoda, and then you do a turn 2 the Force is with me after they ping and you can't die to Tarkin. Lines like that.
Yeah, I think his Force is with me is strong in this matchup. I mean, it's can be hit by aggression, sure, but there's only 3 of those.
Yeah,
Fang Fighter doesn't do that much against it.
Yeah, unless you get a trade in with any Force unit with the shield on the attack as well. So. Moose is saying hi to people.
Hey, what's the cat's name? Moose? Yeah, it looks like a moose. All right, so that's a perilous position.
Yeah, pretty good. Let's R2 kill the Bo-Katan, and then you have to make Kylo make a choice. Do they want to Tarkin Town, a non-restore unit, or do they just save it?
No, Fang Fighter, he's pretty good. He doesn't have it. He plays Migs.
Migs is interesting here because now R2 can just kill the Migs and you have the same decision. If you have something like a Daring Raid as your last card, okay, he's just going to go Tarkin Town.
And Guava Juice makes its first appearance in round 7.
I'm curious your thoughts on what if you should play the Guava Juice first to try to protect your MIGs, or if you want to protect the Guava Juice to prevent the bounty claim.
That's how I would have done it. Now, here's a result for you. On table 2, heroically, Philaffle wins 2-1.
Wow.
Fighting back from a game loss to Gamorrean.
Yeah, really, really interesting story there. So we heard that Philaffle got a deck check error game loss because he's on Obi-Wan Green and playing Gamorrean Retainer, and his handwritten list wrote Gamorrean Guards, the yellow 4/4, in his non-yellow deck. So the ruling was that he had to get a game loss, which happens every time you get a deck check failure. And then also he had to switch out his Gamorrean Retainers for Gamorrean Guards in his deck for the rest of the tournament, and now for top 8.
Right.
So,
and Gamorrean Guard is basically dead in that list, and you lose the Gamorrean Retainer, which is a very important card in aggro.
Yeah.
Guava gets a sword.
Oh, baby. Guava got a gun.
All right, and Guava kills Kanan, just like in the movies.
Yeah. And then 1 to base from the perilously positioned Bo-Katan. And Kylo deploys and 3 more to base because 2 cards in hand from the Kylo player. And we'll see. I think that Han is okay with the amount of damage on his base right now, but not okay with this board that he is staring down right now.
Yeah.
So what can he do to turn it around? Another perilous position to kill the Guava Juice would be really nice. Trying to get some restore units on board. If he plays a Luke this turn, that would be huge. So he might just go for the Han activate deploy swing.
Andrew does not think and just attacks for 5, which is what he should do there.
Yeah. No,
More
they're like,
swords.
oh wow, and this one's a sword on the force unit, so that's bigger because now Han can't kill Kylo. Han was sitting there thinking, man, that's juicy. I can just go kill the Kylo. Now he has to kill the sword user that has already attacked, and now Han just dies to the on attack from Kylo. Kylo still gets to hit the base. So this is huge. And Kylo does not die to Luke or Han unit being played. So you're protected from both of their big sevens, and you get to hit the base for a bunch.
Yeah, Fallen Lightsaber is a good card for the Kylo deck.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Think we may be having a judge ruling about when he drew the card for the bounty versus when he did the Han ability. That might be what they're talking about. Because it may have been another case where he forgot to do the Han ability right away. We're not 100% sure, but that is what I would guess they're figuring out is what happened in the order of operations with the Han resource versus the when defeated draw card.
Judge reading Han Solo.
Yeah, and the way it should happen is Han Solo is an on attack, so you should get the Han card first. But what's the ruling on if you forget the Han card, remember the bounty, and then after you claim the bounty, remember the Han card? And I think that might be what happened here. Well, there's a Luke in hand, so the card he draws versus the card he Hans is very important. If he drew the Luke, and that's supposed to have been Han resourced, then that is quite critical. And they may do something about... Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if the Han player says the card he drew was Luke, you should believe him because that's the best card you could draw anyway. So there's no point in saying, "Oh, I drew a different card and should have resourced that." Yeah, I wasn't paying the most attention to his order of operations, but I assume what happened is he attacked with Han, drew a card off the bounty, and then did the Han resource after, and that's the opposite order of the way you're supposed to do those.
Yeah, Boba Stonks, who actually played very well at the last PQ we did in Portland, right? That was our guy. Saying that he did draw Luke off a bounty and then the resource. So we don't have the ability to easily rewind the same way that people watching on YouTube do. I think they're waiting for the judge to rule what to do.
Yeah, I think the judge is trying to figure out exactly what he wants to do.
But how about Phil? You just can't keep Obi down. Yeah. You know, powering through. And I think that's the only time he'll get a game loss. He shouldn't have to deal with that in Top Cut.
Yeah, because he's already had the warning for that. And yeah, just looking through here, so we are guaranteed that half of the top 8 are Bothans. And then we have multiple...
Well, there's so many of you. There's so many of you.
We're half the tournament field, so it's an average showing, I think, to get half the top 8. So...
I actually just saw a meme on KTOD Discord about that. I think I posted the I am Spartacus with all of the Bothans standing up.
Oh, it was a big... That's actually how the Bothan Invitational got started, because that was the joke at Star City Games Atlanta, that it was just a Bothan Invitational with everyone there being a Bothan. Alright, so we get the judge call resolved. I'm not sure exactly how they resolved it, but we get the Kylo attack into base to kill Han.
Well, do you make him put down the Luke? I mean, I think that's what you do. Is you?
I don't see a Luke in hand, so I think they did that. So I would imagine they may have made him switch the Luke with the card that he drew, which also makes sense when you see that the card he drew was such a critical card to the deck. Like, Red Hood asking if they lost all this game time. They will have gotten an extension from the judge, but I would be shocked if this Kylo Red deck came anywhere close to going to time. So I don't think that'll be a problem.
This is probably the last relevant match to finish.
Yeah.
Looks like all the rest of the top 10 tables are in.
And yeah, the little piece of paper that he put down is usually a piece of paper that says X minute time extension. They probably gave him like a 5 or 10 minute time extension for time in the round because of the duration of the judge call. But we're already in game 3, so we should not be worried about going to time here.
So we go into one of the key rounds here with a Han unit down in the ground arena.
Oh, that's huge. That is huge. So perilous position lets Han now kill Kylo.
No, you consider playing aggression if you have it right now.
Absolutely, yeah. This is where if you have aggression or Fang Fighter or any of those, you need to knock off that peril. Looks like he doesn't have it. He just goes 3 to base. So that may be the big turning point that Han needed to actually kill this Kylo.
Choosing not to
taking his time. It's interesting. I mean, I think it's fair to say that if Kylo had an answer, they would do it before attacking. But it's still interesting to Han activate first.
I mean, maybe he's getting greedy and has a takedown, right?
True. Yeah, maybe he wants to save the Han for something else or see what else is going on, because now he could take down the punishing one and then Han into Kylo. Plays the Kanan.
And
the Rokai.
I think that's a Reckless Gunslinger from the
Reckless Gunslinger, yeah. The Rokai Gunslinger is the ship that pings on it on when played, I believe. Then he didn't kill Kylo. I am very confused about what is happening right now.
Might have claimed.
So he didn't take the free Han attack into Kylo. 7-5. Yeah, he was only at 5 health left. So what are your thoughts on why he might want to do that and claim to do it first action here rather than doing it last turn?
Keep you from Kylo buffing. I mean, I guess
that's true. That's a good point. If he does it this way, then Kylo can't be used this round. So he's valuing that over the ability to have Han attack into a different unit this round.
All right, so Wolf.
There's the Wolf.
What that is?
So, I mean, it goes back.
Does not heal.
Yeah, he still mills, but it goes back to the order of operations. If he had Kylo buffed before, then he could have attacked with Kanan first.
There's the Fang Fighter he needed.
With the Han first. Yeah. So I'm not sure. Like I get the point behind not getting the Kylo discard buff this turn, but I don't think it was worth it. Because he lost more than he felt anyway.
Yep. So that's real important because he played out the Yoda. Yeah. Now Wolf can go in.
Yeah, now he gets the Wolf attack. Yeah.
On attack, he can do 3 damage and turn off healing for the entire round.
Yeah, and if he had Han attacked last turn, then he could have Kanan'd into the Reckless Gunslinger, and then Han attack killed the Wolf. So the trying to stop the Kylo discard might be costing in the game here. Just due to that, to how it's dealing with initiative and his ability to kill this Wolf. Because he's already at 22. Wolf attacks first for 3.
Yep, 2 base, and then most importantly, turns off all the restore.
Yeah, so neither Yoda nor Big Falcon.
Yep.
And he doesn't have it. So wow. Really tight game 3. Interesting play lines. I think we saw that play line from Han backfire there, but you see what he was going for, and then just same thing that we saw against Ray Red, which was really well played by Andrew Tatter. Just navigating his deck well, understanding his outs, and that game he played to him.
Yeah, so Andrew Tedder of the local testing group team, advances to the top 8 at 6-1.
Yeah, so now we get to see Kylo Red in the top 8. We'll have to wait to see what X2s make it. But we know, let's see, going through the list, we know Chris Schutz is in on Ray Red. We know Stan is in on Quinlan Tarkentown. We know Phil is in on Obi-Wan Green.
And yellow.
Yeah, Obi-Wan Green, yellow. And then let's see.
Green and gold is a good way to go.
Yeah. We know Chris Wall is in. I'm not sure what deck they're playing, but they are 6-1, so they'll be in. We know Frank Myers is in on his Sabine Green. And then
hoping to finish one out. Frank's kind of always in the top cut.
Yeah. And then after that, we have to see which X2s make it. I believe that's all the X1s that we know for sure.
Is Frank on Sabine ECL?
Yes, I believe so. That's what he's been testing.
That's a good deck.
That's what he's on. It is a good deck. For sure.
Yeah, no, I think that Han yellow is the most representative one right now, but
yeah,
keep in mind that everything's adjusting to Sabine.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we've started to see Sabine's trying to adjust as well, because Sabine has a really bad Han yellow matchup. So I think we've seen Sabine's trying to adjust to that.
Hey guys.
All right.
Hey.
All right.
Hey, we are working on the top cut here, and while we are waiting on the top 8 to start, we have Nick from CardsHQ.
That's me, yeah.
That's right. Here to talk about Beatle.
Yeah. Hey guys, how are we?
I'm great. How are you doing, Nick?
Well, it's a pleasure to attach some faces to names. It's nice to have an opportunity to speak to you guys. I feel like I've been in Discord conversations with the both of you for months now. It's good to talk to y'all.
Yeah, good to talk to you as well.
So, go ahead.
I was just going to say, so you played in the event today with Obi-Wan, right? How did you do in the PQ today?
Yeah, so we started off the day really hot. We went 2-1. I took on a gauntlet of meta today. Pretty much every major leader you can think of, with the exception of Sabine, I went up against. And I mean, hey, look, I started off the day 2-1. Ultimately, we didn't play well enough to secure a top cut. I did end up dropping after round 6, but it was a good day. It was a good day of play. Not my day, but I did have a great time. We tried our best. It is good to see, though. It is good to see Obi-Wan ECL did make top 8. That's really wonderful. That's I'm really excited for Phil.
Yeah,
and with some heroic circumstances too, having to 2-0 in order to get it, starting with the game loss, and still managing through to the top cut. So.
And his matchup in that last round, Kylo Tarkentown. If you are not careful, that deck will run you over, especially if you're not hitting your sentinels and you're not hitting your perilous positions. That deck absolutely can just steal it from you. It doesn't even really like. It just if it lines up perfectly for them, it's not even about skill expression at that point. Of course, these pilots are really, really great, and they've taken Kylo Red to the top tables here today. But at the same time, Kylo just has the ability to constantly hit you for 7. Eventually, that math just doesn't work out for your opponent.
Yeah, absolutely. But anyway, let's talk about some Beatle. Some Bothan Invitational battle in Atlanta.
Absolutely, yeah. So I'm really excited for it. This is going to be one of the largest undertakings that I've ever had, as a TO. But we're really excited. We've sold close to 400 tickets now for this event.
We've sold out of our 3v3 event. That's going to be game breaking for Star Wars Unlimited. We've sold out. We were near selling out of our second pool on Saturday for the 6K, which is really exciting. We have about, last I checked, we have about a third left of all the other pools, which is really exciting. So the 2K on Sunday, there's 40-ish tickets left, and then there's about 40, a little less than 40 for the first pool of the 6K event on Friday. For those who are listening, for those who are watching the stream, like I said, we do still have tickets available. You just got to go to CardsHQ.com and search BIATL. All of the tickets that are still available will pop up, and you'll be able to grab some.
Yeah, and Courtney put that link into the YouTube chat. So if you click on the link that Courtney put in, that'll take you directly to the link to buy the tickets. This is end of March at CardsHQ in Atlanta. I'm really excited. I know a lot of people watch me commentating and they say, wow, do you ever actually play this game? I'll be playing in the team tournament. So I'll be commentating the 6K and the 2K, but I'm excited to give a go in the team event and actually, play.
It's gonna be good to watch. It's really amazing to see how many really high quality players have signed up for and accepted their invitation to this event. We have some really huge names playing at this. We've got guys from, we have 2 dozen Bothan network competitors.
A lot of Bothans, for sure.
Yeah.
I think somewhere around there. Yeah, a lot of Bothans are going to make it to there.
We've got 2 teams from KTOD. We've got several teams representing different local stores around Atlanta. We've got a team CardsHQ. We've got a team Hawk's Nest, which is a really great store up in Woodstock, Georgia. There's a lot of great competition from locals, from people coming in, and from some really talented players. And we've never done a 3v3 in this game before, so we're breaking ground as we're going.
Absolutely. I got to give a huge shout out to the CCC. That's the Colorado Cantina crew. They're a really good group of local guys out near me that are going out there with the team. So I'm super pumped for them. And then it's exciting. I'm really excited. So the 3v3 is going to be a double elimination bracket, which is really cool. And the bracket is going to get revealed on Thursday on Blonde Sabine's stream. So I haven't seen the final bracket yet. I'm super pumped to see that, but I'm really excited for that bracket reveal, and then we'll get to see how everybody lines up. Which teams are are going where.
Right. Yeah, and from the way things are turning out, it's going to be exciting. We've got a lot of really exciting things going on for the 3v3. The bracket is. We're gonna do our best to showcase some really cool players, and we're working on a way to get each of the different we have a built-in at CardsHQ. We have a built-in feature table. It's called our Breaker Arena. Whenever we're not using it for an event, it's for people to open their boxes at. But for this event, we're actually going to use it for a full round of the 3v3. So all 3 team members will be playing at the feature table all together. And it's a dedicated space. There's even bleachers for people to watch the match as it happens, as they get done with their games, and anybody who's spectating. They all have an opportunity. They all have an opportunity to watch as the feature matches in the 3v3 are happening. I do believe we're actually getting started with I believe we're getting started with top 8 here. Everybody's moving.
They're going to do some deck checks.
Yeah, we just finished the last round of Swiss, so they're probably figuring out the top 8 still for the current Duluth tournament. Yeah.
We do have the top 8. I can go ahead and tell you guys real quick. We have
that sounds great.
First, we have Stan on Quinlan Tarkentown. Second, we have Philaffle on OBECL. Third is Chris Schutz on Ray Tarkentown. Fourth is Andrew Tedder on Kylo Tarkentown. Fifth is Chris Wall on Sabine ECL. Sixth is Frank Myers.
Let's go!
On Sabine ECL.
That's our guy.
7 is Jedi Luke on Luke Green. And
nice.
8 is M. Lemons on Kylo Tarkentown.
It's amazing to see
so 2 Kylo Tarkentowns top 8.
This is
all right, so
we haven't seen stuff like
that's
this.
Cool. So the most represented deck in top 8 is Kylo Tarkentown, as we all predicted going into the event.
Yeah, it's it's been really great to see what has done well at this event. Just both playing in the event and watching in it. We've seen a lot of really great matchups. Like the last round, we had Han Blue and Kylo Tarkentown. That's an odd couple pairing if ever I've seen one, and it made for what appeared to be a fantastic game on stream. A lot of great back and forth. Yeah. I was watching it as closely as I could. And then, of course, right next to them, we had Phil taking on another Kylo Tarkentown, and it looks like both of them made it in. That, to me, is phenomenal. You know, to see these decks that really haven't had a lot of PQ representation up to this point in this season, to see them come up from not necessarily out of nowhere, but these players that have been invested in these decks. Because I know Phil's been working on OBECL in particular for months. We've been talking about it. To see them have this success at this event, and for some of these decks, this is going to be the most prominent features that these decks have had this season. It's really great, and I'm really happy for all these players who put so much time into their brews.
Yeah, I'm just thinking off the top of my head, so I'm not 100% sure on this, but I think 4 of the top 8 leaders have not top 8'd any PQs in set 3 yet. Like I don't think I've seen a Kylo or a Luke or an Obi top 8, and those are 4 of our top 8 here in this 100+ tournament.
I think Kylo did in.
I think Kylo Yellow did, right? I think a Kylo Yellow.
No, I think it was Kylo Red.
It was Red. Okay, so we've had a couple of Kylos, but yeah, it's still really interesting to see leader diversity. And I did not hear a Mono Han top 8.
I don't think there's Mono Han. No Mono Han.
Yeah, so no Mono Han in the top 8. So yeah, that's really interesting.
I want to make a comment on a couple of these folks. So the Sabine ECL player that is not Frank, Chris Wall. He's actually one of the TOs at Level Up Duluth. So he's having a huge showing at his own store. And also the Luke Green player, that's Victor Carter. Victor Carter is a local around Atlanta. He has been playing Luke Green since set 1. That has been his baby for almost a year now. So he has been cooking and refining for so long, and to see him at what I believe is his first PQ, to see him pull this off is just absolutely incredible. Because when I ran a case tournament for right as set 2 come out, he was the only person to top with any hero anything, I believe, in that event. So he was bringing it home for the heroism mains, and now some 6-7 months later, he's topping the very first PQ in the Atlanta area. So I'm infinitely proud of him. I'm proud of Chris. Both Chris's actually, Chris Schutz and Chris Wall. Proud of Frank, proud of Phil, proud of all of our guys in it, and super proud of these guys again playing Kylo Red, cooking it, and making sure that their deck gets representation in the top 8 here.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's going to be a couple of matchups. What 3-6 is Frank versus Chris Schutz, right? Ray into Sabine.
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yes, that'll be an interesting one. And then, real quick before I assume we're making a top 8 graphic right now. So going back to the battle at Beatle at CardsHQ, end of March, make sure to click the link. There are still tickets to the 6K and the 2K. How excited are you for this tournament coming up?
Oh, man, guys.
I am so pumped for this thing.
We have been. So the great thing about CardsHQ is that we've been trying to break ground for every TCG that we carry. But of course, because I'm the event manager for the store, and my main game is Star Wars, I really want to define this game as being the premier competitive TCG. And the only way to do that is for us to do things like this. And so I am so unbelievably excited to make this a reality. I am so excited to put in the work necessary to get this off the ground. Frank and I have been talking every single day about this event, making sure that ticket sales are running smoothly.
My new best friend.
Hey, Frank, great guy. I love him to death. The opportunity to work with Frank and Courtney on this has been fantastic. I've always been friends with several members of the Bothan network. Stan, Chris, Jonathan, all these guys, they come to my locals all the time. So it's a natural fit for us to work together. ultimately, you know, it's going to be a huge weekend for us as a store. It's going to be a huge weekend for Star Wars Unlimited, for the Bothan network, and all these players are going to get an opportunity to showcase themselves in a way that really this game has not yet had the opportunity to do so. We've had PQs run in local stores, you know, around the country at this point, but the opportunity to have a premier 10K event with multiple people recording, streaming, getting the word out about everything. You know, all these players that I've spoken to are super excited. All of our employees are super excited. I'm gonna have, you know, I'm gonna have a 50+ hour work weekend, and you know, it's it's all part of
one
the
of those you're
game.
Looking forward to. It's the good kind of 50-hour work weekend.
Absolutely, and I wouldn't want it. You know, I wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah, I assume that you're going to be casting at least 45 of those hours.
I'll be playing or casting probably all of it, so it's going to be a long one for me as well, but I'm super excited.
Just inject the caffeine into his brain, into his veins.
Yeah, thankfully it'll be in the south, so someone, at least at the SCG Atlanta, Courtney was kind enough to just get a bunch of Chick-fil-A, so I was able to smash a sandwich in my mouth every now and then.
So what do you think are the biggest logistical challenges to setting up an event like this?
Yeah, so our store is a 14,000 square foot facility, which is a lot. There's a lot of room for a lot of different things. That being said, we sell probably 10 different TCGs. We sell a ton of sports wax and sports graded cards. We have, I think the number's around 50 to 60 showcases full of cards and product. All of this combines to make it a challenge to seat 128 people. But, on top of all that, the challenge is welcome. We've already been working on a floor plan to pull this off. I would say that's the big one, is just how we're going to move things. Another big logistical challenge that we've already solved is how we're going to process all of the ticket sales into actually getting people in on Melee. And for those of you who have purchased tickets, most of you are in your Melee events now, so we've solved that. It's just a matter of making sure that nobody gets lost in the cracks, because, again, we're talking over 400 tickets will be sold after, once this event is sold out, we will have sold, near, if you add them all up, near 500 tickets. So that's a lot of names to keep track of. That's a lot of people to make sure they're in the right events. But so far, so good. I will say, we're having to kind of invent systems on the fly for our store and for processing all of this, and it's a good challenge, I will say, CardsHQ, every time somebody walks in, they're immediately impressed by what we're doing. We try to be as, welcoming, and as, we prioritize cleanliness, we prioritize friendliness, we prioritize making sure that it's an environment that leaves a good first impression. So we're doing everything we can to make sure that the seating is comfortable, the space is comfortable, and everybody is able to have a good time. It's a huge challenge, but we're pulling it off.
Yeah, it's exciting, and it sounds like from everything I've heard about you guys that you're up to the challenge. I'm super pumped for what should be a historic event. I mean, the first Team Star Wars tournament that I've seen that I know of. Definitely going to be the first one that's been broadcast around with commentary, so that's super exciting. And then currently the biggest Star Wars prize pool in an event to date, so I'm super excited for that whole weekend.
There's a lot to be pumped for, and I with the amount of advertising we've been doing for this event here, the folks at Level Up Duluth were kind enough to let Frank and I talk about the event before our rounds of Swiss started. We are really pushing to get as many people aware of this event as possible. So the opportunity to play, we want everybody who wants to get tickets to get them as soon as they can to make sure they're locked in. So definitely, guys, if you're watching and you're interested in traveling to Atlanta, or you're local and you're on the fence, this is a great opportunity to be a part of something huge for all of our mutually favorite card game. So I highly recommend getting your tickets sooner rather than later, because this thing is going to blow up, and it's going to be one to remember for sure.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Now, I will say, I do believe. What are we? I believe our top 8 deck checks are underway. I actually see them over there doing them now.
I'm actually watching the feature table. It looks like they got all 8 of the decks there.
Yeah. I see them all there. I want to make sure we're on top of everything. Make sure we're.
I don't know if he's going to.
Oh yeah.
don't know if he's going to go through all 8. They certainly have had a tight ship.
Yeah, and I mean, I think especially with one deck check error already, it wouldn't surprise me if they're a little more stringent in that regard. So I certainly wouldn't blame them if they want to like fully check every top 8 deck.
Yeah.
They'll at least won't have to check Phil's again because they've already deck checked him.
It's been a thorough day for him. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Stan on Quinlan had a game record of 14-2 through the 7 rounds.
That's solid.
I think we saw one of the games he actually took a loss. Didn't Han Blue get a game off of him?
Chat asking if there will be side events at Beatle. There will be draft pods firing on demand. And then basically anyone who doesn't make the top 8 on Sunday, that's kind of what the 2K on Sunday is for. So you can always, if you buy tickets to both and make top 8, then you can refund your Sunday 2K ticket. And if you don't, then you get a side event that is the main event at SCG Con. So that's exciting.
Right. I do want to comment on that. That's been a frequently asked question in various different Discords on if you can get a refund for your event should you perform well enough and make the top cut. Yeah, absolutely. We want you to have the opportunity to sign up for everything that you'd like. Should you bubble out, or should you not have your best day for pool 1, you'll be able to sign up for pool 2. And if you do well enough to make top 16, yeah, we're not gonna hold you over for $25. We want to make sure that everybody has the understanding that we're here to make sure that our express goal is to have as much SWU happening as possible. So buy all the tickets you want, but if you kill it and you have a great run and you make top 16, we're not going to hold you over for it. You'll get refunded, no problem. And if you're in that spot, congratulations to you. You did really well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
I will say though, it is going to be fun to see how many drafts we do fire, because we're ordering quite a bit of Jump to Light Speed, and of course we have plenty of product of the other 3 sets. With Twilight, we've got plenty of Twilight. With Shadows, we actually ordering a little bit more Shadows to make sure we have Shadows for the event, and we have plenty of Spark of Rebellion after the reprint. So it's a really exciting for us to be able to offer. You can draft any of the 4 sets that you'd like. You can even do a Chaos draft if you want. It's really up to the folks that want to draft, that are coming in for draft. And I honestly, I would be happy to run drafts all day as long as there's table space. So if you're into limited, if you're into drafting that way, let's do it. Come on by. It'll be a fun time.
Yeah, definitely.
I will actually be. I'll be personally judging the drafts as well. I decided that was going to be my thing. If there's any if there's any drafts that are happening, on Sunday while our judge crew is handling everything else, I will personally be seeing to make sure that those fire off without a hitch. So yeah, I hope that everybody will feel very comfortable. Comfortable drafting as many times as they'd like. It's going to be good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a good day here. I'm very thankful to have been a part of this PQ. It's been a huge opportunity for Level Up Duluth to get eyes on their store. It's a massive facility. I believe it's almost as big as CardsHQ, but not quite. And simultaneously, us getting a chance to tell all these fine players, over 100 players, 101 I believe was the count, 101 players all now have the opportunity to think about the Bothan Invitational, and that's been a really wonderful opportunity for us as a store, for the player base to get a chance to get tickets, and we're getting the word out. It's good.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like we're still doing deck checks, looking at the just the feature table camera. So I'm not sure how long until we get into the top 8, but should be coming soon. I'm not sure if there's going to be a break between before top 8 outside of just the deck checks or not.
Well, I don't believe if there is a break outside of these deck checks, I don't believe it has been communicated to the players. We're currently it looks like we're finalizing our top 8 graphic. We should have that up momentarily, but yeah, I think we're just waiting for these deck checks to get done now. I don't think there's another break.
Nice. Oh, well, that's exciting. Thanks for coming on, and thanks for the information, Nick. Anything else you want to shout out to anybody about CardsHQ or the event?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're also still taking solicitations for judges. We're taking folks who are interested in judging the event. I have about a dozen applicants that I'm going through right now for the different positions. Most folks want to work all weekend, so if you are interested in coming down for the weekend to judge the event, I'm still happy to talk to you. We have a great crew already that I'm talking with and trying to see where everybody fits. But if that's something that you'd like to try, please reach out to me. You can email me. nick@cardshq.com is the best way to reach me. That's also, if there's any questions about anything related to any of the events, you can send me an email there as well. I'm happy to answer it. I try to be as timely as I can with those things. Otherwise, our goal is to make history. Our goal is to have a fantastic first of its kind event. And Frank is a really ambitious guy. A lot of the archaeology of what we're doing has been a collaboration between us, yes, but Frank was so ambitious and so excited to get this off the ground. I have a feeling that between what CardsHQ is willing to do and what the Bothan Network's willing to do, we're gonna kill it, y'all. It's gonna be amazing.
All right, players, some people haven't picked up their prize for yet. If you're still
looks like they're processing through. Looks like they're processing through pricing for everybody else, and I think we're about to get. Yeah, I think the judge is putting away one of the last decks now. I'm not sure. I haven't been watching exactly, but I think we're getting really close.
Yeah, I think he has got all the. There might be one more that he needs to do. Yeah, it's definitely getting close to the end with the deck check, so we should be hopping into top 8 here quickly.
Looks like. Courtney, are we about to have this graphic ready?
Almost about to send it to them.
Oh, awesome, we got graphics.
Yep. Should be heading your way in just a second, guys.
And I didn't even have to make it. I like it.
Yeah, we're working on the fly here. Courtney has been doing an incredible job making sure that everything's been functioning for the stream today. Anytime I would look over here, everything's been a smooth ship, and you guys of course are killing it on commentary. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah, it looks like it's about to be heading your way. As for the event here, yeah, it does look like most other players have cleared out. A couple of the top 8 are just hanging out waiting, and it looks like the head judge is either trying to flag somebody down, or it does appear that he has completed his work. So we're gonna get started here literally any second now. Oh, and it looks like we're about to have our graphic up. All right. And it looks like we're about to have some other guests joining us. That's my time. Thank you very much, guys, for having me. It was great talking to you.
Yeah, thanks for joining us, Nick. Great to talk to you, and super excited to meet you in person in March.
Absolutely.
Yeah, good luck at Seattle.
Thank you. I appreciate it. We're gonna have a smooth ship. It's gonna be great. CardsHQ.com if you're interested in buying tickets. That's my time. I'll talk to y'all later.
All right, so some updates from the New York Planetary Qualifier. It looks like Just Jack lost in a Quinlan Tarkentown mirror in top 8. So way to represent Golden Dice podcast, getting there. Looks like Tada and Wu both won. If Twitch chat is to be trusted, Twitch chat usually is. And then I saw it.
This is lethal.
Yeah, Twitch, it's right, and they never miss a trigger. And have a little grace, people, too. I mean, if you haven't played in a top 8 of a planetary qualifier when you've been at it for 7-8 hours,
it's rough. Oh my goodness, it's so rough.
It's easy to pick out the missed triggers when you're sitting in your chair, comfy, but it's not there. And same thing if somebody misses a damage or something like that, doesn't play correctly or there's a board state here, doesn't necessarily mean it was intentional.
Yeah. Looks like I can't hear them, but I see Chris Schutz and
we're
Frank
here.
Myers.
Hey,
there we go.
Hear me?
What's up, guys?
Yeah, we're just talking to this
Oh,
mic.
we're talking to this one?
Yeah. Hey, so Chris and I are about to play on stream. We're going to be your top 8 match.
Yeah,
that's exciting.
I was undefeated going into round 7 with his match against StanGasque, our teammate, and I scooped to him. And my reward for scooping to Stan, so that we could have a dinner break, was that I got to play against Frank. Now.
What a reward! What a generous.
There we go.
The universe is offering you a free win.
And I'm sure, and I'm sure Frank just loves seeing the Ray across from him.
Yeah, exactly.
I think Ray and Sabine is a matchup where each person feels bad about it, which means that to me is a sign of a probably pretty even matchup.
Who knows what's gonna happen?
It's like, you know what, like when they say like the definition of compromise is when both parties feel bad. That's
good,
like
a good negotiation.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So what do y'all think about the Red Ray Sabine matchup?
I mean, how spicy is your Sabine list today?
Yummy. It's got main deck Fang Fighter.
There we go.
Yeah, main deck Fangs. I mean, we're
Here,
open deck list, but I
put
think
the deck list
we're
in.
like extra open deck list because Frank, I put all my shit on. Sorry for swearing, but I put all my stuff online and talk about it every day and stream every day.
Join his
so
Patreon. It's great.
There's very little secrets in my deck.
So we'll make sure to read your guide when you're sideboarding and tell everybody exactly what you're doing.
Yeah, yeah. And Frank, I've been lurking in the Sabine thread on the Bothan Network Discord for the last couple days, knowing that Frank would be like one of the toughest people in the crowd, and I made sure that I set my deck up for today to beat the people that I thought would be the best players in the room, and Frank would be one of those.
Stop.
So I definitely I went as anti-Sabine as I could with my deck, and let's see if it pays off.
Yeah, it's one of the things that I heard John Tata say that I thought was really interesting. He said I believe he said it on the Blonde Sabine stream. He said I don't care what most people are playing. I need to play a deck that beats what I think the good players are playing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, right. I absolutely. I don't know if I heard him say that, but I agree with it.
Yeah,
because not to take anything away from the other players in the room, but I don't know. The top cut's what matters, especially in a Planetary qualifier. So you want to try and anticipate what those people are going to be playing and have a game plan for them.
I want to follow up on that, Jeff. I don't know if you noticed, but 101 person, over 100 person tournament today. Mm-hmm. 4 of the top 6 are Bothan competition team members.
Yeah.
Including first, second, and third. And then I'm slumming it at 6th. I'm just like, Frank's like the underdog Rocky.
Frank's in the team picture.
Yeah, I'm in the team picture.
Bothan was a little bit more than half the field, right?
No, we had 8.
I made the joke that our conversion percentage was average because we were half the field in the 101 person event and got half the top 8.
I know y'all are joking, but we had 8 people. We had eight competition team members. 4 of us made top 6. And then we had a couple more in the top 16.
And then we had at least 2 more that were X2 that missed the cut on breakers.
Yeah, so. Jonathan was 11th or 12th, I think. Daniel was 16th, I think. I don't know what lake ended up.
Mufestu, I think, was 5 and 2 too.
Daniel,
I think we ended up with 3 5 and 2s and 4 in the top 8 and 3 5-2s out of 8 competitors.
I think
it's a pretty solid rate.
4 of the top 6.
Yeah, if they would let us intentionally draw, then we would have had 2 undefeateds.
Yeah.
True.
Unfortunately, we can't do that.
And then I'd be playing Phil right now.
Yeah.
So, I think they're waiting on us. Yep. Maxwell, you ready? The judge is giving us the signal.
We gotta go play a game.
All right.
Good luck, guys.
Yeah.
We're going to see what happens, right? So
yeah.
Go easy on me.
No, I need all the feedback during the stream y'all can give me because I want to get better. I'm going to watch the video on demand later and take all your coaching advice.
Yeah, make sure you draw well.
That's the high skill play.
Try to have a first turn play. Try to have a first turn.
Yeah, and then also a second turn play.
I feel like that's important. All right,
I
I'll
should
see
start
you.
my own Patreon. I can
Yeah.
give this kind of advice.
It's great advice. Bye, guys. Thanks for casting today. Y'all have done a fantastic job. The little bit I caught. So.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
All right, here's Courtney.
All right, so the R2 that looked like it was from CCG, maybe, has given way to the Ray Showcase. As Chris Schutz, Rodney Stibbs, is doing what he does.
Yeah, so we've got Ray Red into Sabine Green. I feel like this is a scary match for Ray. Like you would feel better into other aggro decks, like into the Kylos of the world, where Sabine can kind of stop you from turning the corner as much with the pose and wreckers.
Yeah.
I don't know who do you think's favored in this?
Ray.
Do you think it's by a lot or by just a little bit?
Probably not by a ton.
Okay, so yeah, here we see the bracket. So the winner of this is going to play against the winner of Phil and Jedi Luke. So we've got blue-green hero friendly fire. I know Phil was also on Luke Green until Obi-Wan came out as a leader, and Jedi Luke, we were told, has been on Luke since the game came out.
So we will have hero blue-green in the top 4.
That's a good point. Hero blue-green is going to be in the top 4. And then the Kylo Reds are on the same side of the bracket, but not playing against each other. So we have a potential for a mirror there in top 4. Both of them could win. Sabine's are on opposite sides of the bracket, so we could have a Sabine mirror final.
On the camera, I just saw Chris read Sabine, on the back. So, always just make sure how Sabine works.
Yeah. And when you get these off-meta leaders, you want to just make sure you know exactly what they do. So yeah, we do still have the ability for an all Bothan final, which I have to point out as a fellow Bothan, if Stan makes it, and then anyone except Jedi Luke from the other side of the bracket makes it, and then and yeah, card protocol. There are 2 Kylo Reds in the top 8 here, as well as an Obi Green and a Luke Green.
Yep. So Kylo Red has a Sabine, right? Because Chris Wall is on Sabine ECL.
Yes.
So that's
so the Kylo Red that we have seen twice, which is Andrew Tedder, he is up against Sabine. The second Kylo Red we did not see on stream, but they are up against Stan on his Quinlan Tarkentown that we've also seen.
Yeah, and actually that's a tough matchup for Quinlan. I mean, I was looking at Stan's list, and when I say play some ones in your Quinlan deck, I mean the Kylo deck, as well as the Django that plays Greedo is what you're talking about there.
Yeah.
Because if he gets a double 1-drop opening and goes wide, that can be tough for Quinlan to get back into. Hand destruction is real bad into Kylo.
I did some testing with Sabine Yellow as well, where you just run, 18 1-drops, and your whole plan is to beat Quinlan by just playing a bunch of 1s, and you kind of turn off the ping.
Yeah, no, it's a viable strategy. I mean, I'm playing around. I mean, I actually had 2 R2s and 2 choppers in for a while when the Sabine ECLs looked to be adjusting to Quinlan. Yeah. Some of the other decks stepping up, was there. But, I mean, Sabine Yellow is a nightmare. If they go, turncoat, red 3, I mean, good luck.
Yeah, exactly. Because you're as Quinlan, you have Falcon, but that's about it. You don't have these Concord Dawns or these other kind of comeback mechanisms in space. No Bright Hope.
Not a lot of Sentinel in yellow red.
Yeah. Just Gamorrean Retainer / Gamorrean Guard, depending on which one you want to play.
Just make sure to write it down correctly.
Looks like they're shuffling up. I'm not sure if the deck check involved also completely sorting out the deck, so it might be a prolonged shuffling period.
And we have Chris Schutz representing Ray Tarkentown on the right side of the screen. Frank Myers representing the venerable Sabine ECL on the left side of the stream. We're at the 101 player Planetary Qualifier in Duluth, Georgia, which is right outside of Atlanta. but we're calling it Duluth. It's a lot warmer than the other Duluth.
I think the stream is mirrored from our feed, so I think Frank is on the right of the stream.
Oh,
Chris is on the left.
Yeah, you got the magic of Hollywood vision. So
yeah,
apologies for that. We see Frank waving.
Yeah, I think Frank's trying to wave down someone.
He's an excitable guy.
On sideboarding.
He's usually waving.
Yeah.
Hey Jeff.
Yes.
Frank said that he sent you his deck list.
Ah, excellent.
If you wanted to talk about it.
Oh yeah, well let's put it on the screen.
I will try to pull it up here for you guys.
Here, can you DM it to me too? Put it in.
Yeah, I'll DM it to you.
Yep.
Once I can not be such a boomer and actually do this correctly.
So as you go into this matchup, I mean, I think that from Chris's side, he's looking for any unit with restore. A lightsaber down on like a Yoda can be a strong play into Sabine.
Mm-hmm. Chris
From
tried
Frank's
to send his deck list, but it's not. But I can't actually see it. So let's see. Looking through Frank's deck list, it's not up on stream right now. But some of the interesting things here are a timely intervention and 2 daring raids main, 3 Gen Ursos main, and there is no cause that Frank believes in. There's only a single cause.
There's another in the sideboard, so
yeah.
So he really has a lot of non heroism cards in the deck, which is I'm sure some of the things. The sideboard has a whole bunch of goodies that can improve against every matchup. It's a lot of 1-ofs down the sideboard. He does play the General's Blade, which is a key card in the mirror, and I'm glad to see Jyn Erso catching on.
Yeah,
I mean, as Daring Raid has kind of gone out of the meta a little bit, that's been more and more playable. I mean, I've been, if you looked at any of the Quinlan stuff, I've been talking about Jyn as an anti-Sabine card a long time.
Yeah. And the thing that I really like here is you can kind of you can be a little bit transformative. So in games where you really need for a cause, you can bring in the second one and bring in Dendari Peacekeepers, A-Wing, Heroic Sacks. You can bring your heroic count up if you want to bring in the second for a cause. You also get to start with more ambush. I really like Daring Raid main deck, and the Fang Fighter main deck is, I think, just a nod to both the mirror and to just so many decks are very upgrade dependent right now. So yeah, I really like this Sabine list. Oh, here we go. Now we see it. We see it on screen. So you can see here that the one for a cause main, I think it's almost more for filtering than damage, because a lot of matchups you just need your Poe or your Wrecker, and so it can help you get to those in the late game.
Yeah, there hasn't been. I mean, the decks you definitely need for a cause are like the Bosks of the world, and that has not been a contender deck today that we've seen. Nothing. No high lizards.
Yeah, I mean, if we see Frank go up against one of the Kylo Reds, for example, you're not exactly looking to burn them out with for a cause. So I think these changes would make Frank a lot more favored into the Kylo Reds than a normal Sabine would be, where you don't have daring raids that can kill a thing, and you don't have the ability to be a little bit more controlling.
Right. All right. Both get their opening hands, deciding whether to mulligan. I mean, I see an R2 for Frank. All right, they were ready to go. Ray leads off with A-Wing into the Space Arena. Frank does not have an A-Wing ECL to counter.
He's only on 2 A-Wings main. The third one is in the board. And I think that's a nod to how much Han there is, because you just cannot afford to play turn 1 A-Wing into a Falcon. You just pretty much lose the game on the spot as Sabine. But obviously this matchup, it would be good. We see a Darksaber, a Rebel Assault, and a card I couldn't quite see in Frank's hand. I like... both
players showing us their hands.
Yeah, I didn't see if Frank mulliganed or not.
He did not. He did not. He was
interesting to keep
just
the R2 as his turn 1 play.
Yeah, I think it was about the Darksaber. I mean, he's identifying that Chris probably doesn't play Upgrade Hate main deck. I don't think that's true. So maybe trying to get that in the game 1.
Mm-hmm.
YMCA hits the ground.
Village people are good here. So we knew Frank did have a wing leader, but obviously not the best to play into the village people.
All right, and Chris deciding whether
plug the headset back in. All right,
whether to attack with the A-wing or not.
Yeah, well, it's tough because with the Fighters for Freedom, you can just the Fighters for Freedom can just kill the village protectors, even if you reactivate and put an XP on it. I would imagine that's what Frank wants to do.
And I think he's probably thinking about the claim here, and it's probably the right thing to do because he can save the damage on R2.
Exactly. There's no reason to have R2 attack into the shield when you want this. When you can have the Saboteur just completely kill the unit and free up your Sabine leader to do whatever it wants. And we also saw that Frank has a Darksaber in hand, so that makes that play a lot more appealing as well. Because then you just free up Sabine Darksaber to do whatever it wants to do.
All right, so I see a takedown in Chris's hand, which is hugely relevant.
Yeah, so I'm curious how Frank's going to play this now.
We might have R2 with a sword by the end of this turn.
We could. Because I would imagine with the takedown, because Frank is going to ping with Sabine before he deploys, and then Chris is going to have to pass. And that basically sends a very loud signal that he has takedown. So the answers to that could be, Tarkin Town. That's a good one as basically an action cheat to not have to pass. So that if he didn't have the Tarkin Town there, I don't think Frank runs into this takedown. If he passes, there's no way Frank deploys there. So the fact that he had a way to spend an action with the Tarkin Town, I think really, really made it cool. Made it good for Chris.
Shockingly, my prediction has come true.
Yeah, we get
because,
this with R2 with
the
gun.
Seeing both of the hands, I had it figured exactly how this turn was going to play out.
Yeah, exactly. And I think Frank probably would have made the same plays into a pass anyway because he has the backup plan of Darksaber on R2. But it's just interesting that the way the action economy works, that it wasn't as telegraphed that Chris had a takedown.
Yeah, his only remaining action he could have took was to attack with R2, which then you lose the ability.
Then you lose the Darksaber ability. Yeah.
Yeah, and that R2 with a Darksaber is just fine. That is a monster.
Yeah. Now he is a dragon that needs to be felled.
Right. Well, you can't.
He's 5 attack now.
He does have Fell the Dragon in there, so.
R2
so perilous position.
Is perilously positioned.
Looking for a Cassian.
Cassian's coming out. So I think the question is Frank getting ahead enough on damage? Because we know Rey is going to be able to flip and do a lot of restore and clear the board. I think the perilous position helped a lot in preventing this extra damage, and the Cassian means that Chris still gets initiative going into next turn. So do you think Frank has his foot on the gas enough right now?
Well, he's got his foot on the gas as much as he can be.
Yeah.
I mean, he wants... Ideally, going in the right turn, you would have done more than 11 on base. And let's not forget about the A-Wing plugging away. There's 13 damage on Sabine's base. I see Moose is...
Moose is getting her view of the snowfall. She's just walking through to stare out of the window. And I think we're at the point where neither player is super unhappy about what's been going on. Like, Frank has a good board and some damage, but Chris isn't feeling like super overwhelmed right now. Because now R2 only attacks for 3, not the end of the world.
But I don't know. I mean, whether Frank has Wrecker.
I see a Poe.
I do see a Poe.
Yeah, there is a Poe, and I think that might be the game changer here. Poe into... You could discard to take one of the XP off the A-Wing if you wanted to. There are a lot of things you could do, and you just kill Rey anyway before attacks. So we'll have to see now. Chris has probably got to assume that there's either a Poe or a Wrecker, because the odds you've drawn at least one by now are pretty high. So
the card Frank really needs is Rebel Assault to go with that Poe. The spending a resource to pump the A-Wing is a tell that he doesn't have Obi-Wan Kenobi, there's the Rebel Assault.
There is the Rebel Assault. So now I feel like Frank is really far ahead now that he has the Rebel Assault and the Poe. So now it really feels like Chris is on the back foot and needs to get something else. If he had something like a Village Protectors to play to protect his flip, but I think he would have already played it. So we'll have to see. He might just have to run into this if he thinks he's that far behind.
Yeah, and notably, there's no pumps really in the Rey deck. I mean, I don't think Rey typically runs Fleet Lieutenant, so the 6 damage is one more than that A-Wing can do.
Yeah, the Chris is currently 1 damage off of claim lethal. But he can't get that 1 damage in any way that we can see. One thing he could do, if he was running Daring Raids, it would be really interesting if he just Daring Raided Frank's base right now. Because then that makes the A-Wing lethal. I don't know if he's on Daring Raids in the main or not, though. And I don't know if he has one in his hand.
So, identifying that this is the key action of the game. I mean, Chris thinks through his options.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's Frank spent a resource too, so he's fairly certain, that Frank does not have Wrecker.
Yeah.
Now he's also got to worry about, though. I mean, a Fleet Lieutenant allows Frank to claim lethal too.
Yeah.
Now, only if the Rey doesn't swing, because the Restore 3 changes the map.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that he's thinking too hard to have like a Village Protector.
Yeah, I think so too. Like, you would just slam it down if you had that. And I think the same thing if you had like a Daring Raid, you would just slam it and put the onus on Frank to do something. Oh no, there is a Village Protector. He does have it.
He does.
So now we can swing the advantage bar back over to Chris.
So I think that Frank may just ECL the Poe here. I mean, he can clear the Village Protector with Poe, and he can present 8 damage, which is lethal even with a Restore 3.
Yeah. But now the difference here is now Chris can have more outs, where if he has a Force Throw in hand or something like that, he might be able to kill the Poe back.
Mm-hmm.
Because I would imagine here you have to, and also Frank could discard 2 cards. So you discard 1 card to defeat the shield and 1 to do 2 to base, and then R2 and Cassian are all both lethal attackers.
Oh, I think that's certainly what he does. I think he has to discard 2, 1 to kill the shield, use the Poe ability to actually kill the Village Protector, and then do the 2 damage to base.
Yeah. And then that forces Chris to get in the Rey attack for the Restore. Looks like Frank is he may be, I'm not sure how many cards Frank has in his hand. He may be deciding if he also wants to discard. If he has the Fleet Lieutenant, he might not be worried about discarding to deal 2 damage to base. I'm not sure exactly what all he's thinking about.
Yeah, now Poe does not get hit by a Fleet Lieutenant. So he did have a Wrecker, and he I think made a good play, because if he had set this turn for Wrecker, then he would be in a world of hurt right here when that Village Protector comes down. Instead, he did the Rebel Assault to catch back up on base. So good plays from a experienced aggro player.
Yeah, so
Poe has 2 damage.
Base. No, Frank
does not
did 2 to the Village Protector. He did not do 2 to base. So he kept his Poe damage free. I think seeing that Chris's main out was flip Rey into Force Throw to kill Poe. And the fact that Poe doesn't have damage, it makes that a lot harder to still be an out.
Right.
Because even if Rey attacks with a Restore 3, Poe still has lethal. And so Chris, recognizing that, has to claim. I do not believe he's playing a Surprise Strike out of aspect. And so yeah, so Frank takes game 1. Really well played. I think both players playing to their outs. And I think Chris took so long with the Village Protector because he realized that Poe would still be pretty bad for him. But I think recognizing in the end he didn't have a choice but to play into it.
All right, so we go to game 2. Frank manages to take a game off of Ray.
Yeah.
Which is pretty dang important. I mean, Ray, could look at Chris's sideboard plan, but I think he brings in top target.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that the biggest thing here is now it means that Chris is going to have to win a game while not on the initiative.
Right.
So now Chris goes into what we call the easy game, right? Where you are on the deck with a lot of heal and you're on the and you have the initiative. So he has to win the quote-unquote easy game, and then he has to go into game 3 and win the hard game, where Frank gets to go first. So, really important for Ray to try to win game 1 there, but I think Frank played really well. But like both players played to their outs, and
for people watching this to prepare, like maybe you're looking to bring Sabine ECL into a PQ. I mean, I think that he played the card as I was saying it, the Rebel Assault, to catch him back up, to present a lethal threat. I mean, rather than, sequencing and trying to get a Wrecker into Ray, where Wrecker into Ray is strong, absolutely, but doesn't work so well with that many Sentinels in the deck. And he did, in fact, have a Village Protectors. Wrecker can deal with it, but he has to use his on attack to do that. And I think that he would have run out of actions before Ray flipped. So I think the Poe actually was better. All right, so they're doing sideboarding. Frank is letting us see what he's doing, which is kind of cool.
Yeah. Yeah, so here the For a Cause comes out. I like this a lot. In matchups where they have a bunch of Restore, I think the For a Cause damage it's a lot less likely that it's any good. And you want your non-heroic cards here. Like, I think General's Blade becomes a bit better. And you want to keep in your Daring Raids.
I think those 4 is what he's putting in. I think he's putting in an A-Wing.
Oh, he's putting in the For a Cause. Yep. Interesting. So completely opposite thought to what I have. So maybe he's just thinking that he can always kill the Sabine with an ECL, Poe, or Wrecker, and he wants to bring in the extra heroic cards to get the damage in.
Yeah, and it wouldn't surprise me if he took out some of the upgrades.
I think we saw Darksaber come out for sure, and I like that because the General's Blade is a little bit less all in. It only costs 3. So I think you might want to you probably take out the Darksaber before you take out General's Blade.
All right. Any updates from the other tables? If Courtney can hear us to go investigate.
I will walk over there. None of them are done yet, I can tell you that. But I will try to get some updates on game 1s.
The card protocol asking about Frank's list. He did send that to us. So I can see he has 1 For a Cause main, 1 more in the sideboard. He has no Wolf's main deck and 1 in the sideboard. And yeah, I don't have Chris's exact list. He sent me a link, but it's still set to private, so I couldn't look at it. But I think he's on a more standard version of Red Ray. I don't think there's like a ton of spice that he's put in the last week or so. But but I mean, it's kind of an if it ain't broke, don't fix it kind of thing to me.
Mm-hmm.
I think Sabines have to adapt because their traditional Sabine was so bad into Mono Han, and that's the deck that you just have to be able to beat right now. I don't think Sabine can survive very well without adapting. Nice. We got the note that Lego Pizza is up a game in the top 4 at the NYC PQ.
I'm actually watching that too. It's an Ian on Ian matchup with Ian B on Quinlan Tarkentown. Playing against the Han Green.
And Ian avenged our buddy Cluis's Swiss loss to Kwai-Shan, I believe, in the top 8. So he beat Anakin Blue with his Han Green.
All right, I have an update for you guys.
Yeah?
All right. I was hoping you would.
Stan on Quinlan Tarkentown has won game 1.
Oh, wow. Nice.
Yes. Andrew Tedder and Chris Wall, both there in game 3, so 1-1.
Yeah.
And then Philaffle and Jedi Luke took game 1. And, yeah, that's it.
I'm surprised they got through game 1 that quickly.
I know, right?
Yeah.
All right. I'll try to keep you guys updated.
Thank you.
Hero Blue Green Mirrors. Are
they could
grindy to these. Yep.
But also, I think both players, having played a lot of blue green, whichever one was losing, probably knew that they might have known to scoop before the final damage got done to the base.
Yeah, I think I saw Jin Wing Leader, so it looks like Frank might be going gas. He decided to mulligan. Okay, so that wasn't good enough, and that doesn't surprise me. I think
it's fair because you still with against the Tarkentown, and when you wing leader a 2 health unit, you're still prone to just have it die to the Tarkentown.
Yep, and I think that it also matters that you're on the draw, right? Because if you're on the draw, you can't get the wing leader out fast enough to protect against.
Yeah, there's turn 1 play can just run into your Jin anyway. So yeah, I think you need something that isn't a wing leader. I saw him resource what looked like a wrecker and for a cause.
Yeah, what we don't know is whether he brought any tonic with his Jin. All right, Sabine unit. It's a good play. I think people should play that card. Frank is a believer as am I, in the organized play Sabine.
I like that. I really like the border of the organized play cards that are like that with the colored outline. I like that look a lot.
Sometimes I like it, sometimes I don't, and it really doesn't make sense when I do or don't. But yeah, I mean, so yay, organized play Sabine. A big nay to organized play Yoda.
Perilous position is nice there.
Yeah, just glad it's not a Jin.
Yeah.
All right, Fighters for Freedom. R2 going to do a damage to the
to let it get Tarkentown, so that makes sense. Frank pinging because he knows that Chris is going to Tarkentown anyway, so we'll still keep initiative.
Yeah, so, and we'll see. Sabine with the on attack can clear that R2 or can do 1 base.
Yeah. It might be worth it to just clear the R2 before Ray gets to put an experience on it.
That's exactly what my thought is. I mean, you don't want the R2 to become an R3.
Yeah. And then R4. Just keeps going. Yeah, and we do see him take out the R2 there.
Yep, I think that's right. Another good, piloting Sabine ECL is tough. I mean, you got to know when you're the control, when you're not. Even into a slow Ray deck, I mean, he recognizes that he has to take the free kill with the on attack. All right, and Chris, playing the aforementioned creepy neck Yoda.
Yeah. So now it seems if Frank has any of his, dark saber or whatever tech still in, this is where it would be really good. And I'm wondering if Chris has a force throw in hand and is debating if he wants to force throw either himself or Frank, or if he wants to put an XP on the Yoda. That is a perilous position under Sabine, not a top target.
So we've elicited a discussion in the chat about the border of the O play cards.
I noticed. Yeah.
Which, I'm with the consensus there is going to be a K2. That's a good play for Sabine. Yeah, it's kind of hit and miss. I think in the Sabine card, I mean, it doesn't negatively affect the card so much, but not really like a fan of the OPA wing. Rather have just a good old hyperspace A-wing.
There's the takedown. And now K2 can't kill this Yoda if he wants to, but Yoda also can't go back and kill K2. So is this ECLing the Poe or just playing the Poe?
No,
I think he's surprised if he just plays it. Yeah, because you want to still be able to threaten Ray Flip.
And people miss that. I mean, I think we were watching the other matchup earlier. Oh, it is an ECL.
Oh, he is an ECL. Yeah.
Yep, and he's going to go. He's going to kill
Darksaber in because there was a Darksaber discarded to Poe.
So I think the only on attack was to base.
Yeah, so he discarded 1 to deal 2 to base, and then killed Yoda. I like that ECL there because you still threaten the Ray Flip, and the Ray doesn't kill Poe back right away. So you're back in a spot of needing to have like a Village Protectors to protect the flip. So I think the best thing that Chris can do here is if he has something like at 6 Village Protectors, flip, Jedi Lightsaber or something, or just flip, kill Poe, don't die back, because you give yourself the XP first, and then you might have another takedown would be really good. And we see the lightsaber in hand, but it's hard to play the lightsaber when the Poe on attack can just kill it. So with the Village Protectors.
Yeah, no, so Frank could use a Fleet Lieutenant right now.
Yeah, Fleet Lieutenant on Sabine would be probably the best thing Frank can do, because that lets him kill the Village Protectors. Because the problem is, Ray attack kills Poe and Ray doesn't die back. Poe attack kills Ray and Poe doesn't die back. So it's whoever blinks first. There is the Fleet Lieutenant. Yeah, so Fleet Lieutenant on Sabine, trading with the Village Protectors. So now Chris is in the same spot where he cannot safely deploy without dying to Poe and not killing Poe back.
Yeah, Fleet Lieutenant. I guess I haven't looked at Frank's list, but I would expect that to still be a 3 of, because I think it's the most important card in the hunt.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, 3 Fleet Lieutenants, 3 Wing Leaders are still there. Attacking Poe into base. So now Frank is saying, I don't care about your Ray right now. I have enough damage that you're done. And I don't know that he's wrong, because this is a lot of damage. So I think Chris is going to need to force throw himself to kill this, to do something to kill this Poe. There's the for a cause. So yeah, so Frank gets it. Because he's on 23, so as long as he doesn't get 4 misses. Because he still has the Sabine ping as well. Oh, well, I guess Ray gets to attack, but either way, yeah, the for a cause gets him there. So Frank takes it 2-0 over Chris.
Yeah, and expertly piloted by Frank, which is what you'd expect. Really played well, played into cards that are good into Ray. You can tell that he has worked on this matchup, probably played against Chris a ton.
Yeah,
directly. He had some good sideboard decisions here. I mean, it was the 4 cause that he brought in, right? That probably won on the match there.
Yeah, I think Chris was on the back foot for a while, and the Fleet Lieutenant to make sure that Poe was still up and could kill Ray. And then I think Chris passed there once to get the Poe attack out of the way, and once that happened, Frank knew that he was too far gone.
Yeah, so Frank said that he'd rewatch it for all the tips. I think the only thing that you'll see is me saying the card that he needs right before he playing it on several occasions that match. It's making me want to play Sabine at a PQ again.
Yeah. Yeah, we saw Poe there making the lightsaber really awkward too, because even if he gets an action there, then the Poe attack could still kill it.
So what are the gold jerseys about?
Upgrades. So for anyone who doesn't know, anyone on the Bothan Network competition team, we have a rule that if you win any tournament that is 64 players or more, win meaning the top 8 is completely played out, then you get the opportunity to get a gold jersey. You'll see SirBostwick. Joel is wearing his. He had it on in one of his previous rounds. We've got a lot more of our team members eligible for them now that like Lego Pizza has won his PQ. So we've got more jerseys that are in the mail. But yeah, so that Frank really wants that gold jersey. And buy into Day 2 of Worlds, whatever. But yeah, the 4 Bothans that are in the top 8 are they're playing for that gold jersey.
Yeah, they are. So
now if I beat a member of the Bothan competition team at an event, I get to take their jersey, right?
It depends on what you ante up as well.
Literally taking the shirt off his back.
All right, guys.
Well, I'm jealous of Bothan jerseys. You got some updates for us, Courtney. That's
well, not really. Everybody's still in the same position. So, I tried to get an update for you, but we're still at the same. We still got Stan on has won game 1. They're in game 2. Chris Wall, let's see, and Andrew Toddler. They're both in Tether. I'm sorry, are both in game 3 still. And then Jedi Luke, and Phil are still in game 2. So there you go.
So if Jedi Luke and Phil go to game 3, I mean, bump them up to the feature table. Like, can always do a little.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Do our best. All right, actually, Stan just won, so he 2-0'd.
Oh wow!
So
nice.
Quinlan, can anyone stop Quinlan Tarkenton? I mean,
know,
the Kylo
right?
matchup.
Kylo Red, you were saying that was a rough matchup, and yes, Stan was able to get there 2-0, so that's exciting.
Carlos asked what he gets for beating Atomic Floof at the PQ. Nothing. You get nothing for beating my wife, you monster.
Yeah. And then, yeah, looking back at the other PQs, the 2 Ians in the Duluth PQ top 4. So this is Quinlan Tarkentown against Han Green. They're in game 3 right now.
Yep, watching that live.
Yeah. And there was let's see, Tada versus Wu is another top 4. Tada won game 1. So interesting to see if we get some Tada versus Bobby Sapphire friendly fire at that PQ.
So the Django Masterclass, the Master
exactly.
Masterclass would be decided.
And I'm not sure what deck either of them are on. I haven't been able to. I've been here. I haven't been able to watch much of the New York PQ.
Yeah. Yeah. Star Killer in the chat saying I'd love to see how Quinlan Tarkenton be titled. You know, me too. We'll see. I mean, I've seen the Kylo play a lot of 2-drops on turn 1. I mean, he really is looking for the double 1-drop.
Yeah.
And then I mean Quinlan still has ways. All right, so yeah, Wu took out Bobby Sapphire in the quarterfinals.
Okay, so he took him out in the top 8, and so now it's Wu Tada in top 4.
Yeah, but I mean, winning that match. I mean, I think that Kira has a lot of game into Django, but
is Tada on Django? Do we know? I think Wu is on Kira. Okay, so Tada's on Django, Wu's on Kira, and then we have Quinlan and Han Green. I think Han Green has a lot of game into Kira. Probably would rather see Kira than Django.
Oh, for sure.
But you still at least have Falcons and Bright Hopes for Django that aren't bad.
Yeah, they can hear us. Hey guys, Chris and Frank are here.
Gentlemen.
Welcome in, guys. Congrats on the win and condolences on the loss.
Yeah. I was reading up on how to play before the match. They had the 2-player starter instructions on the table, and I was studying.
I saw you actually read the Sabine cards, so I appreciate that. How does that leader work?
I read Tarkentown just to make sure I remember what it did.
I was studying. I was putting in the work before the game started, but it didn't help me.
Yeah, well, well played match. Unfortunately, Frank, you're not going to get any pointers from the stream because what ended up happening is I said, what you really need now is this card, and then you played it about
you
4
really
times.
need a fleet lieutenant to kill the village protectors, and then Frank played fleet lieutenant.
Yeah, that was fun.
And I think
for me.
And I think actually the really strongest play that I saw out of you was the Rebel Assault, and then sequencing with that plus Poe rather than Wrecker.
That was the problem. Is that I was debating Wrecker on 6 resources or the Poe Rebel Assault, and I just did the math. It's 25-point bases. I was like, let me just jam 8 damage on him.
Yeah, at game 1 it was a one health.
Yeah, he almost
difference.
had it.
I was one. If I had 1 less damage on my base, or he had 1 more damage on his base.
I had pinged 1 time too many.
Yeah.
So Chris, are you on daring raids in the main deck for Ray?
No, I don't have him in my 60 at all.
Oh, interesting. Because I was saying, I didn't know your list, but I was saying it would have been really interesting if you had a daring raid and then A-Wing was lethal. Like, it just would have changed the math for everything. It would have been really made an interesting turn.
Yeah, I still would have needed 2. Yeah, it would have been. Yeah.
All right, and
his ECL fleet was really the killer in game 2, man. That was a sweet play.
You guys will all be pleased to know that Ian just advanced to the final of the New York, playing an out of aspect barrage.
Yeah, he's playing against either Tata or Wu. That's the other top 4 game.
I wonder where he got the idea for that out of aspect barrage.
Hey, my first Han 1 green list that I played a few weeks ago in a 1K, I played an out of aspect barrage main and a second one in the board.
I know, that's what I'm trying to give you a shout out.
I take credit for that barrage.
No, that's where he got the idea for it. From you running OB.
Meanwhile, the Palp decks are playing no barrages.
Well, Palp decks don't have units, so what are you gonna barrage a 1/4?
They have units they take from the other deck.
Yeah, barrage on like an Emphy's nest too, where you can just like bounce their,
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, and congratulate Stan when you see him for taking the Kylo Tarkentown match with Quinlan. That's a tough matchup. I mean, Kylo Tarkentown matches up well into Quinlan. So
I was a little worried for him because Quinlan's a really good deck, but it doesn't come back well.
Yeah, and he might have to play against another Kylo Tarkentown in top 4 again. So we'll have to see who wins that one.
Yeah.
Do we have?
Yeah, Quinlan doesn't. You get a lot of damage on your base. It's kind of hard to. But he can race too. Quinlan can put out
for sure.
I didn't see the match or anything.
Can we let you have Stan's spot? Let Stan have my spot, because I got the bathroom anyway. And I'll let Stan talk about his win. Stan.
I think Stan's
coming in to talk to y'all. And you talk some more, Chris.
So congrats to his his buy into day 2 of Worlds, because he's playing East in the finals, already has one. So Tada gets the buy there.
Level up, patrons. It is now 8 o'clock.
So
the score at 9 o'clock. If you are not in
we're back.
Tournament.
Yeah, and Tada has to get over Wu on Kira ECL to get there, and he must have won it in 2 games.
Yeah.
So it's done well.
Huh? Yeah, I can hear him.
Hey, we have a Stan.
How's it going, fellas? Thank you.
How'd your game go against Kylo? We were wondering how that was gonna work out.
I was wondering that too. Going in.
Yeah, because you don't have any 1-drops in your Quinlan list.
I don't have a single one. Yeah, I think it's still okay. So I won at 2-0. Both games he just didn't open a double 1-drop. So he played I think both games he played a partisan insurgent, and I just got to kill it for free. I think with
he really should have been looking for a Death Star Stormtrooper double Death Star.
He was looking. He mulled both games. Just whiffed on him. Mm-hmm. I know the deck runs a bunch. I definitely got lucky there. I think
it happens.
I still think the matchup is favorable, even if he has the double 1-drops. It's just a lot of easy trades for me with the pings. A lot of my guys just have more health. He plays a lot of X1s. If Quinlan's on board, I just get to mow everything down. Kylo with the Saber's a little scary. He got that game too, but I had the Gamorrean guards again to throw down in front of it, soak up an attack. Quinlan killed it on the swing back. And then after that, the leader just kind of peters out. Unfortunately, that's with Kylo.
Yeah. So have you seen who you're going to play in the top 4? Because it could be another Kylo Red.
I believe Sabine won that.
Okay. How do you feel about that matchup?
I would have rather played Kylo, I think.
Interesting. Yeah.
I think
do you know if this Sabine is on a more standard list or like a Frank Spice?
I have not looked at the list yet. I will get the deck list, when we sit down, but I haven't seen it yet. Yeah, I mean the Sabines, Kylo, I just know I have inevitability in that very quickly. Like as long as I control the early board and don't let Kylo himself get out of hand, I should feel very comfortable to win out from there and basically not take any more damage to my base except for Daring Raid or he was running Chaos of War. But as long as I've got a decent enough health pool to not be worried about that, I feel very strong about, once you turn the corner there, you're home free. Sabine just still gets there, and ECO Wrecker wins games on its own. So, yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Nice.
Well, good luck as you get into the top 4.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for talking to us. Good luck against Sabine. We'll be trying to get an update on that one. I actually don't know. You might be the featured match. I don't know who's going to be featured in the top 4.
I don't know yet. We'll see. You can call out all my misplays. I'm sure there'll be many again versus Sabine.
I usually when I call out a misplay, I'm just wrong. So I try not to do that too much.
Yep.
Don't be afraid to race, buddy. Don't be afraid to race.
Yeah.
Yep. How are the other PQs going?
They're good. Ian is in the final now against Tada in New York.
Wow.
So Tada gets the Worlds bye, obviously, because Ian already has one.
Yeah.
Awesome. But yeah, Tada beat Cluis in top 8. So that was the sad one. It would have been cool to get Cluis a bye just from the BN team perspective. But
yeah, that would have been good. They rode together too, right? What a crazy finals that would have been. Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
And then you're our only hope at an all BN finals. Because the other 3 are on the other side of the bracket, so all the pressure's on you.
Yeah, no. When we saw the bracket, I was like, "Good, I'm not gonna have to play a teammate till the finals. I just gotta get there and see who shows up to fight me."
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Yep. All right, I'm gonna go check in on the other games, but keep up the great work.
Very good.
Yeah. And then it's funny in the McClunky stream now they're debating which playmat is better, and because that's basically Ian and Tada are playing it out so that Ian can get a second champion playmat from the PQ. And we'll have to see. I hope Luke and Obi go to a game 3 because I want to be able to see my boy Phil win. But if we do that, we might get a game 3 on stream. So.
Yeah, I don't know if we have an update of those matches, but we have a diverse top cut. On one side, you have kind of the max value decks with the hero blue-green mirror going out of it. On the other side, you have all kinds of aggro with Sabines and Kylos fighting it out.
Yeah, and I feel like Quinlan probably has a better shot than Sabine against all the blue-green shenanigans. I think we saw Phil beat a Sabine.
Yeah, for sure. I think that though, if you're the Quinlan player, you're actually kind of hoping that the Luke gets through, not the Obi, because the Obi healing is quite annoying if you're Quinlan.
Oh yeah, definitely.
But yeah, no, you need your discard there.
Mm-hmm. And anyone who wants to see Phil's list, just hop into the Bothan Network Discord. Ping him in the public section. I believe he'll share his list with you in any of the public sections. So
yeah. Yeah, do we have a Phil's Obi list popping around anywhere?
I can check to see, because I think he posted one a few days ago in the public section when somebody asked. So let's see. I'm trying to see if I can find a picture of it. Remember, I'm pretty sure someone asked him about it like a week ago or so. Trying to check. He sent through a lot of messages, so there's a lot to go through. Yeah, I'm not seeing it here, but I know he'll be more than happy to share the list once he gets done. And yes, for someone asking in chat, this is Philaffle. Yes.
All right, guys, we are still in an intense game 3 over here. I wish you could see it.
Oh yeah. Phil and Luke.
Which?
Oh yes, this is Phil, Philaffle, and Jedi Luke. The OB-ECL versus Luke Green. So intense game 3.
Yeah, I would imagine that can get intense.
So I know we're about to. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I see we have the bracket here, popping up. We still have the 2-7 match going on with Luke and Obi, and you said that's in game 3?
It is, yes. If you guys want to take a quick break, happy to put it on a short break here and let you guys know as soon as they're done.
Sounds good.
All right, very good.
All right, appreciate y'all. All right, we are starting, guys. I own it right now. Sorry about that, guys.
Say that through the stream.
Yeah, so I mean, she has the audio source there, and
yeah,
you know, it'll start working at some point here.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Mic tech.
Test. Thanks, Frank. I love you. All right, should be good to go.
All right, let's see.
All right, so we've seen the first couple of turns play out. We're on Sabine's flip turn right now.
Yes.
Quinlan plays a red 3, which is answered by Sabine's Darksaber.
Yeah, so let's see here. So we have Quinlan doing the space race, but tough to race a Darksaber.
Yep, and I don't know if Stan plays Bamboozle main deck or not. I mean, Bamboozle is the card that best answers the Darksaber Sabine flip turn.
I'm not sure if he's on it main deck either. Yeah, I haven't seen his list.
Yeah, the problem is there's very few answers, period.
Yeah.
I mean, Sabine will be able to probably get a second swing with the Darksaber this turn. And he's got to find a way to disable it, or he's just going to lose to the Darksaber.
Nice. This just in from the New York PQ. Lego Pizza Ian has won his second PQ, defeating John Tata from KTOD. Highly recommend you guys go. I'm gonna have to go rewatch that third game. I was watching their series through the break. It was incredible play.
Yeah, and
players really
as I left that stream.
Yeah,
it looks
hey,
like
Chris. Ian won again.
Ian won? Yep, he did. He did. And I see Carlos Apodaca, who actually is the Quinlan PQ champion from Wisconsin, says just put Bamboozle in every deck.
Oh, I love Bamboozle.
Yeah. I'm with you with the boozle.
Ian won again.
So Ian will now, for future PQs, lay out both mats, to flex on the people.
And then so let's see. So Quinlan is out, but there's a lot of health on that Sabine.
I mean, this is
Han doesn't do it.
This is an extremely hard position for Quinlan at this point. So, I mean, he had the opportunity to answer and hasn't found it yet. We see a 4 cause just piling the damage on.
Yeah, missing with the second.
There's a miss,
but I don't know that it matters that much.
And finding a wrecker.
Yeah.
This will be going.
Sabine does not have the ECL up, but still, like, it's going to be tough for Stan to not get hit with this Darksaber again.
Right.
He put a card on top that was not Wrecker, which makes sense because his ECL is gone. I didn't see what it was that he put on top, though. It was a wing leader, I believe, or a fleet lieutenant, one of the two.
Yep. So
Probably
he does have a Plo, which is the card he needed in order to take care of the Darksaber Sabine.
Oh wow!
Plo
Yeah.
with the on attack hits her 7.
Yeah, and he did put a fleet lieutenant on top with for a cause. So now he's got a fleet lieutenant, battlefield marine up. Stan here deciding that racing is not the way, and I agree. Especially when you know they have a fleet lieutenant, you can just take out battlefield marine first action and leave that fleet lieutenant pretty stranded, and then pump in the damage. So,
you need to. I mean, you got to stabilize. I mean, it's still on the ropes. I mean, having taken 16 damage already with the 2. Sabine. It wasn't a Darksaber, it was a General's Blade.
Oh, interesting. Okay. So that saved a couple of health points for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And then, I dare I say, Quinlan has turned the corner here. We know there's a fleet lieutenant in hand that doesn't do anything. There's a lot of damage. This is not going to take that many more turns for Quinlan to close this out with this board presence.
Yeah. Sabine just pings there. I mean, doing damage. I mean, I don't hate just a wrecker from hand to take care of the Plo, because the Plo's going to hit you for 6.
Yeah, for sure. A 7. There's a red 3 out. So yeah, right. I think wrecker. And I get not attacking with Plo because you want to be able to kill a unit. Force throw here. So I think there was there is no wrecker. So that was the last card in Sabine's hand, was force throw, discarding the fleet lieutenant.
Right. Yeah, no, he didn't put wrecker on top of the deck.
Yeah, he only put fleet lieutenant on top. And now this Cassian is going to let him kill that, and I think we're going to a game 2 here. So yeah, well played by Stan. That was a tight spot to be in for sure.
And recognizing he could get it with the Plo, which was the one card that works at that point.
Yeah, because Plo works because the red 3 is out. So Plo hit for 8. With the Quinlan ping plus the red 3 raid. So,
and I can see there's a lot of Quishwall fans in the chat. Welcome everybody. I assume you're cheering on your boy.
Yeah,
I'm cheering on my boy Quinlan in this match. You know, this is this is my 2 decks. You know, I ran PQ where I was runner up, and then Quinlan Tarkentown is there. I mean, and it really got hairy there. I mean, I thought that the General's Blade was going to get it through, but he found the answer he needed. Now, I expect that when he comes in, I know that we saw Stan have Bamboozle post forward in another match.
Yeah.
So the upgrades become way less of a viable strategy for Sabine in games 2 and 3.
Yeah, definitely. I would expect them to board out some number of them. If you're on 3 General's Blades and 2 Darksabers, I don't think you board out everything. But you probably board out a couple of them. It also depends on how many sideboard cards you have that you like in the matchup at all.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you play all your Bright Hopes against Quinlan. You, if he has any 1-drops, I mean, if he has R2, anything that it costs 1 as opposed to 2, I mean, you want to be adding it against Quinlan, trying to get a double 1 open to avoid the Tarkentown. And we'll see how it goes. I mean, I think that Stan probably adds in his Fangs, adds in his Bamboozles. The upgrade is the biggest way that Sabine can change the race. Quinlan is unique in that I mean, depending on lists, I mean, there's different ways you can skin the cat, but I mean, it has the ability to run as an aggro deck, which is often the most viable strategy into Sabine ECL is just leverage your surprise strikes, hit fast and try to get to 25 before she does.
Yeah, we saw Gamorrean guards coming in as well for Stan. It looks like now he's trying to figure out what to take out. So two bamboozles, 2 Gamorrean guards in, it looks like.
Yep. And Gamos are interesting for Quinlan. I mean, it gives you that sentinel.
Yeah.
Everybody in the chat wanting to see the Obi-Wan list. Who doesn't?
Yeah, we saw it play in an earlier round of Swiss. So we did get to see it on stream earlier today. And again, if you go into the Bothan Network Discord and ask at Philaffle, he will gladly share his list.
Yeah, I bet my last text with Philaffle is asking him for an updated list. Let's actually go see what it looked like then.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I played Phil with the show match.
Mm-hmm.
I had the displeasure of having to go against him on Obi.
Yeah. So how much do you think Sabine needs to go on the controlling plan here to avoid, Quinlan turning the corner and getting in all that damage?
Yeah, so she has to.
Yeah,
I think that the Sabine strategy is to get control of the board with your ECL, and in particular the ground arena.
Yeah,
I mean, Quinlan is going to be jamming the ground arena, trying to have as many answers to Darksaber as he can. This matchup, we saw the Gamos go in, so there'll be some Sentinel.
Quick update. Frank Myers on Green Sabine took game 1 against Obi.
Against
Philaffle. Yes.
Yeah, I believe Frank is the chat does not want Frank to win this.
No, I think there's a bunch of Obi fans and Phil fans.
Yeah.
That's some tough friendly fire right there.
Oh, for sure.
I just wonder, I want to know whether Phil's played a Gamo guard yet.
I know, right?
No Well, it works if he didn't place the second one.
There you go.
Then you have 2 4/4 Sentinels until one of them.
And actually, that's a point. Now that I'm thinking about it, the Sabine matchup is the one that hurts the most, and it's not.
Oh yeah, that's the one where you want to go retainer into something. Yeah,
retainer into sword. I mean,
yeah, you're also missing. You're messing up your number of turn 1 plays that you've worked out in your deck, so you're more likely to just completely whiff on turn 1. So it's super rough.
Hey, I see platform in the chat. The estimable Tony Montone. All right, we've got 195 people watching live as we go into game 2 of the top 4. We have Stan holding up Quinlan Tarkentown, undefeated in matchups, having won the concession from Chris Schutz in round 7. And then we have Sabine, Chris Wall, with a whole bunch of people in the chat rooting for him.
Yeah. We stand up. We saw Stan resource and A-Wing to keep the Sabine unit. I think that's a pretty common thought.
Yeah, so one thing that you run into is if you lead with an A-Wing without initiative, I mean, you could have that. Now, he does find an R2, which is very good. And if he's got, like, the 501st is sometimes played in Sabine, Sabines that are teching for Quinlan, are bringing 1-drops.
Yeah. And even if he doesn't have, even without the 2 1-drops, this R2 lines up pretty well into Sabine, where it's kind of awkward. You don't want to just waste 3 damage and then Tarkentown it. You don't want to, you don't want to, do something crazy to it, but then you run the risk of something like just happened with the fleet lieutenants, wing leaders, all those get turned on.
Right. Now, Stan looks like he has an Ezra in hand.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like a reasonable play right now.
Seems like a really clean answer because you get to ping Tarkentown the fleet lieutenant, and then you just have Ezra against an R2. And the second fleet lieutenant doesn't let him kill the R2. Ezra lets you play more off the top. He goes with the red 3.
3.
Interesting. Yeah. I don't hate that because I think the extra damage is what's going to help get him there. And it makes we saw before he had to have the red 3 out for his Plo Koon play to kill Sabine Blade, so maybe he's thinking that far ahead. Right. He doesn't have Plo Koon in hand, but he knows that might be his best out to that.
All right, so we go into turn 3, the Sabine flip turn. Quinlan has red 3 in the space arena. Now, we don't know whether Sabine has a space unit potentially ECL.
Yeah, it's got to be tempting if you have an A-wing or something to just ECL here and kill the red 3.
Yep. But instead he attacks with R2.
Yeah. Basically a soft pass here. Gets more information on what he's going to draw next turn, potentially.
Right. And we see Stan attacking for 3. It might be an indicator he doesn't have Kira.
Yeah, he doesn't have Kira. He does have Ezra and Force Throw. So that might be his more nominal line for this turn.
And that's what we're going to see. And Ezra actually plays in Quinlan better on 4 than on 3 because, if you get a Force Throw, you want to be able to do the Ezra and then play Force Throw the same turn to allow it to hit for sure. He gets a fighter.
He gets a 3, so that's an interesting one. It doesn't kill the Sundari or the Sabine, but it lets Ezra kill either of them, or lets another. He has a Falcon in hand, so he could just do another 3-drop for the.
Yeah. And I think he does the right thing by putting it on the leader. Now, Ezra with the red 3 can already kill the Sundari, which
that's a really good point.
Which is my play.
I think that's just your first attack. Yeah, and then you might get a unit that lets you ping Sabine off of the
hopefully you get
as well.
Hopefully you top deck a Force Throw. We were just talking about
that would be the nuts for sure.
Whether you want to be lucky or good. But, Ezra is a card that certainly allows skill expression in being very lucky at times. All right, so Ezra will come in. I'd be surprised if he doesn't attack the Sundari.
Yeah, so he kills the Sundari, takes 1 back.
And then looks at his Ezra trigger.
Not a Force. Thinking about it. Leaves it on top.
At least for now. He still has the ability until something else happens. Decides to leave it there. There's only so many cards that you leave instead of discard.
Yeah.
It could be a Kira, could be a Plo. Would be my 2 that I might leave.
Could be something like a Waylay that he doesn't want to discard but doesn't want to get rid of.
All right, so Sabine comes in for 3. Now, ECL is still active, so Quinlan has to worry about Poe.
ECL Poe is a one-shot here. Looks like that's what we're going to see. He does have to discard a card as well to finish off the Kira, but I assume that's what you want to do. Discard
finish off the Quinlan.
Finish off the Quinlan. We do see a Plo in hand, so that might be why there wasn't why you would keep the card on top with Ezra, because you'd just rather play Plo, but you don't want to discard. You don't want to discard whatever it is.
Yeah, it could have been Surprise Strike too, I suppose.
Yeah, so there is no Quinlan ping right now. You could still Plo to trade with the Plo to trade with the Poe, or Plo to just kill the Sabine and live. But that's what he's going for. So he's leaving the Poe out for a turn. But Poe does still trade into the Plo Koon if he attacks back or into the Ezra. So it's really
Chris correctly claims there. I mean, I think he needs to.
Oh yeah, the 1 damage is you want to get in this Poe attack wherever you want to take it. Because it's got to be tempting to just do 8 to base.
Tempting.
I don't know that it's right, but it's tempting.
The math, you may run into some problems with trying to deal with Quinlan having lethal on you.
Yeah.
Because Plo hits for 7.
Yeah. I mean, there's
Ezra
14 damage on Quinlan's board right now, so maybe you can't afford to do that. That damage gets you up to 21, and your attack gets to 16. Funnily enough, if you attack with Poe for 8, then R2 for 1, then Poe is lethal next turn. So that might make him want to go that route. That's only true if you also discard and then get in the 1 damage with R2.
Yeah, and I mean, whether Quinlan has pumps, he hasn't played any pumps yet, but I mean, a surprise strike on Ezra could do all sorts of damage.
Yeah, right now, unless I did my math wrong, Quinlan is 4 short on base or on board.
Right.
And there was not a discard from Poe. So he's not going to be able to get lethal in 1 attack from Poe. So that might mean that he just likes both of his cards and wants to play them this turn. Could be that there's a wrecker that's going to kill whatever unit doesn't attack here.
Okay, so he jams into base with Plo as well.
Mm-hmm.
Sequencing, keeping Ezra potentially to kill the Poe.
Yeah, I think he wants to wait to see what happens here. So he wants to get the most damage into base to make Sabine worry, and then leaving the Ezra because it's a unit that can still kill Poe if he needs to. This is this has been a very intricate turn by both players. Really interesting to see the no discard on Poe, making me think that Sabine really likes both the cards in hand and they want to play them. Sundari Peacekeeper coming out, so that can change the math, but not until next turn.
All right, so Ezra attacks base for 4. Base. And what does he top deck?
He discards an L3. So only 2 damage left. So Sabine now has to answer, or it should be 4 damage. Yeah, so 4 damage left. So Sabine has to answer the ground arena. Red 3 can't kill in 1 action by itself, but both of the ground units can.
Yep. So does he have a Cassian, is the question.
We saw him have one before. Oh, Falcon for 4.
Falcon's
so
just as good.
Wow. Well played. Well played by Stan to make it into the finals. Yeah, really counted his damage there, and he was 100% correct on his red 3 play. We were thinking, play into the ground arena, but the extra damage really added up. Yeah, and we saw the numbers just perfectly add up there for Stan. So really well played there.
Yeah, so Quinlan makes the final.
Yeah.
Advancing in 2 games over Sabine ECL. Really just pushing the damage towards the end. I mean, there was a ton of outs that Quinlan had. I mean, any Cassian, any Falcon,
definitely.
Just to do that last 4 damage was there.
Yeah. And well played by Chris on the Sabine ECL. I think we saw some cool lines, and I think he kind of did what he had to do. I do think, regardless of what Stan says, this is kind of a rough matchup for Sabine. I think Quinlan has the option to go fast or go slow, just kind of depending on what they draw. And Sabine has a lot they have to worry about and try to play around.
Yeah, and I think that both players were prepared. I mean, Chris played correctly. I mean, he played 1 drop. The R2 to try to to successfully avoid the Quinlan ping in the first turn of the game. I mean, the upgrade in game 1 was, I think, the right play. And there, I mean, Quinlan was lucky to find the Plo, which is the
Plo with the red 3 out to perfectly get the kill. It was actually funny when we saw Stan on stream earlier. He scooped to a 7 health Sabine when he had Han unit in hand and red 3 on board, and we asked him about it, and his response was, "I'm tired," which totally fair response. And now we see the exact opposite happen, where he sees that the red 3 plus the ping with Quinlan deployed gives him the exact number that he needs. So.
Yep. So the other match going on is Obi-Wan Kenobi versus Frank on Green Sabine. I don't know if there's any updates there, or if they're not into game 3 yet.
We know Frank won game 1. We do not have any update for
that. They are still on game 2.
All right. So if they go to game 3, make sure to move them.
Yeah, I will do my best.
You can make him. It's Frank.
I know, right?
Just to suggest that everybody wants to see Obi on stream.
Oh, of course they do. Absolutely. Yeah. It's pretty intense over here, though. So.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I will let y'all know as soon as if there is a game 3.
Thank you. So the other top 4 match is Obi-Wan ECL against Sabine ECL. They're currently in game 2 with Sabine up a game.
All right, and for anybody who didn't miss it, let's look at some other PQ results today. We know that Bothan member Ian Klein won the PQ up in New York.
Yeah.
With a murderous field.
Oh, crazy field. You had almost half of the KTOD competition team there, multiple Bothan members there, all fighting for top 8. Wu made top 4 of that event. So yeah, crazy field up in New York, and also crazy field down here in Atlanta. A lot of high-powered PQs happening today.
All right, and then we had, let's see, a German PQ today, 53 players. Han Yellow won that.
Han Yellow? I thought I heard something about Han Blue. Was it Han Yellow winning?
At least what I see here is also Han Yellow winning that. There was a Han Blue that won the, I believe, the United Kingdom showdown.
Yeah.
Let's look here. Yep. In Norwich, there's multiple United Kingdoms PQs today. But the PQ in Norwich was won by Han Blue. In Strasbourg, France. Is that France or Germany? I don't know.
Strasbourg is Germany, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
I'm American, so my geography is poor, but I'm pretty
sure. I thought so too. I mean, certainly is a German name, but it has Palpatine Yellow, Steal Your Girl Palp.
Oh,
taking down the Planetary Qualifier. I think they actually, didn't the big one in Brazil go to a Pap Yellow?
I think so.
So, yeah. Shout out to the Palpatine, players still grinding it out. The other PQ was Ludwigsburg, Germany. Okay, Shreveport PQ had Sabine ECL versus Sabine ECL in the finals. I don't know who won, but it was Sabine ECL.
Right, guys, we have an update.
Yep.
Frank won over Obi.
Oh,
poor
no.
Obi. I know.
Frank kills Bambi.
I know, right?
Frank shoots Bambi live on stream, and now we get to watch Stan do it all over again. So Obi-Wan has lost in the top 4 to Sabine ECL. So now we get to see Stan on Quinlan taking on Frank Myers on Sabine ECL.
So Stan looks to play against now Frank's list for Quinlan. I think that actually some of the changes that Frank made improved this matchup for Sabine.
I think so for sure. I think when you see, I think the daring raids and the timely intervention all help. I think you see a lot of Quinlan taking trades and leaving, with a Plo Koon with 2 health, or a lot of low health units that Daring Raid can finish off, and it can also still just do the last couple damage. So
yeah. And
Mean Dean asking in chat who won NYC. That was Lego Pizza taking down NYC on Han Green against John Tata from KTOD on Django Tarkentown in a very tight 3 games. Highly recommend you check out the VOD on McClunky's Twitch to watch those finals. It was insane.
Yeah, I didn't
that I was able to watch.
I mean, we had to start casting right as the game was wrapped up.
They were in the last turn of game 3, and we're back. Oh, no, delay more.
And I was just puzzling out. I think Tata was deciding whether to kill R2 with his Django or not. But he must have found a way to get through.
I think he didn't kill the R2, and then Ian had a Falcon to get the last 2 damage in, is I think what happened. But I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, 2 weeks in a row, Ian on the same deck. I think he ran the exact same 60. He made a couple of sideboard changes, but a very similar deck to the one he won with last week.
Manumitter says announcers expected meta decks later in the tournament, and here we are. Yes, we have Sabine Seal versus Quinlan Tarkentown.
Okay.
We got there. We had to wade through Kylo's and Luke's and Obi's in the top 8. Yeah.
Oh, hey.
Well, hey, it's a post-match and a pre-match.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. So, congratulations on killing the deck that everybody wanted to see in the final, Frank.
The Obi-Wan?
Yeah, everyone's asking about this Obi list, and then we come in and say, well, Sabine won.
Well, Sabine did not win against Stan. Stan just slaughtered one, right? Tell me about that match.
Yes.
I didn't see it, obviously.
Yeah.
Sorry.
What was that like?
Stan won 2-0. Well played by Stan, for sure.
Easy. What was his lines? What did Sabine do wrong?
I'm not going to tell you his lines.
He didn't attack me before I attacked him. I think that's where he really messed up. Like, I got his base to 25 before he got mine. So you might want to try that next time.
Yeah.
Base to 25
and
first. Are you on a 25-point base?
Are we still in? I heard the Discord.
It might be Chris Schutz now stacking up the dice as high as he possibly can on the feature table.
Don't worry about it.
Everything crashed.
All right. So, thanks guys for streaming this today. Seriously.
Well, thanks for playing, and good luck in your last matchup. I mean, one of you guys from the Bothan, you do get the Bothan final.
Yeah, we've got another gold jersey and coveted silver jersey coming in hot.
Yeah, Frank's about to get his second silver.
Yeah. The way you destroyed that.
Ian had to go through multiple silvers before he got his golds as well. So it's kind of a rite of passage.
I'll do that if that's my road. But the way you just destroyed Green Sabine on stream, I have no chance. I'm a huge underdog.
Yeah, feel free to take the same lines he did, and we'll see what happens.
I don't know.
We'll go.
Part of the cards, baby. But don't y'all agree I'm a huge underdog in this final?
Don't try to win the people over, Frank.
I mean, everybody should be like, Frank, there's no way.
Yeah.
All right, let's go with
Frank going after our hearts and minds.
All right, let's go get this over with. Everybody's ready to go home.
Yeah, well, they're setting up. I got a huge shout out to there was a Colorado store showdown in 1K today, and a really cool kid named Frankie won. He's 13 years old, and he won the whole thing.
There you go.
Yeah,
so Frank,
huge shout out to Frankie.
Maybe it's a good day.
Great job.
Maybe a good day for Franks all around the place.
Yeah, maybe that's an omen that this Frank is going to win as well.
I expect Frank Myers to be, fully game planned for Quinlan Tarkentown.
Yeah, definitely.
Right there. So, and I can see, some of the things in his deck that he's going to be trying to do. So, what do you think the pressure points are for Sabine versus Quinlan?
I think it's really important for Sabine to win game 1 because Quinlan doesn't have any upgrade hate. So that's where you want to try to get in with the with your Darksaber and General's Blade. And then it's important for Sabine to not get run over in space because I think we saw Quinlan is a little bit stronger there between the Falcons. Keeping their red 3 out is huge. So I think those are the 2 pressure points. Is if Quinlan's trying to race, can they race in space? And if Sabine is trying to race, can they land a Darksaber or General's Blade?
Right. Nope, I think that's good analysis. The 2 players are sitting down. I mean, they probably have a pretty good idea of what the others' lists are now. I see that Frank's Sabine list is fairly spicy. I don't know.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Only one for a cause in the main deck. 2 Daring Raids main, 1 Timely Reinforcement main. He's got a second for a cause in the board. I don't think this is a matchup you want to bring it in for, but I didn't really think that last time, and he won with it, so who knows? He knows better than me.
Hey, guys.
Yeah, what's up, fellas?
Hello.
Obi-Wan couldn't do it. He almost got there.
Oh, dang, yeah.
Oh, Phil. You know, the whole world was rooting for you.
They were.
Yeah, you were a fan favorite in chat. Lots of people asking for the list and wanting to see you on stream.
Yeah.
So still huge congrats on the top 4.
Oh, thank you.
So is the Obi list something that people can see on the Bothan Discord?
I'm gonna make it public. Yeah, it's in our just team area right now, team deck lists. But yeah, I'll definitely make it public. It's a list that takes a lot of practice using because there's some weird stuff in there. Sure. Like 3 regional governor main board.
Oh yeah. Oh nice. Yeah, I told everyone to join our Discord and ping you for it.
Hey, okay. Yep. Okay, I'm sure my phone. I've literally had no time to breathe all day long.
As many pings. Are you playing a deck that sometimes go to time?
I literally my top 8 match against a Luke Green. We took the entire 75 minutes.
Yeah.
So it was an amazing match. It would have been awesome on stream.
We were trying to get you guys to come over for game 3, but no dice.
It was like I couldn't get up out of my hot seat at the moment. I was like, we're in game 3. I was like, I gotta lock in.
Yeah, that's fair, and you don't want to take the time to switch over anyway, unless you can get a little extension or something for it.
Yep.
Well, incredible one, and tell us about that round 7 match where you actually had to win both games.
Yeah, so
was how that worked out.
I got a game loss because I made a deck list error. Because I made 3 Gamorrean retainer, not guard, but I wrote down guard. So the judge, when I got deck checked, said that's a deck list error, and I got a game loss for my next match. And also, I was almost about to have to main 3 Gamorrean guards as well. But luckily, the judge talked to he was in the judge Discord asking questions, and he ruled it to where he would edit my list and put the 3 retainers back in. So
I think that makes sense because really you should be able. It seems like you should be able to go either way, right? Like you already got the game loss, so which one are you doing? Do that one.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah.
So I had to play a Kylo Tarkin Town, which they also got the top 8 actually. I think they got 8th place, and I had to play them with a game down immediately, and they were both clinchers for sure. He had me down to 1 HP at one point. That's happened multiple times today, actually.
Yeah.
It's been a very hard-fought day. So I fought tooth and nail for every win I got, just about.
So
yeah, I mean, huge congrats on that. Like a field like this and any big tournament like this, just making top 8 is insane. So like making top 8, huge congrats on that. Winning the top 8 match, getting to top 4. So yeah, huge congrats on your run today, Phil.
Hey, Phil, aren't you the first one to ever get Obi in top 8?
I am. I'm the first Obi-Wan in top 8 for the Planetary Qualifiers.
Insane.
So
way to go.
Nice.
I put him on the board. I came here today saying I just want to get Obi on the board, baby.
And you did.
Yeah.
I did it. So I'm happy about that. So. And then now we got a Bothan final, so I couldn't be happier about that.
Right?
So.
Yeah.
And what do you think the strengths of that deck are into the field?
For Obi-Wan?
Yeah.
I think he has a very good Django matchup. I did get to play 2 in Swiss today, so that was nice to get to actually see some Django. Or any Tarkin Town deck, he kind of creates an interesting dynamic for the opponent to think about. They don't usually have to. So it kind of forces the opponent to think differently than they're used to. So I think that can kind of put people on tilt a little bit sometimes. Because they ping your thing and you're just like, I'll heal it. So, and with Django also, you got Bright Hopes, which are ridiculous in that matchup. It just blocks so much damage. And Aether Sprite was probably my space MVP today.
I love Aether Sprite. I played it a lot in Anakin Blue and love that card.
Yeah, and I think that into the Django matchup, I mean, it's very close to just mulligan for the Aether Sprite because being able to ECL that shuts down Django.
Yeah, it's amazing.
I think I have probably 40, 50 games of Obi myself. So
nice.
with the list you gave me way back months ago.
Hey, cool. I actually pulled a really cool trick off with Aether Sprite against a Django player today. They had Kylo's silencer on, 7 fleet with no shield, and a 7 fleet, the shielded 3/2, and then they had the 2/2, the Phantom.
The lurking tie. Yeah.
The shielded one didn't have the shield on it, but I ECL'd on play, blew up the Kylo, on attack, blew up the 7 fleet, and then hit the Phantom
the lurking
for the
tie
attack, and lived.
Yeah, and then you live after too. That's insane.
I have a 4/2 space still.
Yeah, it matches up really well against 7 Fleet Defender because if with ECL it can actually just kill it and then kill something else like a Phantom.
Are they about to start? Are they still checking out deck list?
Yeah, it looks like they're about. I haven't seen Frank read Quinlan yet, so we'll see if he does that this time. Actually, I think that Chris and Frank both read each other's leaders, so I know that Frank read Ray and read Tarkenton. He read Tarkenton.
We think they might have read the Welcome to Play Matt again, so that's nice.
Fun fact, the only 2 people I lost to today are in finals right now.
Nice.
That's a great record.
Yeah.
That's always an accomplishment.
Yep, absolutely. So 2 really amazing players, and I hate to see one lose, but I'm glad that one's going to win. So it's pretty awesome.
Yep. So do you have any other PQs in your agenda?
Sadly, this was my only one. I had Greenville, which most of you know that the snow ruined that one. If it gets rescheduled, we're fingers crossed they reschedule that one, and I'll get to compete in that. That's actually just 20 minutes from my house, so I'll be there.
Nice.
Y'all don't know how to deal with snow. I don't know what the problem is.
Man, they heard snow, and the bread and the milk was gone. Toilet paper too.
Look, the city of Atlanta has a single snowplow, and no way to salt the roads. So it's an infrastructure thing, not a people driving thing.
Yeah.
But yeah,
it was a struggle.
Yeah.
The struggle is real.
It is so real.
I mean, in Wisconsin, half the people that live here have snowplows on their trucks.
Yeah. Yeah, I see that around Colorado some as well.
While they're shuffling up, thank you so much, Jeff and Loopee, for casting today. Y'all have done a fantastic job. We really appreciate it. Couldn't do it without you guys.
Yeah, and we're getting ready to the final. I see Frank cutting the deck. We've got 223 people watching live the finals of the Georgia Planetary Qualifier. We have Frank Myers rolling with vigor for initiative and rolling at 3.
Yeah, and welcome in everybody who was watching the New York qualifier and came here after. welcome in.
Up, everybody. Let's try to see how high we can pump it today.
Yeah.
So Stan, I think, won the roll and decided to give Frank initiative.
Yeah, I think I'm okay with that because you just want to just kill their turn 1 play and and then go from there. So the real punish here is if Frank has two 1-drops, but even then you still get initiative going into the second turn if he makes 2 turn 1 plays.
Yep, and I see Frank mulling his hand. He hasn't decided yet. I see a Wrecker in there, and I see a Rebel Assault.
For Stan, I see a Blaster and a K2 that he's resourcing. Okay, so he has an L3 that he's keeping.
All right, so
starts with the ping. Obviously, going to do that, and then I would imagine we're going to see Stan just pass here. But like we talked about before, if he passes, does Frank just claim on turn 1?
Absolutely. I really, we'll see what Stan does, but I don't think you can afford to pass. But I mean, different matchups. I mean, Sabine also doesn't get a turn 1 play if that happens. It's just that I think that it gets you towards the point where Sabine gets stronger than the Quinlan.
Yeah, I do think Sabine wants to spend their game 1 being more aggressive because they have the upgrades and Quinlan doesn't have the upgrade hate. So I could see that.
Yep. And Frank plays out the
running into the Tarkin,
which is the right thing to do.
Yeah. So yeah, going to be interesting because now you don't really want to play a 3-drop into the ground arena either, because between Quinlan ping and L3 getting like a free attack with a shield, it can be kind of risky to do that as well.
Yeah, so the other thing is that, Surprise Strike is maybe one of the most important cards for Quinlan.
Mm-hmm.
Surprise Strike and Force Throw.
Yeah.
In this matchup, if you can pair it, but the L3 being in the ground arena, potentially can take care of Sabine leader and prevent a saber.
We see a Spark of Rebellion in hand too. I would imagine Stan doesn't want to do that this turn, but it could be a good option for him next turn after Sabine flips to make sure there's none of those really troublesome cards, and then follow it up with another 2-drop potentially.
Yeah, Spags, who's actually a great Sabine player from up by me, says past claim seems good for Sabine, I think is what he's talking about. Now, he's going to... Was that the ECL?
Oh, he ECL'd into the Saboteur to kill the L3.
Yep. So, and that tells me, he might be setting up for an upgrade attack.
Mm-hmm. We've seen Stan do this before. It looks like he's going to play a red 3 into space, so he gets the ping off and then keeps his unit safe. Yep. And now going into 4, he could potentially Ezra Force Throw if he has the Force Throw. But if he doesn't, he might want to lead with the Spark just to make sure he doesn't get got by a Darksaber or anything.
Yeah. Zane Elliott in the chat is asking whether the winner of the roll has initiative. No, the winner gets to pick.
Yeah, I know that, and at least early in the game there was some ambiguity about that because they hadn't clarified it much at first, at least in set 1. But in set 1, there weren't a lot of decks that wanted to go second. So,
all right. So he does have the Ezra. Let's see if he has a Force Throw too. I think I see one in his hand.
I think I see one. Yeah. So he's got the Force Throw, and he's still got the red 3 to attack.
And I don't think Frank actually has a big saber.
No, I don't see one. We see a Fleet Lieutenant and a Wing Leader, and I think another Fleet Lieutenant.
Might just play.
Might be a K2 or something. Or he might be pump faking.
Deployed Sabine.
Yeah, so interesting here because any Force Throw that you do is unlikely to kill Sabine.
Unless you target yourself and discard it.
Yeah, and exactly. Unless you have a 5+ that you discard.
All right, so Sabine leader takes care of Ezra. Yep.
Big punish for not just throwing out the Force Throw here. But maybe he wants to save it for the Quinlan deploy. Anyway, maybe that was his thought. I would imagine Stan thought of Fleet Lieutenant killing Ezra as an option when he attacked with the red 3.
Yeah, I think that the sequencing there, it's a lot of little decisions, but
yeah,
there's really no reason to not just Force Throw before attacking with red 3.
Yeah, I think the only reason is if it was something like a Wing Leader instead of a Fleet Lieutenant, you could Force Throw and then decide if you want to kill the Wing Leader or put damage on the Sabine Leader.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Stan probably just wanted to keep his options open a little more.
And this matchup is going very well for Sabine.
Yeah.
I think until turn 5 is the control in this matchup.
Yeah. Yeah, already used ECL, so the Pose and Wreckers are looking a little worse, but we do know that Frank has one Timely in his deck. And also just putting a Poe down, if they don't have the Plo Koon or Han answer, it can be kind of tough.
Yeah, I really like Timely Intervention into the current meta.
I 100% agree.
No, it's always puzzled me. I've always been surprised on how few Sabine players play multiple copies of Timely. But I think it's a little bit different play styles.
I think too many Sabine players are caught up on wanting 100% hit rate with For a Cause, and they don't give due diligence to a lot of the non-heroic cards that are really good right now. The main ones being Heroic and General's Blade. Waylay on Poe is really big tempo swing there.
Mm-hmm.
Because now if Frank replays it, now it's his whole 6 resource turn as well. He could do a wrecker and have the when played effect kill Quinlan, but then you're just not getting that Poe back down, and the waylay is just even bigger.
And Stan considers his options. I mean, I think he has Force Throw in hand. I mean, he may be looking at another 2 to play.
Yeah, Force Throw, A-Wing, and Sabine unit.
Yep.
Goes to space.
Decides for an A-Wing.
I think I like going to space a little bit better, because if Frank plays anything, you can protect the A3, the red 3.
And I don't think that Frank has... I mean, how many Bright Opes does he have in the main deck? He's going to have a hard time stabilizing the space arena.
I'm not sure if he has any in the main deck. He does not have any Bright Hopes in the main deck. Has 2 in the sideboard.
Right. So I think the A-Wing is the right call.
Yeah, especially when you know about the timely playing a more dirtily ground unit that could get eaten up by it lets a timely wrecker next turn or anything like that. So there is
so wrecker comes in to kill Quinlan.
Mm-hmm.
So unfortunately, the Force Throw is now off again.
Yeah.
And
you assume there's a Poe in hand, so if there's only 1 card left in Sabine's hand, you might still just Force Throw anyway to make sure that Poe is gone.
Right. So
I'm not sure how many cards are in Frank's hand.
8 damage on Frank's base, 9 damage on Stan's. As they go through, the A-Wing will hit for 4, taking him to 12.
And you would imagine, and now here's an interesting point where do you claim or do you get in the last 3? And I think all that depends on if you have a Plo Koon in hand or not. But Plo Koon can't even kill. Oh no, Plo Koon kills Wrecker because of the red 3. So right. Plo Koon is still an out, and Han unit is still an out to kill this Wrecker without taking 7. Stan also might just fancy his options racing. Oh, he still hasn't spent it. For some reason, I thought he had spent his resources already.
No, he's entirely
he's still fully open.
Still. So that's surprise strike.
Yeah, so 6 to base.
4 to 18.
So 18 damage now on Sabine's base. Pretty much everyone entering the danger zone now. This Wrecker is a couple of turns off still. And now Stan has lethal next turn in space if Frank can't do anything about it.
And he's deciding whether to ping or claim.
Yeah. It's an interesting decision because if you're dead in 2 actions anyway, exactly, being dead by +1 doesn't change anything. So I think it's more about initiative.
And he has to worry about a Falcon coming down yet still.
Mm-hmm. True. Oh, that's nice. Kira. So there's a Kira, which I would imagine is going to seal up game 1 for Stan. I can't think of what Frank could have. We see 2 K2s, 2 Sundaris in hand. But I can't think of what Frank can have to stop Stan from killing him in space here. He's already used his ECL. It would have to be Timely and A-Wing. So maybe you call Timely here, knowing that that's his only other source of ambush. And then he can't get any ship.
Yeah, Wrecker is presenting a big threat, but it's just not going to be enough. It's too little too late.
Yeah. Yeah, so Frank is at 5. So if you call Timely and he draws it and plays it from hand, then it would have to be his top 2 cards would have to be Timely plus Space Unit. For that to work. If he has one in the resource row now, then it costs 5, and he can't Timely plus any Space Unit.
Right.
Chat asking what resources for Frank are tapped. All of them are tapped. He is just very sloppy about tapping his resources. He tapped them all to play Wrecker this turn.
Right. Sloppy or
Hi Funko with the good point that the another line is Timely plus Sundari.
Yeah, no, I think that the Sundari, I mean, he needs Restore more than he needs anything.
Yeah, so I like naming Timely Reinforcement there, even though it's only a one of, because that's the only way that he has to actually get an extra attack in with one action.
Timely Intervention, hopefully not Timely Reinforcement, and then and I don't know if we've had damage timely. It's actually interesting if we have a Kira call that's on a other, and they Frank concedes.
Yeah, so I think Frank concedes game 1. Right. What I would do if I played Kira there is say I'm going to name the Timely that gives ambush and has smuggle, because all you have to do is uniquely identify the card. You don't have to exactly remember the name.
All right.
But yeah, I am curious what he called there.
And so, what are you sideboarding? And I got to take a quick break. I'll be right back.
Yeah. So I'll go through. So Frank, he usually shows us his sideboarding. He's pretty good about that. I'm really interested to see if he goes with the heroic for a cause package. I don't think he will, because I think he needs to be a little bit more controlling here. I would want to, let's see, I can look at Frank. So Frank's sideboard, he has 1 for a cause, 1 wolf, 1 A-wing, 1 confiscate, 1 heroic sack, 1 Sundari, 2 bright hopes, and 2 fang fighters. I think he brings in the bright hopes for sure. Nothing else in that sideboard really excites me. So Lou, I was looking at Frank's sideboard. The only thing in there that really excites me that I want from his sideboard is bright hopes. He could bring in the other for a cause, just because he's probably taking out 2 to 3 blades.
I think he brings in the bright hope. I think he brings in the Sundari. I think he brings in the heroic sacrifice.
Yeah, I think if you bring in the for a cause, you bring it in because you want to be able to find wreckers and pose, not because you want the damage from it. But I wouldn't expect him to bring it in. And then I don't have Stan's exact list to know what his sideboard options are. What do you want for what extra things would you want for Quinlan against the Sabine?
So I'm trying to get lower to the ground against Sabine, trying to get faster. So I mean, depending on the list, I mean, certainly if he has Grogu, that needs to come out. Because it's really kind of a challenge into this matchup. I think he's trying to maximize his ability to pump. I mean, I play a little bit different Quinlan list than this. So, I mean, I'm very much putting in the additional pumps from the sideboard against Sabine. I'm usually taking out the Foracause just because I think Foracause is too slow.
Yeah, and we see him put in Bamboozle, and it looks like he put in Han units as well, two Han. So he might be on no Han units main and 3 in the side, and it looks like he might have put in 2 of them.
Yeah, and that's interesting. I mean, the Han unit can help stabilize if the game goes really late, which can happen.
I mean, I think Stan is recognizing that Frank knows he has to be the control here. So I think the 2 Han units is just an acceptance that you're going to get a good Poe or a Wrecker off, and I need to be able to kill it after.
Right, and I think that's right. And then also, I mean, anything with a sword. I mean, the Han gives you another answer too. So certainly all the bamboozles come in. If the Quinlan may have fangs, in which case I think he does. Just with the upgrades that Frank has.
Yeah, Mickey trying to figure out if he's siding out Han unit. I'm not sure, but it looked to me like he had 3 Han units in the board and brought 2 of them in. Either way, there's 2 of 3 in his deck now. So he might have pulled them all up. He's either main decking 3 and was deciding how many to side out and sided out 1, or he's main decking 0 and brought 2 in. But I think he has all 3 in the sideboard and brought 2 in. I'm not 100% sure, though.
Right. Yeah, I'm certainly not bringing my Hans in for Sabine.
Yeah.
But I can see why one might.
I can see, and I think a lot of that also depends on how many cards you don't want in the main deck. Like, we know he's on Grogu's in the main deck, and we know he doesn't like them in this matchup, so they're likely out. If he has more cards that he wants to take out than what he wants to bring in, then I could see that. But yeah, I think the main things are you want to get in the bamboozles for sure. You want to keep in things like your waylays.
Yeah. So, and that's right. If he has Gamorrean guards, not retainers, those you'd expect to come in as well.
Yeah.
All right. So we're going in
Gamorrean retainers.
Yep, we're going into game 2. Stan is up 1 game, seated on the left, piloting Quinlan Tarkentown, which is a top tier deck.
Very good deck.
Favored by philosophers and poets. And we have Frank Myers on the right side of the screen with Sabine ECL, who I'd argue is, potentially still the best deck, in that I think it's really sets the meta, and a lot of other decks have been adapting to it.
I think Mono Han is the best deck right now, but Sabine is still the one that more sets the meta, because you have to get to top 8.
Right.
And to get there, you're going to have to go through some Sabines. And also, it's nice we didn't have a single Mono Han in this top 8, even though it was the most played leader at the event. So interesting.
All right.
There.
So his opening hand.
Yeah. So we saw Frank kept a hand with no turn 1 plays. I think because he knew that Stan was going to pass. And so it looked like his hand was 2 Sundari Peacekeepers and a K2. And so he just kept the 2 Peacekeepers and said, "Now you can't ping Tarkentown this, and you're not going to play a turn 1 play either, because I know you're going to pass."
Yeah, and I think that drastically moves this matchup in favor of Sabine.
Definitely.
Having that happen like that.
Yeah, because now you still can't kill this Peacekeeper. There's another one that could come out, and a K2 that could come down. So really good keep by Frank, knowing that Stan is not just going to throw out his turn 1 play. He's gonna do the pass, because he did it at game 1.
Right. Yeah, I've sworn off passing into Sabine.
Yeah. And going for the trade now. So now he's opened up to Tarkentown, but getting 3 damage on the Cassian.
Right. And also, importantly, 0 damage on his base.
Yeah. Yeah, he just wipes out the first 2 pings that he did. And now, Stan going to base.
Yeah, instead of killing the Sundari.
It might be that he wants to play a 3-drop this turn, so he might want to go like Ezra Force Throw or something, and he knows that he'll get to kill the Sundari for free.
Yeah, and Frank looks to be angling for a wing leader.
Yeah. Yeah, we see wing leader in hand and a Poe, so we could wing leader here and then follow that up with a Poe ECL. So it looks like Frank's in a really good spot right now, but I don't see everything that's in Stan's hand. Goes for the K2, so the Sundari is going to stay alive. He could still Tarkentown it, of course. He could just angle to kill it next turn.
So he clears the Cassian with Sabine leader.
Yeah.
Frank playing full on control.
Yeah, and I think this might be just he's kind of trying a different set of lines, because going aggressive didn't work in game 1, and now he's saying, okay, I'm just the full on control. You get no units, you can't turn the corner, and I'm going to win with these Poes and Wreckers. It also makes me think he's not playing wing leader, so yeah, he plays his own K2.
Claims.
Mm-hmm. And I'll be interested what Stan does here, because it's pretty tempting to just run K2 over the Sundari, and you prevent the heal, only take 1 back, and still get 3 to base. I would imagine that's going to be where you start. You could also run over the Sabine, but it's just nice to get the restore out of the way, especially if you're trying to race.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that with on 5, I mean, you really don't want to play an upgrade right now.
Yeah.
So the things in your deck include Plo on 5.
Yeah.
Any 3-drop. Red 3 looks like it's going to be to kill the Sundari.
Red 3 looks nice. You can still kill the Sundari, and so now K2 over Sabine looks better. I would imagine Frank is going to not let that happen with his first action. But still, that Red 3 play is really nice. Kind of forcing Frank to kill this K2 here.
Yeah.
I would imagine he just does it by attacking in with his own K2, and that still leaves up his ECL, so we can still ECL Poe to kill Quinlan leader before it attacks.
And he should have enough actions that he can take to let that happen.
Yeah, I mean, even if Quinlan can play a 2-drop, you can still attack with Sabine into base first.
All right, we got 288 people watching live. This thing is heroic sacrifice.
Heroic sacrifice. Interesting. So he's not going to ECL the Poe this turn. He draws the card first to decide what he wants to do with the attack. Because he could sacrifice his Sabine in to kill K2. He just goes K2 into K2. So the heroic sac was basically a daring raid draw card there, which is not bad. And then we see him doing the 3 extra damage with the When Defeated. I'm curious what else he has for 4, because we saw that he had a Poe in hand, which would have answered this. It might also mean he has a Wrecker next turn that he'd rather play.
So Fleet Lieutenant to base?
Yeah.
Hitting in for 5?
This line makes me think that Frank wants to Wrecker into this Quinlan rather than just kill it with a Poe.
Yeah, and that's real strong.
Because the damage is adding up now.
And that's why, it's so dangerous to pass into Sabine. Because the correct thing to do is to claim, to get it. And Sabine has a heck of a time getting to Wrecker if you're just playing gas.
If they're on the back foot, and I mean, we saw Frank trading all the other turns, even when the trades weren't clean, and still gets to this point where Quinlan does not have a board, and he does, and he still hasn't used his ECL. So there's still Tarkentown is still up as well, but that's not live right now. There's no targets.
Surprise strike to base, I think.
Yeah, so it looks 6 to base, 7 to base, trying to catch up a bit on the race. So now 13 to 13. But
claims.
Yeah, if there is a Wrecker coming in here, then this makes I think Sabine is very firmly ahead. If there's not a Wrecker and it's only a Poe, then maybe not, but
he's certainly playing like he has a Wrecker.
That was my thought. That was the only reason I could see to not want to Poe in that turn. We do see an R2 in hand, so we could still use his resources effectively if it's Poe. He also might have resourced the Poe at some that we saw earlier, and so if he doesn't have it, then obviously that play makes a lot more sense. So yeah, he does have the Wrecker.
So Wrecker comes in ambushing. With his on attack, he does 5 damage to Quinlan. So then he overwhelms for 5.
Yeah.
And now has lethal on board, right?
Yeah, so now Quinlan has to kill this Wrecker this turn, and then also kill everything else. And you can't ping. So I would imagine we're going to go to a game 3 here. We'll see if Stan can pull something out. But I'm not sure what that something would be.
This bombing run spice. You never know.
Bombing run would be really good right about now. This is one of those. If he could call and ask for a bombing run, just phone a friend for a bombing run right now. That would be pretty good.
Phone a bombing run. And we just crested 300 people watching live. Thanks for joining us on the coverage of the Georgia Planetary Qualifier on Blonde Sabine channel in partnership with Bothan Network and Late Night Gaming. We've been having a great match, and this is the second game of the finals. Quinlan played very well game 1, kind of ran all over him, and I mean, you see him, really did turn the table here in the second game.
Yeah. I'll be really interested, assuming we go to a game 3, I'll be really interested if Quinlan gives up initiative and passes again versus just taking initiative yourself and playing a 2-drop.
Yeah. I feel like I've been a broken record on that point, just trying to help the Quinlan record. But I mean, if you want to see why it's dangerous to pass into Sabine, just watch this game.
Yeah, and I think it really goes to the if you watch this game too, it really goes to the way that I think Frank kind of thinks about this game differently from a lot of other people, because we saw him, he showed his hand to the camera. He didn't even keep a 2-drop in his hand. I think he resourced his 2-drop knowing that Stan is going to pass. So, well, I'm curious to see if Stan takes advantage of that. Maybe Frank does it again and Stan just plays his 2-drop out. And then Frank still doesn't have a turn 1 play. So I don't know. I'm curious how I mean, Stan is obviously still thinking, but I'm assuming at the moment that we're going to go to a game 3. So that's that's what I'm talking about. So
I see Rebel Resource popping into the chat to call Spags his Sabine Green
arch nemesis. Nice.
Yeah, Spags is his arch nemesis because Ryan has a bamboozle every frickin' time I have Darksaber with Sabine. I mean, I never beat the guy. I swear he keeps bamboozles in his sleeves.
I have.
This time, you might break the internet. I think there's a pretty good chance that the audio is now working.
Yeah, I see Frank got dragged back here too. Still not hearing anything on YouTube, but maybe the delay is still catching up.
I just heard myself talking on YouTube,
Excellent.
So I think that the audio is back.
We're back.
We never left. We actually had some hard-hitting analysis.
Oh man, you guys missed the best analysis I've ever heard in my life. You can't. This cast is a tribute to the greatest analysis ever cast. So
it's not the best cast ever. It's a tribute to the best.
Exactly.
Cast
It's not the best cast in the world. This is a tribute to the best cast in the world. You guys missed it. You should have heard it. It was incredible. But we're here now, so we'll try our best to correctly attribute it.
What you really missed was us agreeing for the 10th time today that pass claim into Sabine is a problem for Quinlan.
Yeah. Looks like they're shuffling up here for game 3. And yeah, we'll see if Frank shows us his hand again, because it's a little bit riskier to do that same thing into game 3, where Stan might want to switch up his strategy a little bit. We'll also see who gets initiative, because if Stan keeps initiative himself, it's a big sign that he's not going to pass.
Right.
What I would do if I was Stan is give Frank initiative so he thinks he can do the same thing, and then when Frank pings, you play a 2-drop. But maybe that's too big brain and too out there. I don't know.
No, I actually do like that line, because the ping helps Quinlan more than it helps Sabine at that point in the match. Oh, thanks, Biggs. Great stream commentary.
Thank you.
Green Bean Nation sticking up for each other's. I'm still a member of Green Bean Nation, I think. They haven't revoked my membership yet.
I'd like to say I'm still an honorary member of Yellow Sabine Nation, even though I haven't played it much in set 3. It's just always been it's been the deck I got the best results on. It's been a ton of fun. I love Yellow Sabine.
Yeah, Mickey says exactly what I would do. Right. And I mean, I think that it would be too cheeky for Frank not to keep a turn 1 play this time around. But you never know.
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw Frank adapt his game plan in game 2 very successfully. He was very controlling even when his trades weren't good, and so I would expect Stan to adapt again now in game 3. So Frank just got 2 more cards added in. Now he's throwing a showcase at this isn't Vegas, guys.
I mean, that's one way to attack with Sabine, is actually just throw the card at your opponent.
Yeah, I think if you draw blood, it counts as pinging for 1. I think those are the official rules.
A paper cut.
Yeah.
You win by a paper cut.
Yeah, death by 25 paper cuts. Because we're only on the 25 HP base. So, Space Modulator in chat asking how many people at the PQ. 101. So Chris was incredibly wrong with his wild accusation of 102. That's just misinformation.
Fake news.
Fake news. 101.
All right. The players are vigorously shuffling.
Yeah.
Offering a cut.
Oh, Frank with the tap.
The double taps. Well, at least they vigorously shuffled, so.
Yeah.
All right, so in Frank's hand, I see a Poe, which is a card he wants to see.
Oh, I see a Fleet Lieutenant. Less good, especially if you're not trying to play a turn 1 play. There's a Battlefield Marine.
Yeah, I think he wrote
2 Battlefield Marines. So you might see him resource 1 and then play the other one if Stan just plays a 2-drop.
Sharkpick says, I'm still waiting for someone to eat a showcase. I haven't seen Justin Desai win a PQ yet, but that's probably when you'll see the showcase consumption.
Yeah, Mean Dean asking, they are 1-1. This is game 3 of the finals.
For all of the marbles. Actually, every marble in Georgia on the line in this match.
Yeah, they're currently going through one of those Rube Goldberg machines, so the marbles are on their way, traversing down. And when they get here, whoever wins this gets all of them.
So
we did see a pass claim again. I see 3 resources everywhere.
Yep.
So Frank kept a 2-drop. Stan did not want to change his play pattern. But now we'll see, because I think the big punish there for Stan was that Frank had a Sundari. Then we see a pass claim again. So both players respectfully agreeing to just draw a bunch of cards and play resources down.
Yeah. So looks like we're going to be getting towards a record. So we've gone through the first 2 rounds of the game and not seen a card played.
Can we do it again? Will Frank delay his deploy to go to 5?
That's unlikely.
I would agree, but it would be funny. So that kind of makes me want to see it. I know we saw a Bright Hope in Frank's hand. So we saw another pass. So we gave Frank the opportunity to pass claim, but didn't go for it. So I've never seen a Sabine with this many cards in their hand.
So all the things.
Yeah, just every card. We see a K2 and a Poe and a Timely. This is a very scary hand.
Yeah.
What do you name here? Because you could name K2 for this turn, or just Poe for next turn.
I named Poe Dameron.
Yeah. I think I like naming Poe. It wouldn't surprise me if Frank just tries to kill the Kira anyway.
Depends on the name. And we'll see if they actually indicate if the card's in the hand.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a tough choice, I think. I think I would name Poe as well. But it's not... I don't know, it's not the most straightforward. It's a tough one. Because he could also, if he just keeps the Timely in hand, he could Timely a K2 or Timely a Fleet Lieutenant and get the Sabine attack in to be able to deal 7.
Looks like he named K2. Yeah, so that's a short-term benefit, but he has to deal with Poe next turn.
Yeah, so I think that
he's going to Fleet Lieutenant and start pushing damage.
So one of the reasons I think I like the K2 name is it makes this turn not resource efficient because Frank's only going to spend the 3 resources. And next turn, even if you name the Poe, that means he plays K2 this turn, and his next turn is Timely in a Fleet Lieutenant, and that Fleet Lieutenant attack plus Sabine attack still kills Quinlan in 1 hit. So I think I like just making this turn less efficient because he had a line to kill Quinlan in 1 action anyway. But I think it's really close. And I'm not sure that I'm correct. That was just my thought. Because now you still have your Tarkin Town up, so at least you know he ECLs a Poe in, and you Tarkin Town to finish it off. So he has to play the Poe, discard a card, use his ECL, and he trades all that for your leader and your Tarkin Town. I think that's not like the end of the world.
Yeah, so Sabine has only taken 3 damage. I mean, that's the problem. So she's going to get into the Wrecker territory. Now we know that Frank doesn't have Wrecker, which is good news for Quinlan.
We know he didn't. I didn't see what he drew this turn.
Right. So Kira clears the fleet. Quinlan's in full control mode.
Yep.
Trying to find a way to...
Looks like I see a Gamorrean Guards there. So if he doesn't kill the Kira here... Okay, he does kill the Kira. You could still just play the Guards, and then when you deploy, they have Sentinel.
Mm-hmm.
Assuming I saw that card correctly.
Yeah, Gammo and Force Throw is pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, I really like that as a turn. Gammo, and then you flip, and you know you have an action after you flip still, so you get to Force Throw, and any cost kills Sabine, so you don't have to worry about Force Throwing yourself. Plo Koon does not feel that good because you're not going to have Coordinate this turn. And yeah, we do see the Gamorrean Guards come out.
Yep. And that the ping should kill Sabine.
True.
But he has to turn the card sideways
to do it. I think that's what
Frank maybe giving him the
good guy Frank here.
You know, it's good sportsmanship.
It is, because now the Force Throw can kill Poe, assume if he ECLs in the Poe to kill those Gamorrean Guards. He might not. He might just play the K2.
Timely K2 is not bad right here.
He has to still have the timely in hand, though, because he's only at 5. And I think he might have resourced the timely.
Oh, put it in the row.
I'm trying to look at his hand. I don't think... it might still be there. It's hard for me to tell. But yeah, timely the K2 from hand seems really nice here. You can get 3 extra damage on base, and Quinlan gets to flip and attack you, but you don't care that much. The 1 resource for force throw doesn't do anything. So I like that play if the timely's still in hand. If he did resource it, then everything gets a lot more awkward because you don't want to use your ECL on the K2. You don't want to ECL Poe into guards, and you can't timely Poe next turn if it's for 2 in the resource row.
I have a hard time thinking that he resourced timely. He plays a Fang.
Yeah. So we know Quinlan's gonna live now. I think he is. Well, no, that might still be it in hand. It might be the second to left card. It's hard for me to tell. I can't see his cards that well. But if he did still have the timely, I really liked the timely K2 line there.
Mm-hmm. The daring raid is strong. Taking care of the Fang.
And there's a Falcon as well. I think we see a Han unit in hand. So, I mean, I don't know. He still has Tarkentown up. I feel like Stan might be in a position where he can out-control Frank here. Unless Frank gets to the point of multiple wreckers and multiple Poes.
So Wrecker can turn this around right now because he can use his on attack on Quinlan. Or his on when played on Quinlan, and then the
when played on Quinlan,
ambush on the guard.
And honestly, you don't even need to ambush him at that. You can just play the Wrecker if you don't care about killing the guard, and you're just sitting there with the Wrecker, and he has a 4/4 out that probably has to try to trade into your Wrecker anyway.
That's a good point. I think I see a daring raid in Frank's hand.
Mm-hmm.
I see a green card second to left. Not sure if that's still the
green
timely.
Card could be timely. I'm not sure. I don't see a Wrecker, but I would imagine he still has the Poe. Might be 2 Poes.
The Poe pose.
So yeah, this is timely. So it's timely from hand into Poe. Or now he's timelying the K2. Interesting. So he's doing that now. I would have preferred if he did that last turn. But I mean, A, better late than never, and B, it's still a fine play. He still has his ECL up for either Poe or Wrecker. He's still not giving a target for this force throw that Quinlan kind of wants to play.
Yeah, you're going to see red 3, which is a strong play for Quinlan right now.
Yeah.
We'll see a ping from Sabine.
This ping is interesting because I feel like the damage is going to start adding up really quick on Frank's base. Especially when, well, he didn't know that there's a Falcon, but I would imagine we're just going to see Falcon and then hit for 4 and then Quinlan hit for 4, and all of a sudden they're tied. Yeah. So that combined with Tarkentown still being up, and I think we see a Han unit in hand. I don't know. I feel like I like Stan's position now.
Yeah, and it's not finding Wrecker apparently.
Yeah, not finding Wrecker has been huge, but honestly, Wrecker doesn't do much right now because Quinlan has exactly 5 health left. So
yeah, not anymore. I mean, you needed it before.
Yeah, exactly. And then that maybe just be part of the heads-up play by Stan. The fact that he attacked into Sabine once, like if you have a 6 health unit, ECL Wrecker is terrifying. If you have a 5 health unit, it's really not.
Mm-hmm.
Stan, I believe, is I think asking in chat. It's just hard to see because the sleeves are kind of all at the same height. But I believe he has 3 open resources and did resource to 6. I'm not sure there seems to be some conversation with the judge now.
Well, I mean, the question is, what happened with the resource? Because he played timely K2, which is only 5 resources. I mean, unless the timely was from the row.
No, it was from hand. 100%. It was from hand.
Right. I thought it was. So then it should only be 5, not 6 exhausted, which I see 6.
Yeah, he had one up a second ago. Well, so there's one on the left there as well. So you see one resource up on the far left. I think what happened is he might have put a card from hand on top of his resources. And maybe that's what they're trying to figure out. Or maybe did he smuggle a resource in even though he played the timely from hand? That might be what happened.
Right. Because I think that last one on the left is the resource that's not existing.
Yeah, I think that's what happened. He played timely from hand, and then he replaced it as though he had smuggled it. So I think that's what happened. So good catch by the judges. I did not notice that at all. I was I was trying to pay attention to the lines. I didn't see that he replaced the resource. Looks like we're getting it set back up. I would guess he looked at it after he replaced it, which is why they did why they had him shuffle his deck after.
Looked like there was a second cat that just graced the screen.
Yeah, that's Moose's sister, Jackie. She's running down.
All right, so 4 damage comes in from the Falcon with red 3.
Yeah,
taking
so 12 to 13 here. ECL is still up for Frank, but Quinlan's got some plays to make here. It looks like there's a Plo Koon now as well. So I don't know. I'm really liking Quinlan's position, but obviously things against Sabine can change pretty quickly. We see a Wing Leader and Fleet Lieutenant. It's going to be kind of tough for them to get play.
Oh, I just see that Sonny D won the Planetary Qualifier in Virginia Beach. So congratulations, Sonny D. And it was on Han Green. Sonny was actually one of the teachers for the masterclass of Han Green.
Nice. Yeah, I'm loving Han Green right now. That deck is so cool. I think it's got some really, really fun lines in the set 3 meta.
All right, so
now we're ECLing in a Poe. I'm curious if he does any discards. He has extra cards in his hand that aren't doing much. So yeah, I like this. Discarding to hit the red 3 just so you're threatening to kill it next turn with another discard. Space Modulator asking if the New York PQ is still going. It is not. So in that PQ, Lego Pizza won in the finals against John Tata, with Han Green beating Tata as Django Red. And Tata beat Wu in the top 4, and Wu beat Bobby Sapphire in the top 8. So yeah, that top 8 was a whole bloodbath. Tata in top 8 beat a Bothan teammate Cluis of mine. So yeah, really stacked field in New York.
So the Daring Raid plays.
Oh, Daring Raid.
Actually, the 2 damage was setting that up, which is just a huge swing in damage, losing both the 3 attack from the red 3 and then the amount that it adds to each.
Yeah. So we're back to Quinlan not having a huge advantage, but we know they still have that Han unit in hand. ECL is down. Currently, Wrecker doesn't do anything, so Frank still needs to find a way to deal with this Falcon, which sounds trivial when you still have 10 hit points left, but it's kind of not for this Green Sabine deck.
Yeah. Now he might have a Bright Hope.
True. Yeah, I would imagine he brought in his Bright Hopes from the sideboard.
Cassian comes in for the row, taking Frank to 18. 1 shy of lethal on board.
Yeah.
With Cassian and the Millennium Falcon.
So now we're trying to see if there's Cassian v. Cassian. Do we see any kind of surprise strike? I see the Han unit. Yeah, Frank only has access to up to 2 Bright Hopes. It sounds like he resourced one earlier. Yeah, just killing the Cassian outright. Yeah, that does it. Congrats to Stan. Right. Yeah, taking it in 3 games. Really, really well played controlling style there. Probably the first time you'll ever see a Sabine game where no one plays a card for the first 2 turns.
Right.
But the first action Sabine took was ping, 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 flip.
Right, because Quinlan kept passing into Sabine.
Yeah.
And I ultimately worked out for Stan. Delaying it because he was able to get control of the space arena, do a bunch of damage with the red 3 and the Falcon coming in. So Quinlan Tarkentown wins the 101 player PQ. That's a pretty good deck, so I hear.
Yeah, solid deck, well piloted for sure. I think Stan is really solid on this deck. He plays it a lot. I think you saw two players going into a very unique game where they both know their decks very well, and they took on some interesting strategies here. So, yeah, congrats to both players. Frank is now on his second silver jersey now. Or we're just gonna make a T-shirt with stamped on the back from Talladega Nights. Ain't nothing wrong with silver for when you get second place at a PQ. And then Stan gets the right to get his gold jersey. Frank hands him the champion mat.
And a Tranquility. All right, so. All right, do we see if we can get Stan in for one last winner interview before we wrap up our coverage today?
Yeah, I think we'll be able to get to talk to Stan again, most likely. We'll have to see if we can get Frank to introduce him.
Manumitters really enjoyed the tribute to the best analysis and commentary. It was a tribute to the best analysis and commentary.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, no, and I think that's a very tense matchup. I mean, Sabine ECL and Quinlan Tarkentown. I mean, that matchup is on a hair's breadth as to winning and losing.
Yeah, and I think the matchup really comes down to both players realizing that who is the beatdown and who is the control is very fluid based on your draws and their draws and how the game plays out.
So, in that final match, I think that certainly the first turn, I mean, skipping for Sabine is good because it gets you to the wrecker. But what happened is Frank never found a Sundari and never found a wrecker.
No Sundari, and then the other. My other problem with all of because it's not just a Sabine thing, but when people say, "Oh, I'm gonna not give him a Tarkentown target," well, Tarkentown just took out the Poe that killed Quinlan. So would it be better to have just played the Battlefield Marine, make him ping, make him use Tarkentown, and then when you timely in your Poe there, it still lives because there's no Tarkentown left to kill it.
Yeah,
so, I don't know.
So it's tough, and I mean I think it was two players that know the match. That ended up being a very late game, type match.
Yeah,
and,
absolutely.
Stan piloted well. I mean, having some of his answers and keeping some of his answers from the beginning of the game to the very end.
Yeah, we saw Kira come down and have an impact, even though Frank had 6 cards in hand. I think we still saw it disrupt what he wanted to do.
And if you recall, the Frank actually pointed out the Quinlan ping on Kira. Kill the Sabine leader, because that was the other thing that did.
Yeah, that was huge.
Kira's a 4, Sabine's a 4.
Yeah, because we saw Stan had a force throw in hand, but he never got to play it because Quinlan died. So the ping actually ended up being pretty impactful. And then for everyone watching, we're still waiting to see if we get a winner's interview. I would imagine they're still talking to each other now. And congratulating each other with the mat and all that. But hopefully we'll get to talk to Stan and/or Frank.
Hopefully Stan and Frank.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what we got in the advanced results channel here. Well, that is I think, second PQ that Quinlan took down, with the first being Appleton and Carlos.
Yeah.
There might be more besides that.
All right, we're getting Stan for you guys.
Nice.
All right, thank you, Courtney.
Absolutely. Bear with us for a sec.
Hello.
Hello.
Sorry, I took a second.
So Stan, you just punched your ticket to a buy at Worlds. What you doing next?
Huh?
What you doing next?
Finally eating. I'm starving. I had breakfast on the way here, and then I've had like some snack bars and a honey bun.
Yeah,
So-
honestly, I'm with you on that. I am so hungry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I normally order delivery, but it's snowing outside, and I don't like to make delivery drivers drive in the snow, so I'm also starving and excited to eat.
Yeah,
But congrats
they did a lunch
on your
break
win.
here too, but I don't like eating in the middle of a tournament. I feel like I get like groggy. So I usually bring like
Yeah.
snacks and granola and stuff to get through the day, but this was a long day.
Yeah,
a lot of times
Hey, we did it. Let's
I just
go.
eat bananas. Hey,
So
Frank.
Frank's on here too. I wanna talk about that game 3 with both of you guys.
Yeah.
I was
So what-
experimenting deep in the experimental tank.
That was what I figured. So I saw you showed the camera in game 2, Frank, that you didn't keep a turn 1 play. Assuming that Stan was going to pass and you were going to claim.
Yeah, I did that all the way to the Sabine flip in game 3.
Yeah, game 3 was an interesting one. I think it might be the first Sabine game ever where Sabine's first the first attack was with Sabine leader and not playing a unit until after flip.
So I had a line to win that did not factor in Gamorrean Guard. I was so happy.
Right.
I had this line. I had the
know.
game 1 in my head. I had the line in my hand. It was perfect.
I know.
It was beautiful. It was not going to be able to outrace me with no units on the
and
board.
then the guards
and then
come
the
down,
guard.
and
That
it
was
messes
so good.
everything
Yeah,
up.
the guard
So
was
good.
clutch there for
That was
sure.
so good.
I thought on that turn that you were gonna timely the K2 because you had it was the 5 resource turn, so I thought you were gonna timely the K2 that turn.
I might have. I should have. I thought about it. In hindsight, honestly, now I think I needed to get into burn his Tarkin Town earlier. So my strategy backfired in that I couldn't ECL in Poe because he still had Tarkin Town. So my passing to Sabine flip was a huge mistake. So, well, it says that, except the problem is he has a unit then on the board the whole time hitting me, so I could never win the race. Is what was happening.
It's tough. If you get
For
if you
sure.
get
It's
Wrecker,
hard
they
to say
free
that
sales a lot. It's close.
how that would have changed the game. Yeah, I think it changes a lot in the game.
Yep.
Well, congratulations, Stan.
Thanks. You too.
I think
It's
that's
a crazy day.
our 7th Bothan with a day 2 buy. I love it.
Yeah. This week
Yeah.
was
And
insane.
And I hear there's a gold jersey in your future.
Yes, sir. Time to order.
And I think my 3rd silver medalist jersey.
You have so many stars, man.
I know.
We'll put silver stars on the jersey too, Frank.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm happy, man. I couldn't have been more happy.
Yeah.
I went through an all Bothan top 8. I had to.
Yeah.
I had to beat Chris Schutz, Rodney Stubbs himself. I had to beat Phil, and then I had to play Stan. So. I was
That's true. It was all Bothans all the way for Frank.
Had won that.
I think I only lost 2 games today, and they were both to Sabine.
There's a reason it's a good deck.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right, I think it was that, and didn't the Han Blue get one?
Oh, you're right. Yeah, so those were the 3. Yeah, 3 games. Yep. That match was crazy. We both punted back and forth so hard by the end of that thing. Oh my god.
Well, I think they're waiting on us to close this place.
We got to shut down.
And we got a lot of gear to back up.
All right. Well, congratulations, Stan. Congratulations, Frank, on the runner-up, and we hope to see you at some more planetaries.
Hey,
thank you.
Thank you guys for casting all day. That was fantastic, Jeff.
Great
I hope you
job.
got your money's worth.
Yeah.
And thanks everybody for watching. This was
Thanks
fun.
everybody.
Yeah, thanks guys. We'll let you close up, and while they're turning the stream off, I'd like to give a big shout out. Thanks to everybody watching today. Without viewers, none of this is possible. Me and Loopee wouldn't get to just sit here and talk about cards all day. It's great. Big shout out. Thanks to Loopee for jumping in and casting with me. If you guys are somehow not subscribed to Late Night Gaming, please go do so. Some of the best content you'll ever see.